welcome to the Deadlock Air broadcast. This is Damp here, reporting from the analyst desk with these two lovely gentlemen beside me, Blank and Jacky. Hello, guys.
Hello, everyone. We're
Wave
back
to the
again.
people.
Once again, the Mike Masters ourselves. Shouldn't have ever call myself that ever again because I'm probably going to mess something up and I'll have to literally drop the mic at some point. But yeah, we're back again with the Deadlock Court Tournament. Really excited for this one, honestly. I'm very glad to be doing it.
It is the second one organized by Moot and the Deadlock Core team. So shout out to Moot and the Deadlock Core team for organizing this and putting this together. It's a $300 prize pool. Absolutely insane, the amount of tournaments that we're coming out with, but we're always here for the action. And they asked us to broadcast half of the bracket. That is, I think, 3 to 4 games for today. And yeah, we're going to cover half the tournament, so make sure that you also check out their side of it as well. We are just here to help.
Yeah, which is fun. It's cool, right? Because obviously it's a bit of a different flavor. I think it'll be nice to see potentially some different teams. Obviously, you get the more sort of community-driven teams as well, where you get a nice mix of the ex-Overwatch scene, a lot of the American players we didn't really get to see last time around as well, some of your fan favorites. There'll be some very familiar faces that are taking part, and some of the people that have been super active in the Discord and the core audience for Deadlock for quite some time now. So it's really sick. Obviously, I think this is the second one that Deadlock Core have run, and it's fun that we get to be a part of it this time.
Yeah, I mean, we've got Fat Poofy Cat, Lockjaw, Michael S is playing in this one. We've got Cat Girls and friends in here. So we have literally Cat Girl playing, possibly one of the best Ivies in the world currently. Yeah, it's really nice to see. We just have a massive list of players, all from the community, players that are trying to go pro as well. In the future, of course, we are still in the playtest right now, which everyone keeps reiterating to me. But we have tournaments, right? And they're running well.
Yeah.
Touch wood, touches the desk.
All right.
100%.
Yeah, but let's talk about what we might see today. Right now, we are waiting for information. There's a slight delay on their end, but we will be here to just talk about stuff until they start. So I wanted to ask you guys, do you guys think that we'll be saying kind of like the same play styles that we saw in the Aurora Masters, the EU tournament? Will we be seeing that same kind of play style, or are the Americans gonna come out swinging with some unique, techniques here? What do you think?
Well, I mean, those unique techniques got them obliterated in the Aurora Deadlock Masters. But I'm hoping for some decent stuff. I think generally it was kind of unfortunate watching the Aurora Deadlock Masters because Team KLS was just so ahead of the curve of everyone else. But that team is a little bit more disjointed this time around. Doesn't have all the same players in there.
Okay.
And there should be a good amount of competition. I generally think that we have walks from all parts of life at the moment in this tournament in terms of regions. But yeah, I don't think NA is dead in the water. I don't believe that at all. I just don't think we've seen the talent rise out of this region yet. And I think this tournament's going to be a great one to have a look into that now that, the game's been public for quite a while and that more people got eyes on this tournament, Jacky.
No, 100%. I think this is a nice litmus test of how the scenes stack up head to head like this. It was a little bit unfair, obviously, last time as well with the Deadlock Aurora Masters because it was all EU servers, because it was mainly an EU show match in the way that the bracket was done. And obviously that ping difference, as much as it's a little bit better now with the changes to deniers not being favored anymore when you're taking souls, it was a bit brutal back then, especially. And these are players that know their way around some Deadlock as well. You remember rightly, NA was the initial region that got servers to test the game, right? And we were all kind of sneaking in. We were like burrowing under, like Mo and Krill, into the NA servers back in the day to even play the game before EU got servers, and then it went on from there with Asia and stuff like that. So they've had time. They've had time to workshop. It will be cool to see how they all stack up against each other here in a bit of a different environment. Because last time you had handpicked some of the North American players and dropped them into mixed teams. Here you get more of their actual dedicated six-team squads as well. So that, I think in that sense it will be a better flavour of their style of Deadlock.
Right. So Jacky, off the back of that, do you think that the NA crowd will have like kind of the home advantage in this tournament, or will we see Team Michaelis stomp them regardless of ping? What do you
We
think?
see the boys coming back out again. I think they're in a good spot in terms of mechanical edge, and obviously kind of the hype as well. If you imagine from the previous time around when they took the win at Aurora Masters, and obviously you did the interview with Piggy, and he was saying like they're thinking about sticking together and kind of seeing how far they can go with this.
Leak,
It's kind of
by
up
the
in the
way.
air. I know I'm going to pre-leak some of what happens in your interview. Keep it locked for dead air for that one. Damn, did a sick interview with Piggy that's
Will
coming
be
out
released
soon.
soon.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I think again they're a team that seems to really just understand like even the basics of Deadlock and excel in the mechanics, but
Right.
they're super good as those 6 players on one deformed big hand. So I think if they come out swinging, yeah, they're in a good spot.
With the
But by
extra
no
bump.
means are they just going to, steamroll through the whole tournament without any sort of competition. I think this is the good sort of test again to see the best from everyone, and it's a nice big size of the bracket. Bit more of a gauntlet format as well than we had before, where it was kind of like, you win a BO3, maybe you float through, win a third place decider. Here it's a lot more cutthroat. Like you do need to just win your games. You got to turn up, you got to win.
We will be starting shortly, but I am excited to get into it. Right now, we are just waiting for any information of when the game is ready. It isn't ready yet, so we're just chilling. But I wanted to kind of, just banter a bit. Do you want to answer some silly questions, if that's okay, at
Some
this
silly-
point?
silly
Some
questions,
silly
you say?
questions.
Ooh.
Some American questions I've prepared.
We can
Permission.
go into those. I've been
granted.
informed that the drafting will occur in a moment, so we've got a couple minutes. We've got a couple
Okay,
minutes.
okay.
This is good.
It's a
All
very
right.
quick one then.
All right, what are you thinking?
All right, I'm gonna give you heroes from the roster, and you're gonna tell
Yeah.
me what state you think they're from.
Oh, okay, like where they would
oh.
be if they had to be. All right.
Yeah,
go
right.
For it.
States of America.
Yeah.
Google.
There's Texas. There's
Don't spoil it.
California. Yeah.
That's part of the
Okay.
competition. You're
We'll start
testing
with
our,
Jack. We'll give
our Englishness.
Blank some time to study.
Okay.
Jackie, where do you think Abrams would be from?
That's interesting.
Right?
Abrams.
Maybe he is from New York. To be fair, maybe he is like the OG.
He fits the kind of vibe because you
Or
imagine.
Jersey.
I'm kind of thinking like you do have a lot of the shows that would be set like the noir style New York, like detectives. You know what I mean? He summed up
Right.
to a T there. So I think that's kind of on brand. Like he would be a hometown hero from New
Right,
York.
yeah,
Trying to
I
think if there's
agree with
anywhere
that.
else he'd fit, but that
Maybe
one seems
Chicago.
accurate.
I don't know if that's
Chicago
accurate.
also good actually. I could see that like more towards Chicago. Yeah.
People are saying burnt out detective New Jersey 100%. He knows the streets.
New Jersey. Damn. I
Damn,
feels rough.
you're
That's
doing dirty
unfortunate.
like that. Yeah. All right, Blank. I'm gonna give you Lady Geist. Where do you think she's from? Which
Lady
state?
Geist. Yeah, Geist. Whoa.
Oh,
Wow.
wow.
I mean, look, if we can simplify it, if you're struggling with states, we can just go for cities. Because Chicago,
Okay.
like, we've already deflected there from the initial question. I'm okay to use
True.
cities instead.
Yeah, that's
that
not a
would
state,
work.
is it?
Yeah. You're the resident American. This is your territory, see?
We're
I'm
terrible
gonna-
at geography.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say maybe like an Idaho. What do you think about that?
Is that
Idaho's
just the
pretty
only one you
cool.
can think of? Is
I
that
don't know.
right?
I'll take it. Like, I don't know anyone from Idaho. He could be
Yeah.
right. Just say Idaho confidently, and I'll
Idaho.
accept it. Idaho.
Yeah.
She's from Idaho.
She's
Awesome.
from Idaho. Yeah.
People are saying Vermont. Where's
I'm
that?
so sorry, guys.
My American is showing.
I'm an Englishman. I'm
See-
living on an island. One time I swim in the sea. That's about as far as I explored. Sorry.
This is probably a nightmare scenario because that's the thing. Like we're finally doing a broadcast for the American scene. They've come in
Right.
and they're like, well, they're
There's
just
only one
talking
American
about
here.
States.
Idaho
they
is scary.
doing?
Yeah, because Geist is scary. She's got that freaky hand, you know? Freaky, scary hand. The Oath Keeper. The Oath Keeper of Idaho.
All right. Jack,
Yeah.
moving aside from Idaho, what about Viscous? Which state is Viscous from?
Oh damn. Okay.
Right? Okay, there we go.
I'm not gonna lie. Last time I went to California, the sea was pretty algaed up. There was
Okay.
a lot of algae.
Logic.
Viscous is green. He also originates from the sea. I'm going to go
Yeah.
for California, specifically towards San Francisco, full of algae right now. Viscous is from California, confirmed.
We're getting a lot of Ohio's, a lot of Oregon's, Florida. Florida could be where I would say Florida, to be fair. Seems like Florida viscous.
Could you imagine Florida Viscous? He wears like a flannel shirt. He's just one of his abilities, rather than being a
Hawaiian
punch,
shirt.
is
Yeah,
a crocodile
I could see
that snaps you.
I could see it.
What is this? The news article of Florida man found rolling around in a
Yeah.
ball of goo.
Florida man covers himself in jelly and calls himself a hero from hit Valve game Deadlock. Cutting over to the interview now, and he's just there going, "I'm the king of the crocodiles."
What the hell? Yeah, that'd be cool. I'd enjoy that.
I'm thinking which hero we could give blank, Jack. What do you think?
What, like
Do you
tissues
have one?
from?
Yeah,
all
to
right,
ask.
Mo and Krill. What
Yeah,
about
where
Mo
would
and
Mo
Krill?
and
Where's
Krill be
Maurice
from?
and Krillius from?
Oh,
That's a good
one. Think here.
My favorite state.
I think they'd be from Alabama.
The
do you think about-
Alabama Krill.
You like that one?
What states are moles native to? Can someone Google that?
True.
Dude,
Hold
people
on.
are saying Alabama. It's got to be Alabama. I'm right.
Alabama.
I'm
Yeah.
right.
Moles
It's Alabama
origin.
Mo and Krill. Yes. They are from New Orleans. Oh yeah, that is actually put in their law.
Is that
isn't it?
true?
Yeah,
Two
but
states in
we're going
Mexico
off
claim to be
script.
the-
We're going off script.
Oh, that's mole.
No, mole.
Have you?
Mole.
Mole, specifically mole. I'm looking for mole.
Mole.
The animal.
Mole.
Mole.
Mole the animal.
Mole.
Yeah.
Mole state. The mole state of USA.
Yeah,
Mole
which state
of
has a
USA.
mascot? Mole.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Because I know that
where
California has a
Wyoming
bear,
and
right?
Colorado.
Montana.
Colorado.
That's not bad, actually. I like that because that's a little
Montana.
play on words there. It's like the city of Montana, but mole. Well done.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah, you've
That's
done a
brilliant.
good job.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
good.
guys,
Montana.
I know you guys are tired of this bit, but we are still waiting for any information. So this is what you get.
Yeah,
like
we've
it or
been told
not.
that drafting's happening soon, so I imagine they're just sorting it out in
Yeah.
the back end. Obviously, some things have changed since the last patch, right? Because there's custom games built in now. I don't know if they're using that system here. I think they've got dedicated servers on the Deadlock core side of things, but we'll see. So yeah, give them a bit of time, guys. It's early doors. It's early doors. You know?
We just started the stream, only
Yeah.
4 hours in. Come
It's
on.
only been a 5-hour broadcast.
It's only been 5 hours.
Molami's pretty good. I like Molami.
Molami. Yo.
Molami!
Mo and Krill, but Mo is just
Molami.
absolutely shredded.
incredible.
He's got his top off. He's got a shirt open, no buttons, swaying off the side. His idle animation, he curls iron. That'd be dope.
Wait, I have a
Yeah.
really another fun. I have a funny bit. Another one.
Another funny bit.
A really another funny bit. Are you guys
Okay.
ready? So me and
Really?
Jack
Really
were
another funny
talking
bit
about
coming up.
Super
Shut
funny.
up. Okay,
I'm going
so Jacky,
to Molami.
Jackie and I were talking about this earlier. We were doing cat puns based on all the hero names.
Oh yeah,
So
okay, true.
it's a really good bit. So I said Pocket, you know. What else do we have,
Pocket.
Jack?
Pocket
Do you
was
remember?
good. I think I can't remember. What
There were
they
some
were.
really funny
We had
ones.
some good ones. But
I
yeah,
know
I
this
was
is, like,
saying it
on
would be
top.
funny, right? Because obviously, you ever seen, like, you know, at Christmas time, they do the albums of songs, but redone by cats, and it's called Jingle Cats. You ever seen this? Yeah.
I think so.
So imagine, like, you know, if it was
I'm dying.
like Yesterday by the Beatles, you know, it'd be like meow 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 meow. You know, Jingle
Yeah.
Cats. Imagine that, but Deadlock characters. So they're just all cats. We replace them all with cats for April Fools. So you log in, cat, everywhere. Rafe,
It's like
cat.
the-
Mo and Krill, cat.
Wait, Mo and Cat? Surely there's something there.
Mo and Crap.
Mo and Cat.
But there you go. Look, we're getting some. We're getting some. Purdon for Warden. That's not bad.
Oh, there you
that's
go.
quite good.
7 has
there
become
are-
9 because of lives. I like that one.
Cat
Well
Girl
done.
has entered the conversation.
That's
Weird.
true. Catgirl has entered
This
the
would be on
conversation.
brand. Yeah.
Wait, there has to be
Whiskers.
more.
Whiskers.
Whiskers. Oh my
Oh,
god.
that's so
You-
good.
you
so
might win.
good.
You
That's
might
the
win.
winner.
So good.
Yeah.
Lady
Yeah.
Garfield. That's not bad.
Oh,
That one
that's
got
pretty
me.
good.
Oh my
Hold on.
god.
I want to think of one.
Barry,
There
could you
had-
imagine? That'd be
Dino
rough as
Meow.
well, because she'd have to run on her weird, like, goo hand as a cat. Yeah.
No, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Just like,
Dino
like,
Meow.
like a weird little
Dino
one paw
Meow.
that's all like spooky.
Mate, Dino Meow's good. I
Dino
also
Meow.
imagine Lash as a cat, because the problem is with Lash is he would just get distracted by his ult. He'd just start playing with the string. He wouldn't be able to get anyone, would he? Death Slam would
Yeah.
just become like, you know,
I've death slammed myself.
yeah. I'm gonna play with the string.
That's not good, but yeah, that's quite good. I like that.
But yeah, that's a good
Grey
bit.
Tabby. Vindicpur. That's weak.
Don't know about that
Vin-
one.
That's what that needs some workshopping. But you're almost
I think
there.
it depends on how you say it.
You're almost there. Vindicpur. Yeah,
Vinpetya,
Vinpetya. Yeah.
like you petting him. Vinpetya.
Oh, dude, two people just did Impernus. at the same
Infernus.
time.
I like the
I was
fact
like, there has
he-
to be something in there.
He's even dropped the heh afterwards.
Beat you to it. Beat you to it.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah.
That's
Dang.
I love this. This is the we have 1,600 people here just doing cat
What?
Deadlock memes.
All
Like,
showing
what is
one
this?
brain cell for cats. That's
Yeah.
This
good.
is great. Paradox.
Paradox ain't bad.
Paradox.
Can we? I need to write the.
We need to write this
I'm
down. Write
not
it down.
sure-
Write it down.
I'm not
Yeah,
even
we
sure
should.
how to pronounce your name, but you have been unbelievable on the cat puns today. All
Let's
right,
have a-
someone needs to calm you down.
I would go for a Benerbia. Benerbia.
Bugbear.
Bugbear.
That makes sense.
Bugbear.
That
Fuck's
makes
sake.
sense. I
Yeah.
can see that now.
Yeah.
Yeah, bugbear.
Benerbia.
When does the
Banana.
tournament start? We are still waiting for information. It should start soon. TM.
That is the
that,
hope.
that's so mad, actually.
Can I
These are
pin
good.
Paradox?
Paradox is good.
Yeah.
How about Maurice? What would Smo and Krill be? Could be like.
Oh, what's the work in progress cat hero's name? Calico.
Calico, yeah.
Yeah.
She's
Yeah.
too easy.
That's
She's
already a
too
cat,
easy.
really,
That's
isn't it?
done, yeah.
Um,
Maurice would make a good cat name, just
yeah.
in
call
general.
our
That's
cat
what we
Maurice.
call our cat because his name's Smore, so
It's
his
his formal
nickname is
name.
Smoris. Smoris Moss.
S'mores.
So if you need to tell him off if he's done something, you're like Smoris Moss. What have you done? You know?
Yeah.
Can we pull out the catster, or is he busy?
Meow and curl.
Where is
That's
it?
good.
He's sleeping on top of the fridge at the minute. So
Ah.
he's
Yeah.
Classic.
he's on fridge. Yeah.
He's in
Yeah.
high areas.
Yeah, we
Gotcha.
That's
are-
what he does. Yeah.
We are going to get into game as soon as we
Oh.
It's
can.
happening. It's happening.
Okay,
They-
okay. Back to
But we
professional mode,
appreciate you
guys.
guys.
Yeah, they told us that they should have things ready to go shortly. They're getting the
Oh,
draft
okay,
room
so not yet.
going. So yeah,
Alright.
we're not. It's not happening yet, but it's coming. It's coming.
Okay, okay.
It's in the oven. It's like a
Sorry,
takeaway
I got
pizza.
excited.
Nearly done. You just got to wait
Wait.
for it to cook.
Can I just shout this out right now because this is quite good? Is
Yeah,
that
of course.
two people have said that Maurice is their real name. Now, if I'm thinking about this, Krill is just always complimenting and telling Maurice to do stuff in game, so it
Yeah.
must be like he's just talking to you as
To
person.
you. That's
That must be
interesting.
so good if your name is actually Maurice.
Yeah.
That's a nice little tidbit. So,
Yeah, that is nice.
congrats to you guys with the name Maurice. You
I
got
do
yourself a
like
cool
the
Done
idea
team
well.
game.
of that. You'd be sat there and Krill is just like, there's nothing that Maurice's claws can't dig through. And you're like,
you're like,
that's
"That's
right.
me.
That's right.
Nah.
My claws will get
You're
through
not
anything.
wrong.
Yeah, that's
That's good.
wonderful. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Shout
those are the
out
bits I brought.
to all the Maurices out there. You know what? Give
Yeah.
yourself a pat on the back.
I
Give
feel like
yourself
he's
a pat on
always
the back.
gassing me up. Yeah, yeah. That's right.
That's sick. The global Maurice community is winning.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Maurice
You're
stay
appreciated
winning.
here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, is this
What
the
about the
connector?
krills?
Yeah, it looks like
maybe.
some stuff is happening. But for now, guys, keep sticking around and join the Discord to see when we're live tomorrow as well with the finalization of this event, because we will be streaming tomorrow as well on this channel. So make sure that you get in there, especially if your name is Maurice. That's
Yeah,
you.
that's true. We need
You.
more
Uh,
Maurices.
Yeah, we know
We need
enough
more
Maurices in the
Maurices.
Discord right now.
It's
We
like,
Not enough.
It's like P Money's famous song, you know. We need some more Maurices in here. There's
More
too many
Maurices.
krills, too many krills. We need more Maurice in here.
Maurice's Pieces. Yes. Dude, I'd kill for some Maurice's Pieces right now.
But
That'd be awesome.
you know what? Let's get back into the mindset of the game, if that's all right. I do want
Okay.
to talk about picks and bans.
Sorry.
Do you guys? Somebody asked, do you think there are going to be any unexpected hero picks? What do you guys think?
Ooh, after tonight, after 2 days ago with the patch on the 12th, I think there's definitely more room for different hero picks and bans compared to what we had with the Aurora Masters.
I agree.
Obviously, we did our tier list on the live podcast, the 10K special just before this. So I've got a little bit of inkling of what I think we might see compared to last time. I think there's room for slightly more flex. I don't think it's going to be drastically different, if I'm being honest. I think it will still be quite similar in terms of our first bans and first picks. But I think there is room for maybe 1 or 2 different heroes to squeak their way through over the course of the night.
Yeah, I think honestly, there's been a couple of buffs and a couple of nerfs, right? I think the big one is that Abrams has suffered quite a bit just in terms of item picks. There was a lot of nerfs to some of the 500 items coming through. So laning phase, I think they're trying to tone that down a little bit. I'm glad they nerfed Headshot Booster because that thing kind of was becoming a staple on most characters in terms of getting for that laning phase. And it caused you to be poked out so quickly that you were forced to buy healing right early. So if you got ahead, it's tough times. Tough times.
Now, do you guys have any unexpected predictions? I have one. I think that we're going to see some outrageous items come out and play. Maybe the magic carpet, hopefully.
I think after that event, kind of messing around with magic carpet in my own right, and I've seen more people picking it up. I think it's getting a little bit more meta now.
It's pretty viable, honestly.
Yeah.
Like
the stat buffs you get from it are actually pretty good. And now we've seen how you can use it to engage, or even for some dukes as well. Like I've seen some people that aren't even using it for the engages. Now after they've seen it be used in that sort of environment, you can use it for some really slick escapes in certain places as well. So I wouldn't be surprised at this point. I think I've gone from being like, I've seen one magic carpet in my entire life since it was added, to seeing way more in the past week than I ever did.
True. Blank.
Magic carpet hater. Now you're best friends with it.
Yeah, literally. It's like that meme, you know, friendship ended with, I don't know what.
Magic
Majestic
carpet,
leap. Yeah. Now magic carpet is my new best friend. Spelt wrong. Friend.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that honestly for magic carpet, I don't know how much we'll see it on a reel. I do like it a lot, and I think on certain characters it's very strong. I really want to see a magic carpet dynamo, but because dynamos initial buys are already so expensive, it's sort of unlikely. But again, you get 10% ability duration on it, so it does work quite well with singularity. It's a question how you use it, because you have to fly right up into the air and kind of like drop like a bomb onto the enemy team.
Yeah.
But yeah, that would be a fun one. I'm seeing more and more people using Frenzy though. And I think Frenzy is a really strong item. But it just depends how much you can keep yourself alive in it. I think the one build I'd like to see, and Jacky's sick of me talking about this at this point, is Gun Yamato.
Gun Yamato.
If we can see that, it'd be great.
Thrown something over. Well done, Small. The Gun Yamato actually is becoming a blank classic at this point. You were raving about the idea, and then you've been testing it out, and it looks pretty good. I'm seeing more people start to play it as well, which is sick. I am seeing some updates coming through as well. I've just had a glance at the other monitor. We've been told the first ban is in. Cabal have banned Shiv, and that they're going through the banning process. I don't think we're going to get it on the feed. I think it's done differently.
All right,
so
so
I'll verbally relay what we hear. But it seems that, things are happening with the picks and bans.
Would you like me to let you move over to the casting booth just so you can prepare, get in the mindset, you know? I can set the scene.
Yeah.
I mean, we probably could. Yeah, we've got a couple minutes before I imagine they're going to be ready. But yeah,
all right. I'll go ahead and send you over then. Everyone, please enjoy the first game of the evening. We will have more soon, but for now, Jacky and Blank are going to take you into the picks and bans. I will see you in just a bit.
And here we are in the Curiosity booth once again. Kept the seats warm from last time. I've been coming in here, warming them up. So I hope you enjoy it.
What do you mean you've been coming in here and warming it up?
That's what
Do
you know. I
remember
didn't want it to
sneak
be.
into the curiosity shop.
I didn't want it to be cold, so I've come in and I've been warming up the seats. What I do is I get a warm flannel and I rub it on the seats so that it's nice and warm.
Why
when
my
we come
bum's
into
wet?
cast. Yeah, I thought. Do you not like it? I thought I can stop. I just
No.
thought it would help with the cast.
I hate it.
Yeah. Sorry.
This is the
My
worst.
bad. My bad.
I'm gonna have to
Well,
get out like an Infernus, and you can come along and
warm it up.
just blow dry the seat for me.
Yeah, God, that would feel low. Imagine you're in Furnace, you know, bartender extraordinaire. He's suave,
blow
he's
on
good
this
looking.
seat.
My seat's a bit wet, mate. All right, yeah, sure. Customer's always right, I guess. Burn his eyebrows off in retaliation.
Yeah, be good.
Be a nightmare. Mate. Be a nightmare.
I don't think I'd ask Infernus for too many favors. Like he'd just destroy me.
Yeah,
you
I
know.
don't. He's not the sort of guy you'd want to upset. I don't think so.
No, dude. I mean, even if he gets really happy and starts doing finger guns at you, it's over.
Ooh.
Yeah.
It is cool though, because I always really liked. You ever play BioShock? You know
Yeah, bro.
BioShock, the hit video
I know
game
about
series.
BioShock, yeah.
Yeah, I always thought it was sick how in like the initial releases of BioShock, like the plasmids that you'd have, where it was like basically alternate history, like 1940s, 1960s, where they were pitching the idea of like want to start a cigarette and don't have a lighter, just use your hands, stuff like
Yeah.
that. I thought that's cool.
Clicky,
So-
clicky, fire finger.
Exactly. Is the electricity down in your house? Don't worry, use finger zapper.
Yeah, it's perfect.
I said
I did think the
yeah.
plasmids were super cool, bro. 100%.
Exactly, they were dope. I remember as well. That was where I discovered. Some people have a fear of right. If you're scared of what I'm about to talk about, mute the stream now. So it's up to you to know what I'm about to talk about. So you've got time to mute the stream. I'm giving you time now. But yeah, some people are scared of tiny holes. And obviously there was a plasmid in BioShock where like wasps would come out of your hands and it would have loads of tiny little holes. I didn't realize that was a fear until
What,
I played
trypophobia?
that. Yeah, and the
I've got
people
it.
were freaked out, bud. People were losing their minds. And I was like,
Yeah.
oh, damn, I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, I don't like it. I literally have trypophobia. Sometimes I have dreams about it.
Really?
and
About
it really-
holes?
Yeah, it makes. I wake up like loads of tiny holes and things. I wake up and I'm like sweating. Hate it. I have that and thalassophobia. I feel like I was just born like a weak
Scared.
human.
Born
Yeah.
scared.
Yeah,
What's
it's
that?
not
What's
good.
thalassophobia?
Thalassophobia is a fear of deep water, like where
Oh,
you can't see
alright.
underneath you.
Yeah,
Can't-
yeah,
I
yeah.
hate that.
Well, I
Scares
mean,
the hell-
that's kind of valid. I feel like if you're a human, that should innately be drilled into you because the deep ocean is scary. Like
Terrifying.
it's the one part of Earth that we don't understand. Like we've never explored all the
Yeah.
oceans, have we?
I think the worst part about it is I can never play Subnautica. I've booted up Subnautica so many times to play it because I've heard it's so good.
Yeah.
I physically cannot get through it. Like I get this just impending fear of just doom in the game, and like I'll play it for like 30 minutes and turn it off. Pretty
Oh,
bad.
like your
Spend
belly
half the-
goes.
Yeah,
like you're on a roller coaster.
I spend half the time in the base. Yeah, I do play Sea of Thieves with you, Kale, but you notice I never go in the water. I'm safe
Just
on
stay
the boat. Safe on the boat.
I suppose that's the thing about pirates. If they're in the water, they're probably doing something wrong, right?
Yeah, you're dead.
Because it's funny as well, right? So obviously, what was his name, Bud? Like the really famous pirate. Was it Blackbeard?
Blackbeard, yeah.
Yeah, obviously he was known for the fact that he used to have like dynamite woven into his beard and that, right? Because that'd freak people out when he'd go on boats to take over the boats.
Yeah.
So basically, I think with him there was like proof where basically like he never actually maimed anyone or like did anything to harm people. It was all just intimidation. He'd just freak them out. And that's-
look at me
yeah.
dynamite beard. What do you
That's
think
what I
about
mean,
that?
Just
Really,
getting in
just
their
like
faces.
it's just braided material. It's like just a little copper pipe stuff. Is scary.
I like this bit. East New Sound. Pirates couldn't swim back in the day. That's good. That should be law, like on the Wikipedia for pirates. Did you know that pirates, although known for their time on the high sea, can't actually swim? By law, they're not allowed to swim.
Is that why you're growing your beard?
Yeah, I'm going for
That's
the
gonna bug
Blackbeard
yourself.
cosplay. That's what I'm
You-
working on.
You could get some ships taken over, I reckon. You could do
Oh,
well.
yeah. I think
Yeah.
so. That'd be sick, by the way. Pirate hero in Deadlock.
Yeah.
going around plundering.
I'd love a pirate hero, like a Long John Silver type of deal. That'd be great.
That'd be good, but
he had the ultimate name out of all history. Like, he won.
yeah.
Long John Silver. You don't even know who Long John Silver is, but I guarantee you know his name.
That's what you've heard it. You've heard it. But that's what pirate names are bloody good, aren't they? Blackbeard, Long John Silver. Like, they had good names for their boats as well. Black Pearl, Flying Dutchman. A lot of good words. They used great words. Favorite letter as well. Always
words.
R, wasn't it?
It
Loved the letter
was.
R.
Yeah, they also loved the letter C as well. Like,
They
that
did.
was
Yeah,
not
they
as
did.
good, but it was kind of good.
That's not bad. That's good. That was a nice follow on there.
Yeah, you're
God,
welcome. You're
well
welcome. What I will say is we've had a lot of pirate talk here, haven't we? Do you reckon?
We have, yeah.
What would a pirate character in Deadlock have? Right.
I reckon he'd have a plunder. So he'd have an ability called plunder, and plunder would be his ultimate. It allows you to steal their ultimate for a limited duration of time. I don't know how Rubik works in Dota, but I think it's kind of similar. That's what I'm thinking. So his ultimate's called plunder. He steals their ult, so you can target people and nick their ult off them. His one would be threaten them, and basically like he'd release an assault of like language against
verbal
them.
verbal bombing towards the opponent. Yeah, that's quite good.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, gun could be flintlock, so he gets 4 shots, takes him fucking ages to reload it though.
It does a lot of damage.
Yeah. Oh, hang on. Okay, I've been sent an MS Paint image. Here we go. I'll break this down for you.
MS Paint image.
I think Dynamo and Shiv have been banned because they've been drawn over with a black pen in MS Paint.
Okay.
And then I've got Bebop in Furnace and Yamato
Yeah.
green. Paradox is also green, and Kelvin. Hang on, no, wait, I'm figuring it out. The green must mean Cabal. So Bebop, Paradox, Yamato, Infernus, and Kelvin have been picked for Cabal.
Okay.
And then yellow is Vindicta, Viscus, Wraith, Lash, Moan Krill, and Haze. With the bands being Dynamo and Shiv. It took me a sec there. It was hand-drawn in MS Paint, so I really had to think about it. Show us this art piece. I probably can't, actually.
Yeah, show us the MS Paint draft, please.
Let me pull him up.
Show me it.
I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna work.
Ooh.
Might kill the stream.
Yeah, avoid Discord. Avoid Discord at all costs.
Yeah, Discord is the bad time bear.
I have heard that the back end is going crazy at the moment. So
there you go. Does this work? Does that work? Can everyone see that?
Oh, there it is.
There you go. See, that's what I was attempting to decipher.
What is the name at the top right?
I think that says other team. Right?
Green was Cabal. So Abrams, Bebop, Infernus, Paradox.
Sorry, I've just seen someone say all tournaments should use this pick and ban format.
Yeah, this is POG. This is amazing. This is genuinely next level.
Oh, but that's fucking buckled me. Someone else from earlier as well. Zoom it out.
Zoom it out. Zoom it out.
Oh, that's killed me.
I do enjoy how like the scribbles progressively get less and less aggressive.
I know. Like, but you see why it took me a sec to like figure it out, right?
Who's written other team? Okay. You're
Wait,
not even
Leafer?
bothered with the M.
Leafer just said I drew that. Was it him who's
Leafer, there's no way you drew that, bro.
I mean, dude, that's incredible. I'm not gonna lie.
Wait, did you actually draw this for us? If you did, fair play to you.
Fair play,
Well
dude.
done.
Like you've whipped that up in MS Paint quick, smart.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be real.
You're not even meant to be doing this.
I saw it live. Oh, that's so good. Thanks, Leafer. I appreciate it.
You're so good. Thank you.
This is why Deadlock is already further ahead, bro. No other esports are getting the MS Paint on the go, are they?
Oh, that's right. Look, but if you look at this though, you can see you can actually pinpoint Leafer's tracking ability. Some of these spirals are so in line with each other.
Bro, look at the viscous circles. That's really
Yeah. Look at that. The way he's gone round and then
the way
loops
he's
it back
even
round again. That's cool.
the Mo and Krill, the way he's actually got the connection from the nose to the head.
Yeah.
So
He's
you
done that
get
on purpose.
you get nose to head, back to
Yeah.
nose to head. That's crazy.
He's
This actually
what he's doing is covering up just the face. You can see with
Look.
Vindicta, it's a perfect oval just over a face.
no,
Nothing
it's
on
not
the
even-
hair though.
Not even that. If we zoomify here, I'm gonna go ahead and zoomify.
Zoom in,
Right,
zoom out.
right here with Viscous, this is actually the Fibonacci sequence. He somehow
You know-
freehand drawn it 1-to-1.
You're not even wrong.
Right?
Actually. You're not even wrong. Well done,
Bro,
Leafer.
Leafer, you're on some next level stuff today.
True bugbear. Leafer was very passionate about the Dynamo ban. He hates him.
Yeah, Dynamo's actually been scribbled out.
Yeah, that's like a dark substance over there, you know? It looks like dark matter is over his face. He's been
That's how they get
completely
you.
removed.
That's how they get you.
Why are we reviewing scribbles? Funny.
This is the veto. What do you mean? This is the veto. This is an important part of professional tier Deadlock. Like, this is what it's going to be like, guys. 10 years' time from now, all right, you're going to be watching the Invitational, the New York Invitational for Deadlock, and it's going to be me and Blank, and the production team's going to come out with the live drawing of the veto. Leafer's going to be there playing in the semi-finals. He's going to get his biro out, and he's going to scribble all over the Dynamo, and it'll be happening live. This is what we're going to be doing. We're going to be doing this live in person
Yeah.
for the next 10 years.
We'll just have like a slightly more advanced setup. I.e., the biro will be in person. Leafer will also be in person. And you know what we could get him to do? In fact, we could give him a marker and we can place an image over the camera and then he just draws on the camera.
Yeah,
What do you
exactly.
think
That's
about
what I
that?
mean. You could,
Yeah, you like that?
they do in Counter Strike, where you get the drip, the drips, where you get the drawing on the camera for the signatures. So, yeah, 100%, 100%.
Maybe we should analyze this a bit. But not the scribbles.
Well, actually, the picks and ban, not the drawing itself.
Actually, the scribbles. The one thing that I'm looking at is that Cabal's got a wild team comp. Like on paper.
Yeah.
Okay, no, it does make sense. Yeah, it does make sense. I can't count. On paper, this team looks very strong, to be honest with you. But the Paradox and the Bebop pick is kind of interesting. Versus Lash, Mo and Krill, Wraith, Haze, Vindicta, Viscous. I think both teams are pretty strong. Both comps pretty damn good. Both teams have got some of the insta picks in there. So Cabal's running with Kelvin, and 2250, I think it is running with Mo and Krill. The rest is quite strong, but again, I think the 2250 is running with a more early game snowball comp compared to Cabal's quite annoying swap heavy comp with Paradox and Bebop. Feels like they're trying to just catch people.
Yeah.
That could be pretty difficult to deal with if they don't have the map awareness on 2250.
Okay, so yeah, looking at this, first glance, I would say Cabal have done well with a veto in terms of what you've pulled out there. Infernus and Kelvin, pretty tasty. Abrams, pretty tasty. If you can make the most of the Bebop, especially like I was saying, bro, like I thought we'd see more play from him today than we did over the entirety of Aurora Masters. A, because we just have more games, and B, because his ult just goes loco right now. Like, it is mad strong, and if you can set yourself up for it, it's not only just the raw DPS output, I also feel like it can just change you. If you're setting up for a fight, and you know that Bebop has ult, it's going to make it more uncomfortable to want to go for a fight because it's less lucrative. He can force you out. He can force you off when you posture. I think it just changes the flow of things a bit. Yeah. Also, it looks like the game's going live, but I did just get an update saying the game crashed. I'm guessing they're going to reset the lobby and then send us in because we're on a delay on the feed. So I'm assuming server died. They'll get it reset and then send us in. So we'll keep you updated, guys. But it looks like we're a couple minutes out from the game.
Guess what? I guess you could say the server Mo and Krilled itself. What do you think about that?
Was it
Well, that one?
borrowed?
That is more like a kill pun, but
Oh.
Mo and Krilled itself.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Didn't like that.
Didn't land as much. Didn't land as well. I'm going to be real.
Yeah, they didn't like that one. They didn't like that one. That one's not landed well. Sorry about that. I apologize. I'll borrow.
We'll workshop that. You could bring that back another time. We'll workshop it. Don't worry about it, you know?
Oh, no.
We'll workshop that one. You've krilled the vibe. Oof.
Oh.
Mate, you've been outdone.
Well, I can't really outdo Bugbear. This guy seems to be some kind of pun champion.
Yeah, Bugbear's on it.
Like, I wouldn't be surprised if you've been here and you've gone to the pun championships. Like,
the pun off.
The pun off. It's unfair.
Yeah,
right?
It is a bit. Yeah, all in all though, dudes, I think already we got a little bit of room for some spice in the picks. We've got a bit of spice. That's what we wanted. I'm thinking it's live, right? Because maybe the observer feed crashed, but the game was still live, and now we're in. We want to go with this as if it's live.
Yeah.
There's gameplay. Let's assume.
I think we take our chances.
All right, let's head on over. Let us know about the audio. But yeah, here we are, guys. Deadlock time. I think we had a crash on the observer side, and that's why we're in about 2 minutes into the game. We're in the laning phase. You haven't missed much, but they've got their PC up and running again. Shout out to Deadlock Core, of course, that are providing us with a feed and brought us on for this bad boy to cover one side of the bracket blank. And let's get into it then. There's Leafer himself on the Infernus, fresh off the back of the very nice Veto graphic. So he does production and gameplay.
It's pretty good. I'm going to do a quick sync check for you. I'm on 36.
I'm on 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. So I'm a couple seconds behind you. 41, 42, 43.
All right, let's go.
We synced up?
Yeah, let's go.
Nice. All right, let's get into it, bud.
So, just saw Hayes got obliterated. And this is the comp coming through from Cabal. This is sort of what I to be honest with you, the guys in Cabal are pretty good. So this is the issue I do believe 2250 is going to fall into. Is Cabal is sort of insane. Like, they have a very good comp of players. That is satisfying as all hell.
Okay, so already let's have a look at the facts then. You're at a 3-minute mark into the matchup. 14k souls to 7k. So about
that's
8k soul lead right now. It's not looking good. You've also been able to get the sub 4-minute take on the Walker on Greenwich Lane. So you're already getting the push up. Sorry, on the Guardian rather. It looked like they'd already taken it.
What?
Yeah, no, mate, I'm out of my mind. It could have been crazy. No, it looked like they'd already taken it on the feed. It's half HP.
Bro, this is a 3-minute ult on the Kelvin, and also the Paradox is in 4.2k. It's very much a geeky, and this is sort of what I was expecting from Cabal. And there's not really a lot of analysis to be done other than that every lane has lost. Horrendously.
Yeah, I mean...
Badly.
So you pushed out 2 Guardians already. You're deep on Broadway, you're deep on Park. You've got Greenwich at half HP. Walker's already getting battered as well, so you can take the Walker. It's gone, dude. It's a sub 5-minute Walker already. This might be a good first game in the opening moments. This is what we were saying. You can get those rapidly quick, like sub 15-minute games right now. This might be even faster than that. I've got a bit of a freeze on the feed though. Has that happened for you?
No, I'm still going.
What's happened here? Let me give it a refresh.
Do you want me to do a little
live
play?
narrate? Yeah, do a live narrate.
Bebop's currently on the Guardian. We switched back over to the Yamato.
Then we're gone again. What's happening here?
Oh no, we disappeared again. It's all right. You haven't missed much. Basically, they're just losing very badly, and I do feel bad for them, honestly. One more Guardian looking to be taken. Vindicta currently on 2.1k. We are looking at the highest soul count being 2.3k on 2250, and that compared to 5k from Cabal. And Hayes from 2250's only just acquired their first 1,000 souls. Abrams big ult into Slam. I think this might be even faster than the sub 15-minute Jacky.
I think so. I'm trying to get the feedback up, guys. Apologies for phrasing
That's okay.
for some reason on my end. But you've got the blank coming through. Mate, that's absolutely ridiculous, by the way. Yeah, don't worry. The image that's on screen now is just a placeholder in the background, so you're not staring at nothing. It's like a fail-safe. just reconnecting to the feed on our side. But that's balmy. Like from the veto, it looked like it was going to be pretty one-sided. But the second you get 4 minutes in, they've already taken 3 Guardians and half a Walker. It's not ideal, bud.
No, we're 6 minutes in, 8k across the board, and most only on 2k here. This is probably the most one-sided game I've ever seen. At 6 minutes, we're hitting 50k right now for Cabal compared to the 17k on 2250. This is tremendously bad for 2250. And it is unfortunate they run into Cabal in the first round. I mean, you run into them eventually. So you're basically just getting out of the way now.
Right. 2 seconds, guys. I'm just fixing the feed. I'm getting him back. Don't worry.
Yeah, all we're doing right now is we're sparing you from witnessing a slaughter, essentially. This is not cool. 940 mid-top boxes. Interesting. But yeah, we're looking to take the next shrine. Yeah, we're on second shrine right now. It's been punched to death by the Abrams, as well as the Moen Krill, who has just been obliterated. And now looking to take the Sapphire Patron. This is now an audio broadcast only, and that's fine. Okay, I'm going to give you the deets as fast as I can give them. There's not much to analyze, though, unfortunately for you guys. I'd love to draw it in MS Paint. I'd love to. Maybe I could do it after this game. I could do like a breakdown for you. And I'm sad, though, bro, because we don't get to see Bebop in action. I wanted to see the Bebop in action, but I cannot. Yeah. Maybe I could do like Braille. I could maybe do some Braille on the MS Paint.
You could do.
Help everyone out.
I don't know what's happened to the feed, bud. I don't know why it's just died on here.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Sorry, guys. Just trying to get this back up and running.
Yeah. Sorry, boys. This is unfortunate. I'm channeling the feeling of the match. I'm going to channel the feeling of the match to you. That's correct.
Put the energy in. Exactly.
Yeah.
Put the energy
right
in.
now, they're taking the Sapphire Patron. It is weakened currently. They're doing everything they simply can to keep them off it. But the Abrams, he keeps punching. He keeps slamming the knuckles into the poor bare face of the Patron, who sits there idly, just waiting for his demise. Bebop pulls out the Hyper Beam. It's going crazy. It's absolutely annihilating everyone. It's taking them out in spawn, in fact. They cannot get away from him. He's floating in the air. He's even assaulting their spawn now as well with the bombs. At this point in time, the game is almost over. It's 120 ability points to a measly 22 on the side of 2250. Fitting is the name that sinks in with the bitter truth that is the fact that it is now GG.
There you go. 8th game. Enjoy that, guys. We'll fix the feed for the next game. I don't know what's happened here, but I'm having a look. I'm in the back end. I'm having a dig around.
Next slide, please. Doing our best. Well, I thought it was GG. We might get it back in time, but it's almost over. You could picture it. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Maybe I can get a little, like I said, MS Paint going. Yeah, again, I'm going to blame it on the playtest. We're in alpha. That's what it is.
I think it's just VLC, but I'm pretty sure VLC's just lost its mind.
Yeah.
Right, let's have a look for a cheeky way to fix this, because I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, apologies, guys. Again, we did actually have this all fixed and working and ready to go during the beginning.
It is. Yeah,
it's just VLC.
The nature of it. I don't know. VLC sometimes just freaks out.
Yeah. Sometimes the other VLC just doesn't like it, doesn't take the RMTP. So we're trying. But we'll get that sorted as soon as possible whilst we wait for the next game. Again, you didn't really miss much other than one of the fastest matches that I've ever seen in the history of Deadlock. They were honestly just pummeling on the Patron. But yeah. Jacky in the background right now is clicking a lot of buttons. He's doing his best.
I am. I'm rapidly clicking. I'm here.
He's doing
trying
his best.
I'm trying to like just hold up, gang. I'm trying a different way. All right. I've got an idea.
Yeah.
for a different way of doing things. So
Just added a browser source. Awesome.
I'm gonna try and do it this way, and then we'll see if I can. Right, hang on. Let's give this a go. I'm gonna have to have one of these. We'll have an accept all. Does that work? Come on.
Oh, we're doing it through the YouTube. What was
Yeah,
the total
okay.
game time? It was around about 9 minutes.
It's like 9
something.
minutes. Yeah.
Yeah. Accept all.
Let's see if this works. I'm cheesing the system, gang, because VLC does not want to work.
All right, then we pump that bit rate up, and we're good to go.
Okay.
How's
We've got
that?
this as a backup. We've got this as a backup. This works.
Yo.
Here.
Yo, check that out.
All right. So here. Okay, right. So here's what we'll do. Here's what we'll do. I can go back. I can just do it this way. Hang on. And cheese and biscuits. Alright. See? You're fine. Don't freak out. It's the beauty of that production. We give you the game. Just tell me, is it really aggressive? Rushing down. Let me know if you can hear it. Loud. All right, yeah, I'm fixing it now. This is good. This is good feedback. It's all right. Loud's better than no game, though, guys. You get in there. So tell me now.
I see Kelvin.
How does this sound? Now it's fine? Yeah, you happy with this?
Things
All right, there we go. See? It's fine. Everything's fine. You get the first game woes out of the way. Now you can see the game. Everything works. We got a little bit of downtime before the next game. So we can walk about the boss.
Yeah.
The chill wind is about to blow.
You're very welcome. I did my best. Bugbear really cheered me on, and I like that a lot. But yeah, we're just sorting this out at the moment. But look, this looks good. This looks good right now. And again, you didn't miss anything.
Yeah.
Jacky has cheesed the system.
We fixed it.
We're back in, and now we have the game as well as what previously happened.
Yeah, so we can even look back. We have replays, effectively. Imagine that. But yeah, this is what we were saying. The game is just over. Also, I brought the volume down a little bit more as well. So it should be a little bit nicer. It should be a bit more within line of our voices. So you can let us know how that sounds. Because it did look a bit aggro on the graphs. So I've balanced it based on what the graphs were telling me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much is pretty much every lane lost. This is an unfortunate situation of this skill diff. What if we took a look at the skill diff on the graph, you see Cabal quite high, 2250 very low, and that disparity creates these kind of games. Also, I do think that the picks did not lend well to 2250 who were trying to play the long game, but that means you've got to survive a very brutal game versus very good early game characters on the side of the Cabal. Yeah.
Yeah, that's basically the difference of things. Like, you did super well in the veto with the picks and bans, then you just come out absolutely swinging. It's your household names, right? Like, it's people you expect to be able to deal some damage on the server, and they absolutely do that. It's a very quick stomp, but that's how these games can go. If you lose lane that incredibly early in the manner they did, right, it's just going to snowball. And we saw what? 3 Guardians and half a Walker by 5 minutes. Like, that kind of sums it up. You had like a 9k soul lead at 3 minutes into the game. Again, these are the key points that will make it really hard for you to live your life.
Yeah, so this is actually an interesting one. It's sort of what I considered was going to happen when we were doing our tier list, which is why I was sort of considering where to put Bebop. Because you can see here, this is just a full spirit build. We have Spirit Lifesteal, Enduring Spirit as well, which is kind of nuts because Enduring Spirit gives you even more Spirit Lifesteal now. I think it went up to 10%, which is sort of crazy. But yeah, with Majestic Leap You get high up into the air, which means you can angle that bad boy of a hyper beam downwards and get that 5-meter spread. So crazy. But yeah, 2250, they're gone. Best of ones, so very brutal. You lose your first match, it's over. You're not going through further in the bracket.
Yeah, it's a gauntlet. It's a gauntlet. All right, I'll just fix the stream on here in the back end. Take us back over to the analyst desk so we can have a bit of a chin wag, guys. I'm pretty sure the way we're doing it is BO1s the whole way through for the initial stage, and I think it's a BO3 grand final. You can pull it up. I think if you do exclamation mark bracket in the chat, but it's just BO1. So yeah, it's a gauntlet. If you do exclamation mark bracket, that'll pop it up for you. If you want to check it out, you can see the teams, you can see what's going on. Obviously here for the Deadlock Core event, so you can keep your eyes on what's happening there.
Easy peasy. But yeah, it's a pretty brutal bracket. Again, it's just unfortunate to meet Cabal this early. And when I was actually looking at the team list, this is what I was considering, right? Is that there is some players in here who are unbelievably good, who are likely going to make it to the end. So if I am looking at this and I was to just a gut feeling, I would say likely we're probably going to see Buff Enjoyers and the Cabal going through to the grand final, depending on the bracket. And if I look at the bracket, currently Buff Enjoyers up towards the top side of the bracket and Cabal are on the bottom side of the bracket, which means that yes, these two teams likely will face off against one another in those final matches, to put it bluntly.
Jacky.
Yeah.
Did you not unmute me on the production end?
Look, there's a lot of things going on. All right, there's a lot of
I've
buttons.
been talking this entire time and no one could hear me.
I didn't realize until now. I got a lot of buttons to press. All right, I got a lot of buttons to press. I was trying to fix the stream. I was trying to fix everything. It's fine.
Ridiculous.
Everything's fine now. We can all hear you now.
Production.
It's just me. It's just me doing it
It's
all.
just
Like, I'm
Jacky.
trying, guys. It's just always Jacky. Just Jacky. Round of Jackies
my
with
God.
a Y in the chat.
Jacky.
Michaelis was in this match? No, I don't think he was. He should be on Buff Enjoyers, which would make sense if he's in Buff Enjoyers because that's where most of his
Piggy, Sharek, the boys. Yeah.
that's where most of his boys are, right? Okay, so I don't think he was in this game.
Also, before we go any further, PSA, it's Jacky with a Y.
Yeah, we
Jacky.
can't keep
Jacky with
doing
an
this.
IE.
We can't keep doing this with the IE. This is egregious behavior.
We have to learn,
Come on,
okay? If we're all gonna be deadheads here, especially exclamation mark Discord. If we're all going to be joining the Discord, you have to know how to spell Jacky's name right. We're going to start learning here today. It's Jacky with a Y.
We're getting
Jack
there. We're getting
with a
there.
Y.
Some of you have nailed it. Some of you have got an interesting with it. There we go. Good job, guys.
Jacky.
Some of you're really killing it out there, actually.
Jacky.
Yeah. Almost perfect.
I love these.
Almost perfect.
I think I like Don't Body Yourselves the most. It's just Jockey, Blanc, and Dimp. Yes.
I mean, we were talking about that before. Like, if you switched around the accents of our names, where it'd be like Damp Casts,
No.
Jacky Towel, Blank Esports. You know,
Blank Esports. Let's go.
Blank
Google it.
Esports.
I am Esports.
It's not bad.
It's me, Blank Esports.
Yeah, I think though, I'm pretty sure there's a team.
Called Blank Esports.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, honestly, too.
Yeah, there is.
I've seen a lot of people use the name Blank.
It was
it's a
an
good name.
Oceanic Overwatch team. That's why I know it. Used to be an Overwatch boy back in the day.
Wow.
I'm a Deadlock boy. Only.
Good luck, mate.
We're a Deadlock
Yeah.
group, aren't we? But yeah, we are just waiting for the next game, and we are filling the dead air. Haha. It's what we're best at, so, you know, just sit back and relax, enjoy,
I mean,
and if
it's
you want.
probably
I'm not your
a
boss.
bit brutal on the bracket, right? Because I imagine you've got to wait for the first round of games to
Right.
finish before you
That
start
was
the
so
second round of
quick.
games, and you were done in sub 10 minutes. The writing was kind of on the walls, of course, in terms of you just do that
Scribbles.
much damage in winning all your lanes, and the scribbles, Leafer's scribbles. That's why we were dissecting them, but there was a lot in those scribbles.
Yeah. I am really
Oh.
happy though because we get to watch Catgirls later.
Oh, is that true? Do we
hopefully.
get to watch her game?
Yeah, Cat Girls and Friends are
Girls
in
and Friends.
our bracket.
They on our side of the
Cool.
bracket. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, there you
Yeah.
go. There you go.
Which is super nice. In fact, I can pull up exactly who's on that team.
Get
which
the
is
info.
Catgirl, yeah.
Yeah.
Naked, Rivera, Irie's there as well. LGTK division. If you don't know, Naked is an extremely good player, and Irie was I think she's a global moderator at the moment. But Irie essentially made all of the very, very early builds for pretty much every character. There was an Irie build out there associated with it. And I still think that the Dynamo builds, both Bruiser and Support, are still there pretty high rated from Irie. They were really the one that made so many of the builds in the game at the start. So if you were looking around, you found Irie's Bruiser build for anything, big shout out to Irie. And thank you for actually making builds I could use a month ago when I knew nothing about the game.
Yeah, Catgirl's team is a community team that people who have been around the Discord will know has been, at the top of the, first of all, Ivy leaderboards, and secondly, just in tournaments and just been around since the OG days. So Catgirl's team is a staple. I'm excited to see it. Jackie, what do you think about all this?
That'd be fun. I think that would be fun. It'd be interesting to sort of see how they're shaping up. Obviously, you did well. I think it was the Downtown Showdown, the first one of those. They came second, right, to the Cabal. So you have a little bit of a benchmark in terms of how well they're doing. Obviously, Catgirl sunk so many hours into the game as well.
And the Discord.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
The
There's
community
no
in
one
general, yeah.
that comes close in terms of. I think we had that message from Yoshi where he basically said, like, yes, people at Valve have asked me why there's just occasionally pictures of Catgirls on my work PC, and that's because of Catgirl. So shout out for that. I mean, that's cool. That's like cultural impact at Valve HQ, right? They're in the office in Seattle, looking over at the monitor, just like, what are you looking at there, mate? I mean, that's funny.
This is a collection of my Catgirls.
Well, the
collected from the
description of
Discord.
the latest Catgirl image says that this is a Catgirl with long flowing hair sat under a tree. So that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, it's great. It's really, really good. The descriptions are very good.
There's always like a really thought out description of why that Catgirl image was posted that day. And this has been a consistent for months and months. So it's quite funny. It was especially funny when new people started joining the Discord when Deadlock went public to talk about.
What's all these Catgirls?
Yeah, and everyone was like, what's all this about? And it's like, mate, this has been going on since the beginning of time. Like, this is a classic.
Philosophy.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's Catgirl believers out there. The religion of Catgirl.
You know what? That is a very good point. You just said that. The result of G3 versus Buff Enjoyers on the wiki true. No, Buff Enjoyers won. I'm pretty sure Mikhail S is streaming his games right now, so I think that we could definitely find that out if we wanted to. But yeah, that would be unbelievable if G3 bought Buff Enjoyers. That'd be a hell of an upset.
Yeah, that would be
The
kind of
team,
crazy.
Mikhail S, how are they doing so far? I assume fine.
Have they
Well,
won
that's what I
that
was
first
just
game?
saying. That's what I was just saying, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so on the bracket on the Liquipedia, if you're looking at that, it does say G3 won versus Buff Enjoyers. That is incorrect. I do believe Buff Enjoyers did win that series, so it will be Buff Enjoyers going forward and
probably
G3
put
being knocked out.
the result in wrong
Interesting.
by accident. That's all.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay. So a sub 15-minute game. They beat G3. Yeah, I mean, but that's to be expected, right? When you look at this, these are probably the reason why they're on opposite ends of the bracket is because, of course, these would be your two highest seeds, right? You'd have seed 1 and seed 2, respectively. Obviously, in terms of like most recent tournaments, Cabal, you won the Downtown Showdown for Mikhail S and the boys there on Buff Enjoys. You recently just won the Aurora Masters as well with the majority of the lineup. So seed 1, seed 2, put them on opposite ends of the bracket. You're expecting their opening round games to be by far the easiest because you would put them with the seeding up against the weakest teams. That's why you've just steamrolled.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, there will be a couple of steamrolls at the start here. I think that we covering the quarterfinals after this. I assume we will be, right?
I think
these
so.
4 into
think
the
it's,
quarterfinals and then semi-finals and grand finals tomorrow. I believe that's good.
I think so. I think it's all opening round games today. Potentially a quarterfinal. I'm not quite sure. We'll get confirmation on what happens. And then I think it's semis, third, fourth decided grand final tomorrow. So the rest of the games will be played out tomorrow, I would assume.
Yeah. So it could be an exciting time tomorrow. We'll be swiftly through those semi-finals and then into the grand finals, which I believe will be streamed on what's the other Twitch account called? I'm going crazy right now.
I think it's just Moot Deadlock.
Moot Deadlock. Yeah, we'll be streamed there, and I think we'll be able to do the third place.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I think that we're not streaming the grand final. You will have to go
Moot
to
monthly.
Moot's,
There we go.
There you go.
Moot Monthly's Twitch stream for that, but we will be also live up until that point, so feel free to tune into us as well, and join the Discord to know when we're live. It will be the same time tomorrow, I think around midnight CET. I don't know what time that is in
I
America
think
for
6
you
p.m.
American friends
Eastern.
out there.
I think it's
but-
6 p.m. Eastern.
Okay. So that.
That's
Yeah,
That's
that's the
right
time. That's the time.
But yeah, it is really cool, honestly, to be covering NA, I think, for the first time. We have done a lot of EU-focused content and tournaments so far. So this is the first time that I'm actually kind of able to see my home turf here. And it's kind of, it's cool. Getting that taste.
Yeah, getting a different look at some of the teams that will be competing. Obviously, it's fun as well, right? Because right now there's a lot of just online-only Deadlock events, so you do have a little bit of the old sort of roulette of server difference for some of these teams, with teams competing in events that are specifically focused for North America, but the drawback is you just have to accept that you're going to be playing on a worse ping. So it's interesting. How that's been going down. We'll get a bit of a flavour for it as it goes on. Of course, there's going to be more and more events popping up as things go on. It seems like the draft is happening soon as well for
Cool.
Manhattan Mutants versus Ping Difference, which is going to be the second game we'll cover here on our side of things.
It's a cool name. I like that. Ping.
Ping
difference.
difference.
Yeah, which
Right?
just goes back to what we just spoke about, really, doesn't it? Which is quite
Exactly.
funny.
Yeah. I am looking as well. I just noticed that Young Calc's actually playing in this tournament as well. I think. Let me just check which team he's on. Actually, I can just find out straight through the thing here. Come on, use your brain. Blank, use your brain. There we go. Bottom barrel. Playing on bottom barrel. This guy's like kind of a big deal over in Fortnite, I believe. Fortnite's he's an
Fortnite.
ex-champion, but now he's absolutely gone full in on Deadlock.
Cool.
But yeah, he's an unreal Abrams player. So I'm actually really excited to see him play if we do get to see him play, which I hope we do.
Jacky, what do you think about all the different kinds of people coming from all these different games to play Deadlock?
I think it's interesting. You're seeing a different sort of style from each one of them. Some things, some players rather, are excelling in different things than others. Because
Yeah.
obviously Deadlock is one of those games that I think it's drawing more players that have FPS backgrounds in fast-paced games. Games that require high action per minute, a lot of tracing, your fast flicky aim, where you also need to be good at your smooth. So when you're just tracking someone the entire time, so like Call of Duty, Overwatch, Quake, games like that. And then you need that sort of intuition from MOBAs as well about how to play the game in terms of those in-depth side of it. So you're
Later
getting a lot of
intuition.
people, you're getting a lot of people from different backgrounds, and some of them are just drastically further ahead in certain things, right? Be it movement, which Deadlock has a huge skill ceiling to. If you're damn good at the movement, it can help you out so much more. Your actual individual gun skill with aiming as well, and then ability usage, and sort of putting it all together in terms of rotations and map control in the game. So you're seeing some players that come in and they just gel with it straight away. They've got the mechanics down from the other esport they've competed in. Some people are coming over with really good fundamentals, maybe their aiming, maybe their movement, but they're lacking a little bit in terms of the game sense. So you're getting sort of a big net of different players that, as they've got more hours, will refine things and a lot more. I think that's why having these kind of tournaments, especially now, you're getting more benchmark games, and players are already adapting on like a weekly basis of being able to improve a lot. Because you can go back and just watch your games in Deadlock and instantly figure out like, oh, this thing I should have done differently, this thing I should have improved from. And we're seeing a lot of that, even with sort of the high MMR games, where there's always room for things to change.
So, off the back of that, Blank, do you think that all of these different players from different games will be able to teach each other their shortcomings and their strengths and kind of rub off on one another in that sense?
I don't know, because I think, again, a Deadlock is such a different game, right? That everyone's learning it at the same rate. But you bring up a good point. I mean, some players might be more used to ability economy. Some players might be more used to actually traveling around a map and having control over it. I think it's more beneficial to have players that can comfortably lead in game. Right, that is the main thing to worry about here, because I think that you can't have a singular leader a lot of times in these matches. You need everyone to be able to call everything at once, which is what you'll see a lot of times if you're ever tuning into any of the guys who are actually streaming this tournament, who are playing inside of it. They usually will have their team comms, or they will have their comms, but almost all of them are always saying something or making some decision at some time, because the game is so decision heavy. You can't just rely on one guy who's having to, micromanage his own soul economy whilst getting around the map, whilst taking care of objectives, and then also micromanage the rest of his team. It's not possible. So you need several people doing that at once. I think some games are better than that at others, but that's certainly something you can teach one another. And it's nice because some games have more mechanical skill on that side. You can have that guy just go on a Wraith or a Haze.
For sure. So we had a little discussion prior to the entire tournament. We had a little special for the 10,000 subscriber podcast, and we did it live on the stream for the first time. It was really cool, but we had an interesting discussion ranking the heroes in their viability for competition. Do you guys see any kind of heroes that we haven't seen on that tier list, kind of like McGinnis characters that we didn't expect to be picked in this lineup, or do you guys expect anything like that to happen?
If it was going to happen, I think it would happen in these first round of games, where maybe some of the teams that are coming in, for a bit of fun with it, might freestyle something in, and then you'd have it on the opposite end of the spectrum, where maybe some of the more reasonable picks, like your Bebop, stuff like that could be thrown out, where they've had a bit of a buff, where the ult's a bit overtuned right now with its hyper beam. On better teams, they might throw that in for a bit of a cheese in the less competitive games potentially. I don't think we'll see anything too wild though. I don't imagine we'd see a McGee pop up out of nowhere or something a bit unexpected. I think it'll be pretty clean, but there is room for a few different hero picks just with how the last patch changed some things. No one's massively fallen out of the meta though, right? In terms of our default kind of picks and bans, even seeing Dynamo and Shiv being the first two bans there kind of makes sense based on what we were talking about with the podcast episode. So I don't think anything's changed drastically enough that it will be kind of crazy every veto. And if it was going to happen, I think it would have to happen within these first two rounds of games, really.
I think if we get to see anything fun, it'd probably be Naked's McGinnis. Sounds weird to say, but he actually plays gun build on McGinnis and probably has the most games out of the top 100 players of any of them on McGinnis. So I'd like to see him play that character and maybe give it some love. That's what I'd enjoy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that we might, it's unlikely to see any kind of crazy shakeups, but I would like to see, a cool play. I think if anyone is going to do it, it would be the NA scene. They would come out with some rambunctious activity, and I'm here for it. But for everyone else who is wondering what I'm even talking about, what tier list? What is this girl on? What tier list is she talking about? Right. So as you can see, the stream has been on for 5 hours, and the games have not been going for 5 hours. So that previous clock is for the little special that we did a couple hours prior. Make sure that you join our Discord for any other kind of broadcast. So when we're live and doing stuff like that, we did have a little ranking, a tier list. They will be on our Twitter as well if you want to go follow us on there and see what we were up to. We will probably also have a VOD on the YouTube if I'm not mistaken. Jacky will corroborate that.
The podcast will go up. It's there as a VOD right now, but we'll probably also cut down a bit of the fluff either side of it. So it starts when it's meant to, and then we'll put that up as well in the usual places, so Spotify, YouTube, wherever anyone wants to watch it. It's a good question. The one you can find on the Twitter right now is the spaghetti making tier list.
Yes,
So
I think that one's the
the
most important for you to check out. Who cares about comp? go check out the spaghetti tier list and see if you agree with who makes the best spaghetti. We ranked all of the
Yeah.
heroes from how good spaghetti we think they would make.
So yeah, that's there. If you want to know who
That's
we
there.
think would be best at making spaghetti, it was quite a long, thought-out discussion as well. So you can grab that in the VOD.
Pretty in depth, to be
And you're
fair,
absolutely
yeah.
right as well. The Discord is there. If you
Discord
want it
is
in the
there.
Discord, I'm pretty sure it was posted in the Discord as well. I think most have dropped it. So you feel free to join the Discord. That's exclamation mark Discord. Join the rest of the Deadheads. Obviously, everything Dead Air related goes in there. The guide
Right.
videos, patch notice, all that sort of stuff.
But yeah, Blink, any comment on our tier list action?
I did a lot of talking over that tier list actually with
Yeah,
Jacky
yeah.
earlier on. I mean, you can go back and find the VOD later, I imagine, after this
It's
one.
a good VOD.
This concludes. It is a good one. It's very fun. I mean, the spaghetti tier list was the best, obviously. But I think we mostly agreed on the comp tier list with some characters maybe being more in that, like, I'm not sure, maybe things could change. I mean, Talon definitely fit into that category for me. So did Bebop as well as Viscous. I'm not sure how badly the nerfs affected Viscous. I'm not sure how much the bullet scaling affected Talon. Time will tell. I'll need to have a look in game. The Bebop one, though, after watching that last game, seeing some of the top players in the world already picking up Bebop, Majestic Leap into Spirit build, yeah, that tiny 5-meter radius on the beam, sort of nuts, because you can be hitting multiple characters at once with that, so it becomes even better of a team fight tool. He can probably be nerfed pretty soon, I imagine.
Yeah. By the way, I went ahead and linked you. I've just been passed on the draft, so you can pull that up and have a look. That's what we've got there, which I also would imagine means that the game is pretty close
Yeah,
to
that we're
being
gonna
ready
start
as
soon.
well on the
Okay,
the
cool.
Deadlock core
So
side.
I'll send you guys off then. For everyone else, get ready as we get into our second game, and Jacky and Blank will take you through the action. My name has Damp. Wabibi. Bye.
Wabibi.
Wabibi.
Wabibi. All right. Well, here we go then. Yeah, we don't have the MS Paint hand drawn one this time around, but we do
Where's
have
Leifa
the
when you
draft.
need him?
I know, dude. We got to get him in. But yeah, we're not too far away from starting the second game, guys. Obviously, it was such a ridiculous stomp in the first game of the bracket. Under 10-minute matchup. Just ran straight through things, through walls, through everything. So that was cleaned up massively. Now we've got, coming up next, Manhattan Mutants taking on Ping Diff. And we're doing the veto for that now, Blank.
Yeah, bro. I need me a Leifa up in it. Maybe I can do an MS Paint job in the meantime. Shall I?
Make an edit of the veto. Yeah, you could try.
Let me do that. I'm just gonna pull up Deadlock right now. You tell me what's good, and I'll pass this image on to you. How about that?
Why would we do it that way?
Are you gonna do it?
No, I've sent you the link for the veto, you Edda.
What?
I've literally sent you the veto.
Have you?
Yeah, it's in the green room. Anyway,
Oh,
it
damn.
doesn't matter. I've got it on my other monitor, but okay.
Oh,
so
there.
yeah,
Cool.
you see it now?
Yeah, that's sick.
That's what I was
can
like. What
see
are
it.
you on about? Yeah, it just it
That looks good.
exists.
That one. That's better than the MS Paint one.
Yeah, that's way nicer. Right, so for anyone that's wondering, Pocket and Dynamo have both been banned out. And in terms of the picks, you've got Kelvin, Mo and Krill, Hayes, Ivy, Viscous, and Grey Talon going up against Lash, Infernus, Paradox, Warden, Wraith, and Bebop.
That's sick. I like that a lot. I'm having a look myself. Bebop back again with the Paradox. As well as Hayes, Monkrill, Kelvin, Ivy, Viscous. That seems like a weird team to me. From my RJ4 Lakers. I don't know. Where's the... A lot of front line. But the damage is the question for me. I feel like you with Infernus, Wraith, Lash and Warden, there's a lot of frontline denial and clear. And there's no consistent way to take down the Lash unless you're Grey Talon's always waiting there on side with the Owl for that. Because you need to take down the Bebop whilst he's in Hyper Beam as well. So he's going to have to build into Unstoppable this game. Interesting.
Yeah, that is kind of interesting. We'll see. I mean, I was kind of suspecting that we'd see more Bebop tonight compared to what we have with the Aurora Masters, just with the changes to his ult. And it feels like there is room for a little bit more of the Brie then. So some cheese coming out with the picks of him to be played with. It is just obviously about building him right and how quick some of these games are going to go. This should be a little bit more of a reasonable matchup, though, I think, in terms of things here for our initial round of games.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it should definitely be more reasonable. But again, a lot of Deadlock at the moment is dominated by a snowball focus, with a focus on finishing the game quickly once you get that lead and trying never to let it go. And I think that is the one thing that is sort of interesting about Deadlock at the moment, is that if you can keep pushing a game and you know how to do it, it's hard. It is hard not to lose that lead. You need a big comeback to come through. So essentially, most games at the moment, if you lose every single one of your lanes, that's going to be a very, very fast match. So this, in terms of skill difference, it's very obvious when one team is a little bit better than the other.
Yeah, you can see it visually, right? Because that's what I mean. That's why we were saying, like, some of these games can be ridiculously quick in terms of the turnaround time of just how fast you get through them. I mean, winning all 3 lanes in under about 4 minutes. You've taken all the Guardians, you push them deep on Walkers. It's just brutal, right? Because the sheer soul lead that you're going to have at that point as well, if you're in a position to do so, is ridiculous. And sometimes that's just the way it can go, especially with a skill difference in those opening round of games. Obviously, more balanced matchups shouldn't be as one-sided, but they are still going to be pretty quick. We've seen that with our higher tier games, that you're looking for those sort of 15 to 20-minute finishes. So obviously, late-game comps don't do as well. You see a bit of different compositions in terms of the picks there. That's why it gets quite interesting.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that some of these compositions that are coming out, like, again, I think we're now getting a little bit further towards some pretty cool comps to come from. I mean, the Moen Crow Kelvin Ivy comp is a very, very interesting one that is sort of just lock people down the front line and just slowly tear them apart whilst the enemy team can't really cut through you. I just think that when you go up against Infernus and Wraith, like, those can both build into toxic bullets and hit very, very quickly over towards you and rip apart RJ4 Lakers. I think for them right now, with the Moen Krill, Kelvin Ivy, alongside with Viscous, this could be a very objective heavy team. It's going to try and take control of the map early on in the match. So if they can basically withstand their laning phases, I genuinely think this is a good team.
No, I think so, mate. I don't think this is too bad at all. It's kind of like a nice sort of balance mashed up here in terms of the picks. Could be pretty good. You've got some usability on either team. There's a lot of utility there as well. You get the head-to-head with the Kelvin and the Infernus, so the two sides of a coin in sense of that. Also, it'll be our first optics of Kelvin post nerfs as well. Obviously, they were weird nerfs in the sense that we discussed it earlier. It's more just gameplay changes into how he innately works as a hero. You don't have the same sort of capability anymore. You can't just use it to instantly take down various things in terms of objectives across the map. You're not going to be able to punch your way for a rejuve whilst it's under the frozen shelter. It's a bit different now, but it comes with its own benefits in its own way as well. So it's not an outright nerf to how it works. So it'd be good to get the optics of him, see how you're utilizing him. Potentially, if that now means that more teams could potentially go in for kind of Guardian dives, where you use it on top of the Guardian so it can't react, it's frozen in place, you can hard commit to the kill. That's one interesting way that you could switch up the plays with it. So maybe we'll see how that goes down with a head-to-head, if there's any changes there. Because I feel like with the adjustments you've made, it doesn't really open up extra doorways for Rejuvenator steals in that head-to-head between Kelvin and Infernus. But there's always maybe a little bit more spice for it. It would depend on the timing. It would have to be incredibly rough on the timing. And effectively, it looks like you'd need someone to kind of sneak in pre-frozen shelter and get the ult off there to give you that window. Or I guess with a double drop down, like the double sort of control tap into a fast drop, maybe find the window of timing on that, because obviously it goes both ways. You can't break the rejuve, and nor can they inside a frozen shelter.
Yeah, it's a case where Kelvin's still good, because if a Infernus comes in and tries to use concussive combustion, you still got to run onto the point, so you can always just freeze the Rejuvenator, wait for the concussive combustion to go off, and then have an advantage on the fight afterwards, because he's down the ultimate. Yeah, we are technically in game right now, guys. Close. We're close. We're just waiting for the players to get set up here.
Yeah,
before
I've
we
taken us
head on
over.
in.
I've taken us over so you can see the feed. We are just waiting, obviously, for things to go live. We're on a little bit of a delay on the feed, so everything's fair for competitive play, but they are in. We'll be kicking this one off once everyone's good and ready, so we can slip into things and get our second game underway here.
Yeah, we'd love to show you the drafts and bans, but they're being done differently each match. So we're receiving them through a different channel each match. So getting that set up is a little bit difficult. Remember, this is a one-man show from Jacky. We're in the production, everything. All right, shout out Mr. Jacky Reno to get this done.
Mate, let me give you the facts right here. It's going to be some gaming. It's going to be some moves. Going to be all sorts of shenanigans. Strap in, basically. The old Jacky production coming at you thick and fast through the airwaves. It's been a long day for the old Betsy PC. She's doing well. 5 hours in.
Just on fire at this point, though. Almost there. Look at that. We got the R's coming through. We got the readies coming through. We're almost good to go, guys. We're almost in game. The first one of the day that we might be able to see. Game starting in 1 second. What is this? We're in game. This is so cool. Okay, cool.
We'll get the little
with...
feed sync. Hang on.
Yeah.
Get the feed sync. Get the feed sync.
All right.
Where are you? Count
I'm
me in.
at 30, 31, 32,
All right, yeah. I'm at
33.
21. So 10 you're 10 seconds
Goodness
ahead on
me.
the feed. So bring
Count,
that
count,
down.
count.
Down.
Count to
Okay.
me.
29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35,
Let's go.
36.
Look at
Okay,
that.
all synced? All right, there
Yeah.
we go, everyone. Strap in, game 2 underway. Look at that. No problems. Everything's working. It's a beautiful day to enjoy some Deadlocks. Let's get into it. Kick things off. Greenwich Lane making a feature to open things up here. Goodbye, Orchards. Hello, Greenwich.
Yeah, so already this is looking a little bit more even, Stevens. Obviously, the Biscuits, though, are only 150 souls to start off with, so Lash and Bebop doing a pretty good job here as well. Yeah, this is a pretty rough lane to go into, is the Bebop and Lash lane. There's a lot of damage you can go through in a very short amount of time. This, as well as the Infernus into Paradox lane, huge amount of poke potential. Your saving grace is that both the Ivy and the Moan Krill can heal quite a bit.
Yeah, you've got a lot of self-rejuvenation in terms of the HP gain, like Scorn on Mo and Krill, if used right up close against the main front line of the wave. Just gets so much HP back, and like you say, with Ivy, you get that consistent sustain. It can make it far easier, so you can keep yourself in a good position in terms of overall HP whilst fighting for control. Bit of a pause called in. Okay, looks like someone's crashed. Potentially the haze has gone down. Everyone's called for a bit of an old crasheroo. All right, so Toucan down and out for the minute. Get him back in, get things fixed.
Yeah, we're almost there. We're almost there. I see Kelvin. Yeah, you can tell that Bebop is a bit worried here, asking for assistance from the Lash because how low Bebop is. Health economy is not looking great at the moment for Maxi Court and squad. I see Kelvin. I see Kevin. True.
I mean, it works both ways as well. Like I see Kelvin. And
I see Kelvin. True.
Yeah, right.
Manhattan Mutants. Draft was done. Just the names of the leaders, so.
Yeah,
Just
it's
get
hard.
back
It's hard
on
to get
board.
the info from the drafts at the minute, but it is what it is. It's all
Ping
good.
diff. So Manhattan Mutants on the left, and Ping diff on the right. You guys at home.
There you go. Now you know.
Give you a bit of a better overview. Whilst we piece the puzzle together. Here, in the early stages of Deadlock Esports.
Yeah, man. It's it's fresh, it's different. Keeps you on your toes. Keeps you guessing with some of the challenges. I have noticed a few issues cropping up with some odd crashes post patch as well. Even I've had some of them with weird like debug errors that I've been getting that throw a spanner in the works. So we'll see. Sometimes it can be a little bit finicky. Toucan down for a sec though. Calling the pause, it's when it's used. Get things fixed, slip back in. About a minute and 41 into the laning phase. Nothing too drastic in terms of anyone really massively pulling ahead.
Yeah, I mean,
keep our eyes peeled.
We can talk about in terms of just the lanes, really. I mean, it's funny we've got the Haze and Wraith lane going against one another, kind of two sides of the same coin there. I do think that the Wraith has a bit more of an advantage though. As soon as she gets extra charge, sorry, on the card trick, that becomes a bit of an insane thing to deal with, right?
Okay, looks like we're calling for the ready. Haze is back in. Toucan's locked and loaded. The R's come through and we're ready for it. Yeah, so let's see, man. We've rejoined the POV then. We'll see how it goes down. Obviously, Haze and Wraith was the head-to-head you were looking at. But the Wraith incredibly low off the back of the engagement. You're just looking for the escape around the back. You're not going to hang around. Even leaving the lane there to get the full heal back in base. So that's a full free wave for Haze as well. So you're going to pull ahead around to just shy of about 1k souls off the back of that.
Yeah, I think for the Haze in general as well, it's a really good idea to actually try and push out the Wraith early on because she no parry, just like lets that go off. Okay. Yeah, you know that if the Wraith pulls ahead, because of the low base health on the Haze, that's why the card trick is such a problem for Haze in that situation. Mystic Burst already on the Talon here, just increase the damage of the charge shot. Kind of nice that the arrows do chunk quite a bit early game as well.
Ooh, Sleep Dagger off the back of the engage. So for Wraith, you've just made it back to lane. You instantly get harassed, brought so low down. So the Haze is having a bit of a free farm on this one. Toucan making it look easy to keep you feeling incredibly uncomfortable and go deep on the push in. So this is going to be rough for the getaway. Full commit on the harass, card trick round the corner. You're taking a beating underneath the Guardian, drop down to 15 HP, finished off by the bullets, and that's the way it goes.
It's kind of annoying, honestly, if you're the Wraith there, because the way it sometimes tries to deal with, but the Haze is doing so much damage here. Toucan's going crazy. But yeah, the way it works sometimes is that if you're able to stay out of line of sight of the Guardian, you can sit just on that front line and still harass, even though you're up the stairs. Realistically, the Guardian should be shooting at that point. But yeah, very good usage of the unlimited ammo on the slide there. Just keep fixation going.
That's the thing, even one bullet in the magazine, as long as you keep getting the slide off, you can stack those fixation stacks, give you so much more freedom, because you have good fire rate, but low ammo count. So on Haze, if you can just max that out by utilizing the unlimited ammo on the slides, you farm with it. Makes a world of difference. So the harass was good, obviously for the Wraith as well, man. It's brutal. You're just getting absolutely battered. Mo and Krill in a bit of an uncomfortable one for the getaway here. The early burrow, but you run into the Wraith. Nice turnaround at least with the punch. Haze called in for the backup. Now, if you could clean up on this, it could be a pretty nice response. Problem is, you don't get the final tag off onto the Paradox. That's up to the Ivy. Instead, you try to pre-fire with the heavy punch around the corner, hoping it was the low player. Instead, you go down, so a 1-for-1 trade on the lane with Mo and Krill also being taken out. It's a 2-for-1 overall on the engage.
Yeah, painful there. There was actually an opportunity during that punch to hit the Scorn off and potentially heal just enough to help assist in that engagement. 3k up here for the Infernus, who has been farming this game so far, and it's had a lot of impact on the other lanes as well, making it difficult for the Haze. Only just picked up Bullet Dance here for Toucan, so he's looking for a gank.
So Haze comes in, Lash with the reset, launch yourself down for the slam, try and keep the pressure on. Haze starting to posture out early. You get a bit of a harass, deal some damage onto him, and allow some free push on the lane. Wraith tries to engage by getting down and finding some farm as well, because you're a little bit further behind. About 1k souls difference between the two of them over towards Park Lane. And you're just building on this right now. For the Haze, this is the dream scenario. You're stacking free ability points. You're getting control of the farm as well when you get back into lane. There's potential to group. Talking of which, posturing here. Deep push down. The grenade off the back of the kinetic carbine. Bit of a snipe off onto the Ivy and force them further back. Big posture, though, and you've called for the Haze to rotate in. So Toucan coming in once again to try his luck. You get the wake up from the Sleep Dagger into the punch.
Yeah, there's just a huge amount of pressure going through into the Grey Talon Owl, and that might be the lash there going down. And again, it's just constant harass coming through from the Haze. And this is the good thing about getting ahead so early, is the Wraith can't really follow all that much. Doesn't have ult yet to gank with telekinesis so far. So again, for Haze, she's done a lot of good work there, kept pressure over towards that lane. Very nicely done.
Yeah, this is sick. You're controlling the early game very well. So it's giving you a lot of freedom in terms of the roam. The harass keeps the pressure on the lanes. And it's just free farm as well. You're basically left just picking up scraps here for the Wraith. Oh dear. Game pause going to be called in. Was that a server crash? It looked a little bit scary when the Grey Talon went up in the air. Maybe a DC? Unsure. But they've called in the pause. A little bit of typing going on. Toucan's dropped the high. Are we good? I don't know. Are we good? Servers are dying. There's a bit of panic.
No.
Paranoia.
I'm scared. I'm scared right now. Either way, 6 minutes 16. We're still equal in soul count, so 21k to 22k. The Haze is pulling ahead a lot. It's Toucan up to 4.7. I think the issue is at 6 minutes, just getting the 3k on the Mo and Krill. Not able to really utilize that ultimate all that much, and there's a huge amount of escape potential coming through from Ping Diff compared to the Manhattan Mutants. I think that's the issue.
Okay, yeah, it seems like it's a bit of a lag spike potentially on the servers end. There was an unpause there. Everyone's had a little bit of a lag. I imagine this is getting looked at on the back end. Everyone's a little bit worried about what's going on. Seems like it might have been the server that's gone through some issues here.
Cooked.
Everyone seems scared. You get the tale of two sides as well. Ready. Not ready.
Stop. We're ready, please. Yeah, I think the difficulty here for Manhattan Mutants is that the escape potential coming through from Ping Diff is kind of large, so locking any of them down is going to be difficult. Flame Dash has a lot of slow resistance as well.
We'll give them some time to fix it.
Okay.
I'm in the dark. I've turned the lights off. The magic of movie making. There we go. We're back.
Turn it back on again. Bloody
yeah,
hell.
bro. That's a bit of a nightmare. I imagine it's probably just a server issue then. We'll keep our eye on it. We'll see what's happening. It is one of the classics right now of Deadlock
Jacky!
very early on. Yes, mate.
Oh, sorry, you disappeared for a sec. I
I
was
was
worried.
there.
I was worried.
It's just Discord.
The servers
just
have
Discord.
gone.
Discord just loses his mind. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's so terrible. Like, it's just such an aggressive program.
I know. Yeah, we're just waiting to get into game whilst they set up the servers properly. But yeah, we'll get there eventually, I'm sure. We're checking the status on the game as well. Doing all the tricks, bro. Let's try and get this working.
Bit of typing going on. Seems like it's live. Seems like we're going
Doing
back
some
in.
geography apparently as well going on in the game. Trying to figure out where Virginia is.
I think we're back. It looks like we're back, bro.
Boom.
Okay, we're back. We're fine. Everything's back. All right then. Let's carry on.
Perfect. Back in lane immediately. An aggressive start here as well, Jacky.
Yeah, straight back into the action, mate. Never a dull moment. So you've had your pause, and already a fight breaks out off the back of it. So Mo and Krill and Kelvin both down. It's going to be the 5-second stagger before they're back up in lane. Now, you were posturing for this fight beforehand. Obviously, the DC threw a bit of a spanner in the works, but this is how things are now going. You get a harsh commit onto green lane, so Greenwich being pushed up on. Seeing if you can take a bit of space with this. You've got Ivy with the backup, looking to try and at least delay and buy a bit of time on the rotate round from the Grey Talon. Ooh, kinetic carbine into the paradoxical swap. Warden's right there. You might have the bullet resistance in the goo ball, but you still get splattered. So Visca's down, and that should surely be the Guardian going with it over towards York as well.
Yeah, bro, honestly, even just paradoxical swap into binding word is a crazy combo. So difficult to deal with. Do you think for Manhattan Mutants, this game, a lot of it relies on Toucan, on the Haze, because what they're playing is they're playing the de facto composition, right? That does a lot of work with Ivy into Kelvin, into Mo and Krill, as well as Viscous, but it's a super early game comp. It's meant to dominate in the early game, yet what's happening at the moment is Ping Diff is just grouping up and getting a lot of work done that way and just stopping that pressure on the team fight. Very smart, honestly, and pressuring the Mo and Krill in the Ivy lane is a really good idea. So Ping Diff, I think, have played this pretty perfectly so far. Even when things started to get rough for the Wraith, she's bounced back now up to 5k.
And obviously for what was a relatively horrific early game for the Wraith, off the back of the constant harass that was coming out from the Haze, it's a nice bit of a break in the tempo and lets you reset somewhat. Lash, 24 seconds on the ult, setting himself up on the high ground and just putting the pressure on, supporting with the Paradox. You got the posturing for the Warden as well, flanking up round the back and just taking the third-person peek for the info onto the Mo and Krill. The Guardian's low, looks for the engage round on the back, see if he can get the lockdown off. Ooh, doesn't actually go the way he wanted it to, though. Reset, Divine Barriers pop, Mo and Krill pieces out, they get the Guardian and force out the defense.
And the issue with this, though, is that honestly, for Manhattan Mutants, their comp just falls behind now because they weren't able to find that pressure. There is super heavy chase down the team comp, right? You've got Kelvin, who's going to be slowing. You've got Viscous, who can roll in and get the stuns. You've got the Ivy, you can drop in with the airdrop itself. And Haze is there as that big damage that can be pushed out and into the lane. You've even got the Owl that can chase down the opponent. So the fact that you do have Ping Diff come through here and just get a huge amount of work done early, and a lot of it is honestly down to the Infernus. He's did an unbelievable job of stopping that Haze from getting a lot of the value from that early game where she tried to pressure that little early game advantage she had versus the Wraith, and he's been instrumental so far. Some very, very good combustive concussions.
Yeah, it's been looking nice for him so far. All in all, it's a nice flip of the script at least, and you're starting to get yourself a bit of a soul lead to work with off the back of it as well. 43k to the 37k, slight difference to work with.
And this is fair enough, right? Because I think what you're seeing here is these guys realizing, look, we need to sort of pump the Haze now, full of souls. This is a good combo on Tinky Winky. The telekinesis is through, but he's so damn tanky.
Ooh, looking for the getaway to Haze, attempting to escape. You get the move in from the Bebop, hitting him with the heavy shots as that Hyper Beam absolutely chunks right now. Following the previous patch, mate, that is a melting pot of heroes. Down in the subway, mind the gap as the response is back. Toucan takes down Paradox. Ivy also being removed by the Bebop, who looks for the harsh getaway as well and does dip out.
Yeah, the robot removes himself from a pretty hard scenario, but it's Amber Walker who's going down to the Lash as well as the Warden. Into the ultimate coming through from Warden, actually. Combustive concussion also in on through, does take down Butter. The Infernus is just chasing now. Sticky situation for the Haze, but active reload will give her all the life steal she might need versus the Infernus.
Just trying to piece out. Quick hit, up the rope, bounce out. A little bit quicker on the ropes these days, following the buff to the speed. Mo and Krill, meanwhile, though, harassed, soloed out.
Hello?
Bebop back in for the engage as well. The uppercut on the move. You got the two-man chase as well with Ivy and Haze looking to try and track him down. That's a great bit of damage off the back of it. Hell, even Hyper Beam back up off cooldown. Flank round the back, though, for the sleep dagger's good. And you at least first onto the Bebop.
Yeah, Toucan right now is the glue that's holding this team together. Honestly, it's the only thing that's really keeping them in this game. 11k to the highest of 9k currently over on the side of Ping Diff. Does get the binding word off. Luckily, the goo cube will keep them in position, but a nasty punch back.
straight into the goo ball for the knockback with the slip away. So you burn the ult for the escape, so you stay alive at least and slip away for now. Look at the posturing on it though. Mo and Krill, Hayes, back up from Grey Talon. They're all starting to wrap over on this. You don't want them taking too much more control up towards that York lane. Blash on the fallback. You're spotted out by the Haze. Tuka not going to run the risk of going back in all on your lonesome though. And this is a lot of free time for Infernus that's going deep to at least put pressure back on. So that's finally going to be another one of the Guardians picked up in response. So you're actually making good work out of this. Flank round the back. You get the sleep dart off. He's going to look for the punch into it. Actually wants to hit the slide. Back up from Kelvin. So that's slow. Makes it far harder. You've got to accept your fate now. There's no easy way to get out of that. In the battle of the elements, Kelvin comes up top trumps.
Yeah, this is, again, Toucan is holding this game together, and luckily he is supported by the Kelvin, as well as the Ivy and the Mo and Krill, so they can lock down anyone for him just to pump bullets in. So in terms of catching and picking off players, at this point in time, Pingdiff desperately needs to start grouping up.
Ivy out of position and out of luck. Hell, you even had the Grey Talon Owl coming in over the top, looking to maybe try and buy a bit of time, but that's going to give you absolutely nothing. Response back, but it's the combo that denies it. A turn of fates there on the Lash as you catch him, tag him, and bag him. Hayes rotates in to assist and cleans up. It's a great combo from the Mo and Krill. You can put pressure back on. This should be a free Guardian at least.
Yeah, again, this is where this team comp starts to shine, right? I mean, it's taken him a while to get online, but 16k over to Toucan. It's sort of insane here. Just getting the bomb off, charging up those stacks up to 32 now. Each time you're able to stick the bomb to an enemy hero, give you plus 2.5% extra additional damage on the bomb. You can see here building into a spirit build. Eventually you'll want to pick up Echo Shard anyway. That bomb does want to do that nice bit of damage towards that late game, so may as well stack it up where you can.
If it's off cooldown, you might as well use it. That's sort of the meta right now with Ivy in the airdrop, just for the sheer silence and stun potential. Ooh, Tinky Winky, I think you might be going back to La La Land on this one. Looking for the quick getaway, at least for the Infernus. Okay, calls in the pause. No FPS, apparently. So they're calling for a restart. I guess mid-fight, the frames have gone. I don't know how well this would have gone for him anyway, to be honest with you. Getting the three-man dive on the lane with Ivy, Kelvin, and a bit of backup from the Grey Talon, just looking to hard commit here and crash onto Park, get a real big push off the back of it. I mean, Paradox, in a bit of a rough position, at least. You could try and peace out. You were there to try and posture and set up for the Infernus, who was going for the escape. Walker's still alive, but another pause in as Wraith is DC'd for the meantime.
Yeah, I do like this coming through from the guys on Manhattan Mutants. It's hard to deal with, right? And Wraith is just at this point in time where she sort of playing the bodyguard strat, right? Where you've got your two bulldogs that run around with you with the Kelvin and the Ivy. And then you've got Mo and Krill, who's the bouncer. He's able to lock people down when necessary. But again, if that's the case, 100%, just get a bullet dance off, you're good to go. But if I'm the Haze right now, I am certainly rushing to get unstoppable. Combustive concussion can stop it. You can get the telekinesis coming through. You can also even get uppercut that sends you away, which displaces you, and the lash with Death Slam. So yeah, if Toucan can get unstoppable online, might be over for the guys over on Pingdiff.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be able to put so much pressure on off the back of that fight where you got the knock onto the Wraith. You even take down the Infernus off the back of the pause as well. So in one foul swoop, you go from being behind on objectives to massively dominating in Park at the very least. You push up onto the Guardian, you take down the Walker. Response back is nice though. They could have kept going and take a lot more map control for free, but you had the heads up maneuver to send in the Warden and the Bebop to put pressure on those inner Guardians and really take a response back towards Greenwich. They even get out. It's a nice call for the Majestic Leap, for two of them to get out. All right, this is pretty nice. So you respond in kind, right? You put pressure on, we put pressure on. They can't harsh commit, so they've got to go back and attempt to deny on this.
Yeah, it's really the only thing that Pingdiff can do at the moment, which is a case of whilst the guys over on Manhattan Mutants just consistently keep deathballing. A lot of times you pub games, it's hard to deal with a death ball, but here with a little bit more coordination on the team side of things, you can at least just call for the split push right. That is the main thing that you want to get done here, is get those split pushes going all the time. You'll also get a deliver on the urn as well, which is awesome. They all group up for it just in case Manhattan Mutants try and challenge, and that gets you back into the game a little bit. 80k to 86k. Now things aren't looking too bad. Your big goal is to shut down this haze, because as soon as she gets unstoppable, it is going to be a bad time.
It will be. It will be. You're just breezing your way through this one. Bebop going to look to try and help out again as he drops the hyper beam onto the Mo and Krill, so the Mole gets owned. Viscous on the fadeaway, at least trying to stay alive. You don't want to lose any more players here with how much map control's being taken now on the push in towards these Inner Guardians. You're getting dangerously close to being able to wail on the shrines, and that's not what you want. If you lose numbers with the staggered spawns, it's going to make it uncomfortable. They just have to push back the creep wave, take down the Candle Troopers, and look to find something to at least buy a bit of time on this one with how things are going. Mate, this is a bit of a brutal one, really. You know, you had some good pushback in the early game, but now it's getting a bit worrying with the amount of map control that's exchanging hands. Toucan was doing a lot in terms of the farm and being able to find some smooth moves. You're building up to 21k still. She was still head and shoulders in a better position, but it feels like the rest of the team are starting to find their way back in. Ooh. All right. We'll head over to the desk. We'll head back to the desk. All right. That's rough, bud. That's rough. The unfortunate crasheroo coming through. Another little cheeky DC there. I look like the server going down as well, which isn't ideal.
Yeah. Uh-oh. That's not a great situation.
That is indeed. That's the best way to sum it up, bud. Well done. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Like
La
that is the Tinky Winky moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
They loved pies, didn't they? Isn't that what they would always eat? What were they called?
On the pies, on the pie
what
train.
were they called?
I don't know.
Teletubbies, that was it. The Teletubbies.
Oh, right, I thought you meant
Tinky
the
Winky,
pies from
Lala,
Teletubbies. Oh, yeah,
Pooh.
I was actually, I was talking about this the other day.
Yeah.
Because I saw Tinky Winky in the lineup, and I was talking to Amy about it, and we think that you'd be a classic. We think you'd be a Tinky Winky.
Wasn't that the yellow one? That was the bright yellow.
No, which one's the
Teletubby?
yellow Teletubby? Yellow Teletubby.
I don't remember, but my Teletubby lore isn't the best, to be honest.
I just thought it was a big sun in the sky, and it terrified me as a kid.
Yeah, it was a small baby that was like a sun, which was weird. Kind of then came back with the Mighty Boosh with the moon when they did the moon, which was good. I enjoyed
there we go.
that.
You'd be Lala, 100%.
Have you linked it to me? Hang on.
I'm gonna give you a screen cap really quick.
Yeah. Oh, just describe it to me. What color of the Teletubbies was it? What shape did it have on its head?
This one's yellow.
So it was, wasn't it? Or was that Lala?
Yeah. I'll put it in green room.
Let's have a look.
That's you.
Yeah, there you go. Not bad. Not bad. They were always
Yeah.
weird because obviously they were called Teletubbies because they had a television in their tummy, right? That was how that worked.
I think so. I don't know. There was a Hoover too.
Yeah, there was. He used to hoover up all the
All the
I
stuff.
can't remember what it was. Yeah, he'd just hoover everything up, wouldn't he? And his
Yeah.
name was like Sucks or something, and he went round just going hoovering everything.
Yeah.
Teletubbies
Okay.
are weird, actually. Like they
Yeah,
are
bro.
very odd.
How is the brown one? You see? Oh, he's red. Am I wrong?
Maybe they're colorblind.
Yeah, he's more red.
Teletubbies. If you're unfamiliar,
This is some wild log.
were the Teletubbies in America? Because they're English, aren't they?
Yeah. We're on this because there's a guy in game called Tinky Winky. Okay.
Yeah. Tinky
Sorry.
Winky, of course, being one of the 4 Teletubbies. You had a green
And
one, a red one, a purple one, a yellow one that were called Tinky Winky, Dipsy, Lala, and Pooh.
Not Pooh. The hell?
That was what his
I
name
didn't
was,
like
wasn't
that.
it? I thought it was called Pooh. Tinky
It's called
Winky,
Poe, bro.
La La, and Pooh. Like
No,
Pooh Bear.
bro.
You don't call him
Bro.
Poe Bear, do you?
Oh, he's Poe, bro. What are you doing?
I'm pretty sure his name was Pooh.
No, it was not Poe. This is slander against Poe. This is Poe
No way,
slander.
dude. Go watch an episode of Teletubbies and tell me they don't pronounce it Pooh.
You pull one up. The yellow one was P. No, it was not.
He's Lala.
Kill my childhood. It's Lala. Don't bother yourself,
Mr.
Nurse.
Mr. Lala.
Poe, bro. That's actually where the
Do you know
character.
there was five
Kung Fu
seasons
Panda came from?
of the original series, and then 4 seasons
No?
of remakes. That's
That's
mad.
It went hard.
Yeah, it's weird, but it was a British television
Playing
show for
Discord's
children back
having
in
a-
the
having a
early
time.
90s, well, late 90s, early 2000s, basically, for anyone that's unaware. I don't know if it ever made it to America. I don't know if it would have hit the same. Is Discord lagging? Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, a little bit.
Yeah,
Sorry.
there you
I was
go. That's
I was
all right.
getting like little snippets of what you were saying.
I was saying it
which was making it worse because I felt like I could understand you, and it came out.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I was saying it was obviously a television show that I'm not sure if it actually made across the pond to America because it was innately quite like a British children's television show, right?
Yeah, it was CBBC job.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He's trying to gaslight me about Teletubbies. Definitely Poe.
All right, that's fine. If you know how it's said, and you guys, have more lore about Teletubbies than I do, then that's completely fine.
Oh, why are you saying it like that? Try to diss on
Yeah.
Teletubbies now.
No,
What's
I'm just
going on?
saying. But I'm just saying. Like, there's no,
You
no
had it-
beef.
There was a tinge of beef in the voice.
No beef.
I heard it.
Tweenies. Yeah, true. Tweenies. I remember the Tweenies.
What was
That
that
was.
about?
Do you never see the Tweenies, bud? So the Tweenies was kind of like the Teletubbies, but a bit different. It was like these weird felt tip kind of characters, or like made of felt, maybe
This
I would
is
describe
like
them as.
Teletubbies
They'd wear
on
like
LSD.
suits. Yeah. And they'd live in like a big tree house, kind of play tree house, from what I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they used to run around and I don't know, but they just
do
do
stuff.
weird stuff. Yeah, weird stuff. I do remember the Clangers. Clangers was great. If you don't know about the Clangers, this was like a collection of weren't the Clangers like the little kind of like weird mole people that whistle that live on the moon?
Yeah, it looks like Mo and Crew.
And it'd cut to them, and it'd be like a voiceover with the narrator, and he's like, "It looks like the Clangers are out for a nice walk across the moon's surface."
No,
Look,
they're like
this
little
Clanger,
mouses. Mice.
yeah, and they make noise,
Mouses.
don't they? They're like that.
Yeah.
They whistle.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
right. Clangers and the Flying Frog.
Clangers were sick, dude. I loved the Clangers. Growing up, not gonna lie, like Clangers were actually based.
That's
Um,
crazy.
They were pretty cool.
Based clanger pills. True. Right, well, I guess we're gonna wait till we get back in game. Looks like someone's having a proper meltdown right now.
I guess so. I don't know if we're just. I mean, I don't know how you would decide who won that game if it's not going to be replayed at that point, because obviously it wasn't really necessarily entirely over. You were at the point where you could have taken shrines, but
Yeah.
yeah, it is what it is.
I wonder, the whole server crash or did the observer just DC it?
I think the server crashed, is what I was told, but maybe just the server crash didn't look like it though, right? Because it kicked him out of the game. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Is the tournament getting run on a dedicated server?
I think so, Lamarite. Yeah.
think so, yeah. Are you gonna pull out some crazy fix for us? Just use
Let
my
Lamarite cook, yeah.
my dedicated supercomputer server.
Just use the Lamarite NASA box.
Yeah. Oh dear me.
That's how they get you.
Can we get back to Teletubby lore, guys? What
Yeah,
did they
of
eat?
course.
What did
They
eat?
ate cream pies. That's what they ate. They loved cream pies.
No way, that's real. You're lying to me.
No, I'm not. 100%. Look, Google it.
Nah, they ate tubby custard and tubby toast, bro.
Tubby
Didn't eat
custard.
cream pies, you mess.
Yes, they did, dude. They loved it. What are you on about? That was like the whole thing with Teletubbies. Because there was that machine that used to like pump out cream all over the place. And the Teletubbies would be like, oh, I love it. Do you not remember this? I swear, bud.
It's tubby custard, bro.
Was it custard?
It's tubby custard.
Oh, fair enough. Maybe it was. Maybe it was custard then. I thought they just loved cream pies.
The blah cookies. Yeah, the pink shit. Yeah. Yeah, that pink shit. That's crazy. Yeah.
That's bad, no. It was kind of a
like
horror
it
show.
was.
That's the thing. Like most
scared me.
English television shows for children back in the late 90s, early 90s as well. It was all really scary. Like you ever heard about the TV character Nosy Bonk? Do you know about
No.
Nosy Bonk?
Has the
Nosy
audition just
Bonk
finished?
is no, it was the oven, I think. It's fine. Ignore
So-
it.
Nosy
Yeah,
Bonk.
there was a character called Nosy Bonk, and Nosy
Oh,
Bonk.
bro.
Yeah, if you googled him, he basically was
bro.
Slender Man. He looked like Slender Man. Like he wore a suit. He had a massive nose, like gigantic bulbous eggplant of a nose, with a pitch white face. And he would basically bum around town like what was his name? Mr. Bean, that kind of vibe. Like, oh, today Nosy Bonk looks like he's doing his gardening, you know?
What is this nose he's got going on?
I'm telling mate, Nosy Bonk. I'm telling you, he was named after the nose. It's huge. It was absolutely gargantuan.
This is wrong, bro.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like British television shows for children were terrifying. They were absolutely terrifying.
This is some cool OC though. I'm sorry guys, you can't see this, but I'm just gonna send it to Jacky just for my own peace of mind.
Just Google it for your own knowledge, everyone. Google Nosy Bonk.
Don't. Honestly, don't. It's terrifying.
Sooty and Sweep. Now I tell you for this, Sooty and Sweep was weird. It was a show that you could watch, and normally it was quite fun, you know, because it's just like little sock animals having a bit of a good time. Like, oh, look, Sooty, I figured out how to use the internet. And then Sweep's like, you better be careful on the internet because sometimes people say things that are mean, and that was it. Like that's like the most you'd learn. Be like, oh, that's all right. But there was always weird undertones. Always weird undertones with Sooty and Sweep. They were odd, and they had like the dog one that always did everything wrong, and then he just hit him. Sweep would just wail on him with like a baseball bat, and you're thinking, what's going on? Like I know he's a sock puppet, but come on, man, there's a bit of aggro.
That's a bit
Yeah,
mean.
it was real weird. There was that.
Yeah.
And then you had the other one, bud, which was Rosie and Jim. And Rosie and Jim were like these two rag dolls that used to sit on a tugboat and they'd go around London, like round the Thames, right? Getting up the weird stuff. And I remember having a vivid nightmare about Rosie and Jim when I was a kid. I don't even know if it was a deleted episode. I'm pretty sure it was. But it was like a horror episode where they sent them to like a toy maker's shop. And it all got really weird and dark. But Rosie and Jim, that's another one. They were all weird.
It was also terrifying.
Yeah, it was. It was. I'm telling you, British television for children, awful.
I will
stuff.
tell you one thing though. Dick and Dom in
the
the
bungalow?
bungalow was awesome. That was actually good. I enjoyed that one. So many crazy episodes. You could tell that they were just doing whatever they liked.
They really were. I think that was the nature of British television back then. You would just throw stuff at the walls.
Yeah. Bogies was legendary. It was.
Let's see what happens. Yeah, that was not bad. Not bad. I did
Bogies
like
in the library was insane.
Oh, mate, when they were progressively getting louder.
I would rewatch that episode plenty of times. And I'd just kick up and be like,
I remember thinking, like, God, wouldn't it be sick to go to the bungalow and be a part of Dick and Dom in the bungalow? Like,
yeah.
It would be nice.
Are we doing first names for Adam right now? Or do I have to keep calling him Dope Body Yourself?
It's been leaked. The Lamorites leaked it to the global community.
Just dropping him.
He's dropped an Adam.
In the
He's
chat.
dropped a public Adam.
You can't do that, Adam.
Adam.
Hop on the queue now.
I love that. Adam, it's time to log into the video games. Adam, be prepared for gaming now. Lock it in.
No,
it's not the entire tournament. It's opening round of games. I think we've got one more game. I've been told that they're fixing the server, and then we'll get things up and running, and then we'll go in.
I need a
let's
short
have
break.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's have a break. We've had British television. We've had a bit of a waffle. Go and get some water. Find something to do for 5 minutes, and then come back and watch some more Deadlock here on Dead Air with Jacky and Blank. We're covering. We'll do it like a radio show. Today we're covering the Deadlock Core Tournament 2. And once things are fixed on the back end, you'll enjoy some core gameplay. We'll see you in a bit. Grab yourself a drink and stay hydrated. Changes to bloodletting. Shiv and Ivy both get a lot of love, it seems, right now, with various tweaks to her new ultimate and bloodletting's damage mitigation capabilities for Shiv, with damage deferred being reduced by 5% down from 40 to 35. An interesting one as well now, as shotgun heroes had a fix applied to them where previously they were applying build-up effects like toxic bullets instantly on ricocheted enemies. Meaning some smart fellow out there figured out that you could use characters that fire multiple projectiles at once to apply bleed or damage dealing effects off the back of using ricochet in synergy with it. An interesting bug that Valve have detected and now fixed, so you don't have to worry about it anymore. Lastly, Guardians are changed once again when it comes to parrying them. Of course, parrying Guardians has been tweaked a lot recently, but now, off the back of pulling off a successful parry, you can't chain stun them together, stopping a Guardian from actually fighting back. Instead, they'll quickly burst you with a laser. A better change. If you'd like a deep dive on all this and more though, and want to stay up to date with all the changes every time there's a Deadlock patch, then please like, subscribe, and listen to the Dead Air podcast. I've been your host, Jacky. I hope you've enjoyed this episode of Patch Notice, and get back out there.
You're now listening to Deadlock News.
Whoa, sorry guys, Ivy just airdropped me in. Welcome to Deadlock News. My name is Damp. Let's drop into the news. First things first, Deadheads, we now have a Reddit and a Discord. If you want both of those, they will be in the description below. 2 patches this week, 1 major patch. We've had a huge buff to movement in the game. Ropes, wall jumping, roofs, all kinds of changes now available. It seems like a lot of people are getting really excited about the future of Deadlock and its potential. There is one minor balance patch. You can find details to both of these in Jacky's patch notice. Now, for the Yoshi leaks of the week. Yoshi confirms that the individual hero MMR system doesn't really synergize with the game, but they are doing a full rewrite of the matchmaking system. Individual hero and MMR-based matchups should be more balanced in the future. He also leaked some lore. Ooh, lore. Yoshi lore. Yoshi explains that in Deadlock's universe, the United States has 52 states. You may or may not have known that the 52nd is South Ixia, but did you know that the first state is Puerto Rico? Puerto Rico was added due to the fact that they discovered a gate to the outer plains. Meanwhile, South Ixia is also confirmed to be the place where Infernus's parents are from. Following on from that, Yoshi also told us that planes don't exist in Deadlock. Instead, people fly in airships powered by wind spirits. Isn't that cool? The streets are really filling out and starting to look like the concept art. Here are some of the new art assets that they added in the recent update up close and personal. Aren't these advertisements so cool? Player watch, player watch. The game's going huge. It's going off crazy. We're nearing over 150,000 players inside an invite-only game. That's 15% of Counter-Strike's player base. Wow. And if you've watched this far, make sure that you comment wow now. Wow. But that's all the news for this week. Make sure you like and subscribe if you found any of this interesting. And make sure that you join the Discord. And last but not least, rate the podcast 5 stars on Spotify. I'll see you next Monday.
Welcome to Patch Notice. I'm your host, Jacky. Let's get into the update the Valve have dropped on us for the 15th of August. Firstly, they've added another new hero to the game. Introducing Shiv, the chin chopper himself. Looking to cut up all the fresh meat on the streets of New York, Shiv has a crazy kit with loads of mobility, a very aggressive playstyle, and overall looks to be a very fun hero to play. Up first, let's have a look at his one. Serrated Knives, a throwing knife that will deal damage and slow enemies and will deal more damage based on the stacks of rage that you've got. If you're at full rage, it will actually ricochet and slow other enemies down whilst making them bleed. His 2, Slice and Dice, allows you to charge towards enemies and do a ton of damage as you impact into them. Combo that with Bloodletting, the fact that he basically has free damage mitigation and self-healing on hand is absolute insanity. It really feels like Shiv's coming into Deadlock to potentially be one of the best in the business. Lastly then, let's talk about Killing Blow, his ultimate. Changed of course from the initial pre-release ultimate that he had if you dug around in the console. Now, Killing Blow is effectively just an execute. He does look a little bit like Axe, and yeah, he can execute if he wants to ask you a question. That question is, are you gonna die if you're below 25% HP? The answer, yes. Outside of his actual weaponry, his kit also has some great movement abilities. Even just his base overall gameplay feels really fun to work with. In the same vein that Viscous feels unique in how he's this gooey ball of terror, you've got Shiv who feels like he's a well-oiled, sharp tool of destruction. His design's got so much personality to it, and it feels like there was a lot of love that went into creating Shiv. He's got such a cool style to him, very reminiscent of the rockabilly Japanese style, with a constant head bob and a sleek overall design. Go try out Shiv. Okay, enough glazing Shiv. Let's have a look at what else has changed in tonight's update, as there's actually been quite a substantial amount. Firstly, let's get under the hood of the map changes. Bounce pads. An unexpected addition makes its way to New York. New movement options have popped up all over the map. Some of them you'll see on screen now, providing far more options for quick rotates, new verticality, and different ways to take fights in previously unexplored regions of the map. You've got quick escapes from down towards the underground shops, and different ways to peek now in elevated positions. A really nice update. Following on from this, they've also tweaked the base. Again, nowhere near as drastically as what we'd seen in the past, but just providing you different avenues to get deeper down towards your walkers on the yellow and purple lanes respectively. You've now got tunnels that you can roam through if you need to make a quick reposition, say if troopers are pushing your base or if you're looking to flank round the back and make a play off the back of it. Flanking is actually a key word in tonight's update with all of the overall changes that have been made. There's so many new angles for you to fight from. New rooftops, new juke closets, new corridors, hell, new everything. It almost feels like the map has been given a V2 pass with just how much visually and gameplay wise has been updated. On screen now is the map of new rooftop locations that have been added inside of tonight's update. 4 brand new rooftops for you to fight from, and that's not even touching on the fact that there's new catwalks and connecting corridors scattered around the streets of New York. It feels like playing with height from range and with verticality was a big focus in tonight's update, alongside supporting movement. With Shiv's kit and the new bounce pads alongside the new roofs, it really feels like Valve want you to get aggressive and play with pace, something that Deadlock seems to have written into its DNA. They also overhauled the yellow fireman's building, making it feel more reminiscent to what we have over on the purple lane in terms of the church/cathedral, giving it an overall similar layout in terms of the openings that you can get in and out of, restricting opportunities of you being caught in the jungle with no options for outplay. Overall, a pretty nice change actually. AP refunding. People were using AP refunding to get their ability points back, whilst being able to cast spells, use actives, and generally do things that weren't intended. Valve have resolved that now. But they didn't stop there. Valve also made it so there's no longer a spectate limit on games. They overhauled the shop with a brand new built-in system displaying all of your stats, lore about the character and weapon that you're playing as, shows off what items build into what other items, alongside giving even more power to the players in terms of community builds, suggesting what abilities to pick up, crosshair customization, magic carpets, other items alongside it as well. Valve went above and beyond in terms of the quality of the features they added and the support for the community. The Soul Urn finally gets an update from its old Neon Prime model with the ridiculous parachute to the new, crazy looking Celestial Rift, almost as if the urn's coming down from the beacon of some sort of spirit deity itself. Really nice overhaul on that one that fits the Deadlock vibe. Ricochet had a bug fix where the extra bullet was coming from the user's gun rather than the target, so now it really is ricocheting. Teleporting with the urn has finally been fixed as well, so that pesky bug allowing players to dip into the TP with the urn on their back and quickly peace out into another lane has finally been removed from the game. Arctic Beam at tier 3 has had a bug fix in which its range wasn't correctly calculating when it was supposed to have additional range added off the back of items. Also, for you Infernus mains, holding mouse 1 after flame dashing will now allow you to shoot without releasing and then pressing mouse 1 again. Seismic's Impact and Siphon for Abrams has also had better visuals added to the game in terms of visual clarity. Next up, let's listen to some of the audio changes that have come in tonight's update. We'll start here with Haze and Smoke Bomb.
Moving into position. Time to disappear.
Gun sounds have also changed in tonight's update, so have a listen. Wraith's tracers were updated so that they should be more connected to the bullets than it previously looked like they were. Lady Geist has also had new improved visual effects added for her ultimate. Infernus has better performance off the back of some tweaks being made to his gun. Sleep Dagger for Haze was also tweaked with a different model and a new sound.
Sweet dreams. Bedtime for you.
Following on from that, we had language support for quite a few different languages inside of tonight's update, giving localization support for many different regions. Talking of regions, matchmaking for all regions will now start 1 hour earlier. That's more time to lock it in. When you want to lock it in, you can now set priority of preferred, your primary pick, and your general hero pick out of your free picks for heroes, giving you a little bit more choice and control in matchmaking. The teleporter also underwent some changes in tonight's update. You will not be stopped from teleporting when taking damage now. However, it will take 5 seconds to channel the teleport. You'll also have to be within 30 meters to deal damage to walkers, and those walkers have had their HP buffed by 15%. Base Guardian's HP has also gone up by 20%. And the Patron has a 30% damage buff when vulnerable, alongside a new multi-target attack similar to Torment Pulse. That is cool. And lastly, the Curiosity Shop has been given an alternative theme. Have a listen to it here. If you'd like to listen to the full song, it's available on the Dead Air channel and linked below in the description. But that's it for your patch notice. We're going to be going deeper on tonight's patch with myself and Blank on the Dead Air podcast tomorrow, so tune in for that every Saturday. For now though, I've been your host Jacky. Thank you for watching Patch Notice here on Dead Air. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and we'll see you next time. Welcome to Patch Notice. I'm your host, Jacky, and today here on the Dead Air channel, I'm going to be taking you through the Deadlock update for the 30th of August. The biggest change, and by far the coolest, is the fact that Valve have added a whole new movement mechanic to Deadlock. You can now wall jump. It will use no stamina and allow you to directionally bounce yourself off of any surface. You can use this to fling around off of walls and express far more skill when it comes to controlling your momentum and movement. As you can see with jumps like this, it's possible to use it in all sorts of creative ways to navigate around the cursed apple. Using it with synergy is a big part of the new update as well, comboing wall jumps with rails, slides, and ropes. That's right, ropes. The new climbing mechanic that was also introduced alongside wall jumping. All over the streets of New York, these ropes have popped up in some new locations and replacement locations for bounce pads, giving you opportunities to climb up to new areas of verticality without burning stamina. Fighting on high ground now becomes far easier for a majority of heroes in the pool. And you can fight on the ropes as well, shooting your gun whilst climbing them. On screen now is a few of the different rope locations that have popped up over the map. Bounce pads have also had some new locations to make up for the ones that have been removed. Rather than you going up in a straight line, those will now be ropes, whereas bounce pads are used for traversing far gaps and distances. Talking of traversing far gaps and distances, teleporters have had a huge overhaul. Not only have they received a new model that seems to be based on the police core box from England back in the early 60s, and of course the classic TARDIS from Doctor Who, it even includes an Easter egg alluding to Portal 2's logo. So Valve paying homage to some of their older games. But they've also changed how teleporters work in terms of the locational teleportation. Let's have a look at the quick map that I've whipped up to show you how things are now working in terms of the teleporter locations. You will now have 8 possible teleporters across the map that teleport you between 4 different routes, from Amber and Sapphire lanes, with some of them remaining similar, but a lot of them changing in terms of their overall location, now being down on street level. But getting off of street level is an important part of tonight's patch, because Valve have opened up multiple rooftops across New York, giving you new vantage points across the entire battlefield, allowing you to take fights in completely new ways. Alongside that, there's breakable locations up on these vantage points as well, providing you new opportunities to gather souls and power-ups. Guardians have also undergone some changes in tonight's update, namely itemization based off of flex slots. Flex slots have been changed so you no longer get awarded one for taking a single set of enemy-based guardians. Now you have to destroy all enemy lane guardians to receive your flex slot. AP also had some changes, as killing guardians will no longer award you ability points. Instead, you'll receive them at set soul levels throughout the game, progressing when you hit each cap and being rewarded AP at these soul levels: 3,500, 5,200, 8,000, and finally 9,700. A big issue currently in the scene is that people were abusing pausing after the game went public. Valve have fixed that by making it so you individually can only use the pause once per game and at most 3 times per team. So now you know, stop abusing it. Meanwhile, in the sandbox, Valve have added a gym, so you can prove that you're the king of fighters and train your parrying with a bot that will automatically attempt to heavy punch you as soon as you step inside of the dojo. A cool way to train your timing on parrying without having friends connecting to a local listen server. They also went ahead and added a brand new tier 3 weapon item called Headhunter. Landing headshots will deal bonus damage and it will heal you for the damage dealt. One for you Lady Geist mains out there, or potentially Vindictors if you want to be hitting those big taps. Viscous also received a gun rework. He's now joining some of the other heroes along the lines of Shiv and Yamato that have alternate fires on their weapon. With your right click, you'll now spend more ammunition to fire out an AoE based shot that will explode goo everywhere and deal damage in the surrounding area. You cannot headshot with it, but overall it's pretty powerful and feels like it's given a little bit more flavor to Viscous as an individual hero, rather than just having a similar gun to Kelvin. They've also brought his reload time more in line with other heroes and tweaked the weapon itself. Something that needed tweaking though, by community demand, was Ivy's new ultimate airdrop being able to pick up 7 and bring him as a bug zapper that would zap everyone. Valve wanted to leave it in, as it is a cool way to play
play the game. So they've tweaked it in this manner, making it so allies deal 50% less damage when they're being carried in airdrop. Silence no more, however, as the silence that was brought in the previous patch that meant you couldn't cast in air has been removed, allowing you to once again cast freely when being carried. But they have nerfed it, making it longer to cast and slower in terms of its maximum move speed when you're in air as Ivy's airdrop. Destroying base guardians will now also correctly display an express icon beneath the zipline, educating newer players that ziplines get a free boost when you take out base guardians on that line. Valve also added hero stats. You now have a completely revamped hero stat page where you can look through games played, souls denied, damage, all sorts of different things to give you an overall sense of how your deadlocking is going. Soul Urn. For the Soul Urn, the delivery point has now been marked as red. You can see it has a red indicator now, so you are able to easily identify where to pick up and where to drop off the Soul Urn. No more confusion there. I'm sure you know where you're going. Sprint bonus was, however, increased from +2 to +3, meaning that you're even faster now when shepherding the urn to its drop-off designated spot. Golden statues have had their drop rate increased by 6%, so it's even more lucrative to make sure you're smashing them open at every opportunity like you're doing your best Legend of Zelda cosplay. Walker's minimum range to attack has once again been brought back to 32 meters. It was reduced to 30 in a previous patch, but we go back to where we were before that, allowing you to have a little bit more distance between you and the walker when dealing damage to them. Here's one for players that hate Abrams though. Parrying cooldown has now been reduced from 6 seconds to 5 seconds, making it easier to get those quick stuns off and chain them together. So remember, 1 second of difference could save your life on a parry. More language support has been added to Deadlock, with German, Polish and Korean now being supported with the game. Matchmaking times are now opening 1 hour earlier for all regions on weekdays and weekends. Stability performance for the client and server has also apparently been improved across the board. This is fantastic news and always a welcome addition to the game. Great to see Valve are improving Deadlock in all facets every update. Streamer mode has been added now the game is allowed to be discussed publicly and finally streamed. This will hide player nameplates in-game, making it so it's harder to know where your streamers are and track them down to troll them. Visuals and audio. Let's step into this segment where I'll be letting you listen and see the changes that have come in to various effects.
Granting immunity.
You want to mess with me? Ground pound! I'm about to ruin your day.
Now's our chance! Make your choice. Throwing flask. Alchemical flask. Strike them down.
As you can see, a whole load of sound effects were changed in tonight's patch, and a new line of dialogue, banter between Seven and Lash, was added.
Word on the street is you're some kind of boogeyman.
I'm not interested in chit-chat.
That's fine. The Lash knows how to carry a conversation.
There is no conversation.
The Lash does it again.
They say you have quite the...
Okay, here we go, everyone. We're ready for the action. Looks like everything's been fixed on their side of Deadlock Core's servers issues. So we're ready to kick things back off and slip back into the games. Thanks for sticking with us here, of course. Now, for the update on what's gone on. Because the server crashed whilst the game was live, we're replaying the game. So we're starting from the beginning. We're back to the laning phase. You're just joining us. You haven't missed anything, as the previous result is now invalid. So we can get back into it and see how things go the second time around.
He's already been pretty annoying versus this Wraith here. Just trying to keep the fixation stacks up. Pretty fun thing you can do, actually, in terms of just poking here and there. Fixation stacks do linger quite a while, so you can just keep stacking them up over and over again as long as you keep getting those tags on. Kelvin trying to get a little bit more aggressive, but overall, like a lot of aggression on either side. RJ4 Lakers tries to go for the parry there, and in comes the Ivy. Fortunately, at the moment, Tinky Winky's just standing his ground.
Yeah, it's nice. Nearly took him down. Mo and Krill barely surviving from the dot damage there from the afterburn. He gets out. He's able to heal his way through it. Obviously, on the first game around, we saw a lot of harass out of Toucan on the Haze. He was able to control the lane, fight very deep, and make it uncomfortable for Eric here on the Wraith to be able to make much of a move in terms of the early game farm. We'll see if it'll be a similar sort of outcome here. Slightly further ahead at the minute in the opening soul lead with the wave clear he's been able to find. You've got the head-to-head of the Warden and the Viscous as well over on York side.
Yeah, a bit of a dastardly dagger demon is Toucan at the moment. Hitting those into a free heavy punch in the early game can be pretty rough to go up against, especially when you're playing on a character that has pretty low base health to begin with, like the Wraith. Realistically, just needs to get himself into a position where he can stack up those cards, actually hit some big shots over that way. Infernus incredibly low, likely gonna have to back off here, which gives Mo and Krill and the Ivy Fry here control of that pressure over towards the Guardian, which means you can stand up close, get the scorns off for free behind a little gravestone up front as well, just get that harass going. So that's the best place to be as a Mo and Krill, is right up against an enemy's tower. It does leave you pretty open for ganks though. See here as the Paradox comes through.
Paradox putting pressure on the Mo and Krill early. Obviously, you've got a fair amount of freedom to bully in the lane with the self-sufficiency you have with Scorn. We've seen this before. Short on the heavy punch, though. The Haze wanted to slip into the lane and assist so that they can go a bit deeper and start to put some damage. Initial chip onto the Guardian. You get the Sleep Dagger off, but couldn't follow through with the punch. Sends back over to the lane as well, with Haze starting to go deep. Kelvin getting dove on, down to 160 on the old HP. Got to bail out and slide round the corner as Lash looked to make it uncomfortable.
Ivy's just being pressured here. Oh, the magazine coming through from the Paradox. Charge shot, not really finding too much here, but the Bebop, he's extremely low. That's both charges expended. He dodges both of them. Pretty sure if one hit, likely would have been on 1 HP. It's unfortunate the Grey Talon cannot get up close here to actually hit that one off. So Butter not looking too smooth here.
So a bit of a pushback from Tinky Winky. Ooh, potentially room for the flank as well. See if you can get the gank in onto the Haze. There's room for it. Flank in, tiptoe up round the back, look for the engage to support. Ooh, deep dive onto the Haze. Flame Path going to make it real rough on the getaway. So Toucan comes unstuck this time around. Didn't expect just how close Infernus had got. You dive in together, make it uncomfortable for the escape. You take so much damage from it. So Haze out of commission. You get the reset on the respawn there. And for the first time in a while, there's a little bit of freedom to farm for Wraith in lane. Mo goes over. So big Krillius looking to at least deny any push onto the Guardian. And off the back of the timing, Haze has been able to assist. Ivy getting pushed on as well.
Yeah, sort of tough here at the moment for the Haze on Toucan. Trying to get some early ganks off going. But yeah, honestly, Infernus over on Ping Diff. Really getting a lot of good work done into the Flame Dash as well around the side. And I think Toucan was a little bit confused of what to do there. But that Flame Dash does actually tick really quite hard. Use the Arctic Beam here to try and clear out as much of the minion wave as possible. Get these troopers back off the Guardian.
Harder than you'd think, doesn't it?
Grey Talon meanwhile goes to work in the farm, looking to build up some money in the jungle. Grab himself some extra souls. Quick charge shot for the damage back as well. So Bebop takes a dent, and we'll need that one buffed out. Oof. Range coming into play, though, on the hook. Can't get the grab off to pull Grey Talon over in the no man's land. Ivy with the Mow and Krill looking for the engage as well. You pepper out a few bullets. That's the burrow into the Scorn, going deep on the Mow and Krill. Get the damage off onto the Candle Wave and force them both back towards Guardian.
Yeah, it's so tough as well, because I think for the Mow and Krill, they really wants to get up close to hit that combo. Try and lock down one or two of them, but Infernus got Flame Dash, as well as the Bebop being fairly quick to get away. Even having Uppercut to just push him back in the moment, if it calls for it. Yeah, getting the Mow and Krill close enough here ease the difficulty, right? Ash comes through. Does just pick up Death Slam now as well on 3.1k souls, so might be looking for a cheeky pick off there.
That's Divine Barrier coming out as well, giving you the saving grace to stay alive in the lane. Quick healing right as well, going to be popped onto the Grey Talon to get him top back up so he doesn't have to deviate, and they can stay as a trio in lane to keep the pressure on there. Ooh, the first hook finally connects. That one's going to pull Ivy out. Bomb off onto the back. Oh, a chemical fire going in over the top as well. So Warden looking to make it a little bit more awkward. Dash that out and put the pressure back onto him.
Yeah, honestly, for Arkia there, you want to get the turn, right? And you want to get the turn properly so you can uppercut back, almost like the insect Bebop play. Unfortunately, he's just a bit late on that Bebop hook. Which is fair enough, to be honest with you. It is kind of a difficult one to time, and especially lifting him from the ground up onto the bridge that sits across the lane. That's difficult, man. Difficult to hit. But in the meantime, that does result in his death. Down to 3.5k souls here, and Hayes once again trying to get a little bit of value off, but Lash just immediately gets out. That Sleep Dagger hit, though, it might have been a very different story.
Giving you the turn of fates that you needed in the head-to-head. Ivy still just trying to keep the pressure on, looking for the denies at least. Up close against the Infernus. 4.6 overall with the total soul count. Mirror matchup at the minute though. 8 minutes deep, 27k to 27k. Bebop's playing off on the off angle. Looks for the bomb into the knock-up with the uppercut to at least get a little bit of the splash damage back onto Grey Talon. Playing around the new Veil that was added into the last patch as well. Quick response on the hook. Good for the burst damage. Followed up off the back of the Paradox. Instant pop on a healing right. This is going to be your opportunity to dive though. Extra splash damage from the Hyper Beam, but he dashes around a corner. It's getting a bit uncomfortable. Knockback's good for the assist with the Paradox. There's the cleanup from the other side with Warden going in. And you're able to get the 2 for the price of none.
That's a good collapse there. Unfortunately, Warden's in a bit of a situation where he's stuck, right? In comes the hook to just try and delay a little bit. Surprisingly, Warden gets out, and I have no idea how. Made some smooth moves there to swing around the side towards mid and keep himself, well, less than mid HP at least.
Ooh, good flick at least. Toucan, nice reactions there. Flicker the wrist, hits the Sleep Dagger to put them to bed in mid-air off the back of the engage. So no overcommit from the Lash, losing a little bit more HP than he would have wanted to, making it feel far more uncomfortable in the duo fight up towards purple at the minute. You've got Mow and Krill as backup, and Wraith, of course, on the other side. Infernus teetering in the middle once again. Ivy dashing between both the jungle camp and the actual lane to make sure that he can't push too deep for free.
It's some of the longest laning phases I've seen in quite a while, these competitive games. In terms of reaching now 10 minutes where mid-boss does spawn and both the power-ups will get into the game too. And you've got all the Guardians still up at the moment from everyone. Lash trying to take down this Guardian on side, gets slept daggered. Take a little nap, a little snooze.
Instant fallback, healing rights called in, both of the power-ups spawning in as well. So a bit of a mad dash to see if it's beneficial and that you want to grab it. They can be incredibly lucrative. Ivy makes the move over towards the bridge on one side and grabs that. That'll be the gun buff. Perfect synergy there to give you the extra DPS output that you would want on the Ivy. And at just the right time as well. Soul Learn coming down. Infernus lurks just behind the Veil. You get the dash over from the Ivy. A lot of pressure being dumped on the Kelvin as well from the split of the lanes. So you've got the 4-man fight around the urn, looking to make it uncomfortable with Kelvin trying to defend against the Bebop.
Infernus on the quick farm to assist with the haze as well. Meanwhile, you've made out like bandits. Ivy's grabbed the urn, goes with the backup of the Warden for the rapid rotate, and there could be a fight for the urn here.
Yeah, you've got 5 members right now from the Manhattan Mutants already in waiting to take this urn for themselves. Alchemical Flash sent in, pulled out away from the urn, in fact, and tries to deliver it, but in comes the Hyper Beam, looking to secure those souls as well. It's doing a huge amount of damage, Jacky.
Yes, this pressure right now, instantly into the hyper beam that bursts its way through them. You've read it like a book with the rotate over. Warden ganging up on the Viscous as well, looking for the quick clamber into the cube, trying to buy a bit of time. Ooh, too early on the pre-fire from the punch as well, and the knock-up actually sends him further towards the Veil, giving him freedom to get away. Should have been a takedown on the Viscous there, but they inadvertently help him for the escape. Ivy comes back in for the response. Tracing, struggling, can't quite get the flick shots off with the crosshair. Eventually finds the target, but now you're thrown back into the 1v2. Divine Barrier from the assist of the Mo into the combo. Oh, Jacob Lash is about to get hit with it, and he realizes he's got to bail.
Dear me, Jacob Lash got slashed by the Mo himself with the little claws that dig deep in the ground. Kind of an insane approach there that came through from the Bebop. I was almost rooting for him to survive as he dashed zigzag back and forth to almost escape. Yeah, it was not meant to be. Almost redeemed himself that horrific uppercut. It basically puts Viscous back into his own territory.
Kind of a crazy situation of events there. This is a little bit more worse for wear. You sniffed out a weakened Ivy. You thought potentially isolated, but no, there's backup. You've got room to fight on this one. And with the posturing, they might want to engage. Grey Talon calling in for the owl. More of just information rather than an actual play with a slam down. Not getting the stun off they would have wanted or assisting with the damage. Ivy into the airdrop though. You're talking about stuns. This is her bread and butter at the minute with the airdrop. But so much damage back. She's forced to use it as more of an escape and look for the rotate round to assist. Meanwhile, her teammates have already cleaned up. So you take down 1. That's Bebop out of commission. Sent back to the scrapyard. Ivy gets dove on again by the Infernus. So far out of position. He's looking for the quick reposition with the flame dash. Nice moves to get away at least.
I mean, saying thank you in the chat as well as Pretty BM there, but that's the second time that an uppercut, but this time from the Goo Boy himself into the paradoxical swap through the barrier. Easy pickup, but yeah, the Goo Punch, Puddle Punch, does in fact save Tinky Winky in that situation. You said he was so far deep, and basically Viscous put him back into shallow waters, which is very kind of it.
Goes both ways, really. They saved you, you saved them. We've seen a 2 for 2 now on the Bebop uppercuts and the Viscous puddle punches, making it a little bit more awkward than you'd want in these head-to-head fights. Bit of chasing, though, from Toucan. The haze puts the pressure on and forces Wraith to back off, looking for the peace out with a TP.
Back to farming, we saw Toucan get up to an incredible amount of souls last game very quickly. Looks to do the same here and run around with a hit squad of Ivy as well as Mo and Krill. We could potentially catch off there, but I think it more seeming like there's a group up looking to occur here from the Manhattan Mutants, but you can see already Infernus is ticking hard on the afterburn over towards Ivy, who loses more than half her HP from just one barrage.
Let's take out Warden.
Wraith doing what she does best though, dumping damage onto the Walker, taking a fair amount of damage back. You've got to use Project Mind for the escape. Mo and Krill, with the Binding Word, keeping him locked down. Good owl though, at least, from the Grey Talon from the backline. That's a 3-pointer. Here's the reply with the paradoxical swap. Mo and Krill was looking to try and get the combo off. Last second he saw before he went down was the Wraith in front of him, but it's again a trade. Kelvin calling in the Frozen Shelter for the quick reposition, but it's already too late. They dip back on the lane. Slowing Hex, gonna lock Ivy in place. The kinetic carbine connects to the top of the head as well, and Ivy starts to dial it back.
It felt almost like a misclick there from the Kelvin on the Frozen Shelter. But he drops it down. Immediately pops it back off again. Infernus, Tinky Winky is just pushing to his heart's content here. So tough. But now with Combat Barrier, as well as Health Nova here for Ivy. She's fairly tanky, difficult to get rid of. Kudzu bomb as well. Nice for taking out these sorts of camps. I think this is the second one she's currently upgrading. Or maybe the first. The Stoneform being the second build. But you can see Afterburn as well as Flame Dash being prioritized for Tinky Winky. Fair enough. Both abilities extremely strong. And in fairness with tier 5, tier 3 Flame Dash is just off cooldown so often. You can do sort of things like this so many times. Unfortunately, too much damage is going through. He doesn't quite have the Spirit Lifesteal just yet to heal all that back up again.
Brutal timing as well. Well played from the Viscous, getting the cube off at just the right time to negate the potential damage output. That sudden nuke from the concussive combustion. Ooh, hello. Flick back across. Nice tracing. Fleetfoot for the chase as well. Potentially the getaway, but off the back of the lockdown with the binding word and the assist, they dive onto the haze. So Toucan taken out of commission. That's a 10-second stagger between both of the respawns now over on the Amber Hand side. With Grey Talent back up in 10, this gives you more freedom to finally commit back onto the walkers. That's Wraith going in again. Mo and Krill into the combo. Instant lockdown. You get the creep diving in on her, straight into the disarm. Can't find the quick getaway. He's going to try and chip her down. Keep the chase on. He's got good move speed for the knock-up as well. Reply back with a lifesteal, at least buying you a little bit of opportunity. Even getting the backup now. You can turn the tides on this one. Stays alive just as Warden comes in for the assist.
Yeah, I mean, this is the type of thing where some Wraiths just don't realize their own capability. And yes, you got disarmed at the start, but there is a point where you just think to yourself, I should just turn on this. And you saw with the combo, what makes combo so strong on Mo and Krill is not that it does a lot of damage, it's just the lockdown. And there was absolutely no one there to follow up with him onto the Wraith. But now that's gone on cooldown for quite a while. That was an incredible Stoneform coming through from the Ivy. I'm surprised she lived for that long as well, dude. And it's a bit weird the way it worked. Oh my lord!
Whiplash hitting him heavy. Nice pullback. Gives his life for potentially theirs. The Bebop trying to hit heavy with the Hyper Beam, going full Gyarados on ya. But Mo and Krill looks to delay again. Lash down for the price of 2, with Ivy and also Kelvin being taken out from the Amber Hand side. You get the reposition back around from the haze. She had the drop down from the top rope, slips in through the back line, hits him with a WWE maneuver, elbow to the back of the head on the Bebop. Instant flame dash called in from the Infernus, realizing you've got to give up the chase on this one. And Haze goes deep. Harsh commit onto the Wraith, another knockback. You've got a huge edge now in the battle of attrition and can even start to dump damage on the Guardian.
Yeah, we're slowly chipping through these Guardians, but I'm surprised that they're still up here at 18 minutes in. A long time coming for that first flex slot for the Manhattan Mutants. Really see that's the big difference maker between them and Ping Diff at the moment, is that Ping Diff has that one flex slot available to them. They've also been able to pick themselves up 2 walkers, so that's the second flex slot also accrued. And they really need to pressure that advantage, but the Haze is doing so much damage and these fights are delaying for so long. It was an awkward, desperate fling from the Lash as well, which just didn't find enough value because the Kelvin is so good at shutting down those types of initiations.
Go supernova. Get out.
His death-defying efforts did result in death for the Lash. And obviously opened up a massive opportunity for the backstab from Haze. You go quick up the rope, drop off the top. It gives you a nice vantage point to get a sudden DPS dump onto them. Owl going to be thrown out. Hit heavy in the face of Infernus and force him to use the flame dash. Back on cooldown now for 15 seconds as they begin to dive. His quick escape tactic not going to be primed and ready for this one, and the rest of the squad starting to roll further back as well. So they complete their commit on the Boulevard Guardian and finally strike that down.
There's one more to go now on those Guardians. In fact, 2 Guardians still left remaining and another Walker found on the split push. So despite losing a player there, it was a fairly easy trade coming through for Ping Diff. Consistently push their lead forward, and I think this is the main thing that's keeping the guys from Manhattan Mutants in the game, is just the earn control. Doesn't really matter though, because objective-wise, you know, Ping Diff are so far ahead.
They really are. It's going to take a lot for you to build back into it. You'll love to see it though. The rapid movement on the Haze slides in, hits him heavy, takes his knees out, so you at least get the counter pick back onto the Bebop. This will give them more freedom as well to go for the earn run and even further now start to push themselves back towards tying up this lead. Bit of a drop and chase though. You've got an assist from the Kelvin, the ice grenade thrown over, Infernus absolutely eats it, and they can grab that earn as well. Reset on it isn't that drastic. Gonna ping and ask for the pickup from the teammate whilst the Haze continues to farm. And I mean, the thing is, you're getting a bit of freedom to at least split push on some of these lanes. Like over towards the yellow side here on York, you're pushing up deep. The creep's all the way in towards the inner lane. So they're going to have to wrap round, deal with the inner Guardian damage that's coming across to actually buy themselves a bit of space. And yeah, you are behind, but it's nowhere near as drastic anymore, right? Especially when you factor in the soul potential off the back of the objectives. If they can start to claim some of these, you could still turn this around quite nicely.
Yeah, you can bounce this one back. I mean, there's 4 potential walkers still to be taken. Nice Lashel here. Should take her down. Good telekinesis as well to cancel out the bullet dance. And this is a very important fight now here for Pingdiff.
Lash is going in, hitting them like the human baseball bat. The punch into the Moe and Krill is shallow, but it won't matter because the range from the Bebop ult certainly isn't. And you begin to pummel down to just the duo. Viscous and Kelvin, the only 2 that remain alive. This gives you complete and utter freedom to go for the dive onto the mid-boss, burn your way through it, confirm a rejuve pickup off the back of it, and put yourself into a great position to start to steamroll now. There was comeback potential for the Amber Hand, but being hit heavy in a matchup like this is now the timeline we're looking at.
Yeah, this should be a free walker, honestly, for them. You still got 10 seconds, 5 seconds on the Ivy. The lane's already pushed up towards this walker, and this should be all 4 now taken. Should give them that 3rd flex slot, which is absolutely gigantic for them.
Yeah, this is what they've been waiting for. Doesn't matter if you get the kills back, because at the minute they've got rejuve to burn. They're going to be happy with that. You trade the Infernus out. No overcommit onto it either, though. They don't dive into a team fight that they don't necessarily want. This also, again, gives opportunity for Bebop, who's been such a backdoor nuisance, to push towards York. He again commits onto it, pushes up the creep wave deep, so you've got to start to split your resources in terms of the map control, and everyone's keeping these waves, pushing in. It's only really Boulevard you've been able to find any sort of established clear on, and that's with a 5-man push to take back control.
Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough right now for Manhattan Mutants, and they essentially just need one good team fight to go off the back of, but the game's going to really slow down now whilst they just catch these waves like surfers, essentially, because they don't really want to fight versus the guys on Ping Diff at the moment whilst they've got the rejuve buff out, but might not be their choice, as it looks like they're going for this Guardian. They're desperate for this flex slot. They're so starved of them right now. They've got 0. They should be able to pick this one up. In comes the Bebop, though.
Oh, hello. Pressure thrown back on. Moe and Krill made to look like food as he gets chowed down on. Warden with the assist as well off the back of the Infernus. Straight into the smooth moves from the Bebop. Hit it with the Majestic Leap for the air dash. Start to push deep on the lane and see if they can really dogpile the pressure on now. Make it uncomfortable for them and start to batter their way through those inner base Guardians and leave you in an uncomfortable spot. Ivy looking for the wrap round the back. Pause called in. All right, DC from Grey Talon saying it's a camera bug. Hopefully, it's not going to be that hard to get things fixed, get him back in. Looks like he's reconnected. Should just be the old classic DC and reconnect. And then I imagine we'll be going live again with this one.
Yeah, man, I think the big thing here is that all we're looking at is Bebop getting close into a situation like this where it gets kind of claustrophobic towards your own base right now for Manhattan Mutants. This is a great opportunity to Majestic Leap into a Hyper Beam just to open up space to take these inner Guardians.
Call for the backstab on the Ivy, the silence and stun. Hit him with the double damage from the top rope. Drop it in. Wraith and Paradox feeling the hit from that one, but you're massively down numbers. A 3-2 split when you look at the head count, with all 6 alive up against now 5 off the respawned wave for Amber Hand. Amber Shrine's getting absolutely pelted as well. Quarter of health gone for one of them, and another pause called in.
His pause is causing problems on the servers. Quick crash came through. gonna wait for the boys to reconnect here, get back online, but that should be another shrine there. 4 ping, they've given their 4 flex slot. Not that they really need it right now. I think they're itemed out the wazoo. Not quite getting to those last couple of slots just yet. Yeah, this is a perfect opportunity now for Bebot to unleash the Ivy Beam from up on high. Keep them off them. Honestly, I think with the 30 seconds on Toucan as well as the 50 seconds on the Viscous, this should be Shrine and Patron. Maybe not weaken Patron. Sort of depends how much more value you guys can get out of this push.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how far you can take it, really. You think about the fact that you've got, what, 15 seconds of difference on the staggered spawns from the Haze and the Viscous, 50 seconds being the cap out there on Viscous with the reset. You could potentially get a lot done with this, especially with the comp you've got in terms of just sudden burst damage to dump on the objectives. The Wraith is going to be in her absolute dream territory. You can just go nuts with it off the back of the burst damage there of just unloading again and again. So you'll see the shrine just absolutely start to melt. There you go. That's the commit onto it with the full auto. You get the tick up onto the damage, quick reload off the back of it. So that's one shrine gone. There goes the second shrine. You should be able to completely burn your way through the patron. That's going to leave him in a horrific spot. Rejuve still up on 5 out of the 6 players, with one of them even having the soul rebirth, and you've completely burned their whole base. You get all of the inner guardians as well taken out, so the base guardian's gone. Creep wave's going to be barreling in from all sides. Only one set of guardians is left, and they don't have to fully commit to take down the weakened patron here. You can peace out, play for the long game, use the extra souls accumulated to buy with the new flex slot, then go in for that final fight. Mo and Krill on the catch at least, looking for the grab, and with the assist of the Haze, they do take down one. It doesn't seem like it, mate. They've all pieced out.
Nah, I thought that might be the case, dude. I was just wondering. Fails the ramp, though. In goes the combo. They might pick up the Moan Krill here. No, I think everyone else is pieced out. But that did buy sort of a lot of time for maybe a comeback potential coming through there from the Manhattan Mutants. Just because they forgot about the Soul Rebirth.
Extra few seconds wasted, extra utility as well with burning the ult on the Mo and Krill that then throws him into horrific territory. You've got the dive in, Frozen Shelter dropped. Will it be sheltering you though? As Calvin just gets pummeled. They once again turn onto him. So you were looking for the quick chase, but look at this position it's left you in. Staggered spawns on both sides. Both teams down with just 4 heroes to work with, and you can push a little bit further. You get the reset. You've been able to spend some of the cash as well, so the souls invested back into the items with the new flex slot opening up on a couple of these stat characters already. Yeah, this is going to be a lot of pressure now. Even with the soul lead starting to pull further ahead with about 13k extra to work with.
Yeah, I mean, with Kelvin as well as Mo and Krill down, that's a lot of your aerial denial gone. So there should be another free soul earn here. At this point in the game, this thing is stacked up with souls. Should give a little bit more. Another FPS bug coming through. Lash needs a restart. Me too.
Oh, all right. Okay, there you go. I've turned my light back on. We're back. I guess it's crashed again. Yeah, let's head back to the desk. That's a good point. I heard the disconnected voice of Damp in my ears. Hello, Damp. Oh, yeah, we're all here. Yeah, it's unfortunate. The Deadlock core guys obviously are running everything on that side. We're just the. No, you're not. You're definitely not. I mean, you're not on my end. Are you muted on your side? There you go. You muted yourself, you fool.
No.
See, I can't believe this.
No.
Absolutely egregious. Everyone's so quick to judge Jacky.
How many days
Producer
without
Jacky.
Damp being muted? 0.
Yeah.
Anyway, guys, I'll say that again just for them, I guess. This is an unreleased game. This isn't, the game in its final form. So we will have some issues, some bugs, some crashing, and that will happen. It's just the nature of doing tournaments for a game that's in early access. It is what it is. But we are here to make sure that it'll be okay. So don't you worry. Your little.
It's rough. It's rough. It's unfortunate. Yeah, obviously the Deadlock core guys are looking at it. They're trying to see what's happened on their side and figure things out. It seems like the whole server went down as well. So it wasn't just an observer crash. Observer crash is the best outcome because then obviously it's fine if it just messes up the broadcast a bit. At least everyone keeps playing. Then maybe you can even get back in. But it looks like the server went down, which is brutal because obviously it's the second time they played this game now as well. So it gets a little bit awkward for the players. Yeah, it's just the nature of custom games at the minute on dedicated servers. It's a bit rough. The system Valve have put in as well might actually be the way to go, honestly, because the built-in one, you just access it through the console. It hosts everything on Valve servers. You can have 2 observers. It should be pretty smooth. You literally just join and click. I was messing around with it this morning. It's all pretty simple. So just unlucky, really.
I'm sure that all the people here are aware that we are restreaming or covering the other half of the bracket, rather, of the Deadlock Core Tournament number 2. And this is not our event. This is Moot's event, and we are simply helping him cover it. So we will be running our own event. We will be trying the official Valve servers and having in-game observers and really trying to give a real broadcasting experience a go without any crashing and see if we can do that. But for now, we have no control over this stream. We are just trying our best to cover it. For anyone who's not aware, we do not have control over the crashing.
It would be sick if, because obviously with it being built in and like that, that's probably, I imagine Valve's intention. It runs on their dedicated servers. So obviously across the board, it would make it easier for everyone, because then you wouldn't even have to worry about setting up server configs, dedicated servers. So it'd make everyone's lives easier. Very new though, of course. It only went in a couple of days ago.
So we'll try it out.
Just
we'll see if that
bit of
works.
a nightmare.
Oh, thanks for covering it and all the work you guys put in. That's so nice. Thank you. These comments are always so nice to read. Because we are, it is 3 a.m. where I am. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you guys. We are a little EP. We're EP talent. But we are here for you guys to give you the action because you deserve it. So, NA is also a huge part of Deadlock Air's audience. And we want to be there for you guys. So thank you for that. That's so nice. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, we've definitely been hit with the haze dagger. That's for sure.
For sure.
Little sleep dagger out of nowhere.
Yeah, exactly.
I wonder if they
I'm
will
not gonna
make
sit
them
here and
replay it
pretend
a
like
third
I'm not
time.
tired.
Surely not. Surely they don't.
I mean, they have to, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, technically, there is no match medic. You would just have to say, flip a coin and see who wins. I mean, we could kind of see who had won, really, with how the game was going.
Yeah, at that point.
The issue is that both the games went either side.
Yeah, I know what you mean, because the first game was, it makes it harder.
But here's my solution is I feel like after 3 crashes, that's when you flip a coin. And then,
You just flip a coin.
Yeah.
Unlucky, guys. It's too
At
late.
that
Flip a
point,
coin, homies.
unlucky.
Oh, mate. I've had some that are crazy. I remember some of the, UK LAN formats for Counter-Strike were playing games in the LAN hall for upper bracket deciders to see who was coming back. Yeah, it's still going through on the stream.
He's back there.
But yeah, it still goes through on the stream. It's only you guys that when it cuts out. So just imagine what I'm saying in the gaps. Don't be selfish.
Maybe I can listen to the stream.
But yeah,
okay, so
I was
we're
saying
just
it's one of
not
those where
hearing
I've had some LANs where you are playing upper bracket BO3 deciders in CS at 3 a.m. to see who's coming back in 8 a.m. the next day. And even then, they didn't make us flip a coin. So I don't think it'll work. Most people are at home. It can't be that late for Eastern time, right? What is it, 9 p.m., 8 p.m.?
You know what, though? Here's my other solution, though. Revamp on the coin idea.
Okay.
I asked Peggy this idea, but I think you guys would also have some interesting answers. If you could have some sort of custom game mode, just a quick, fun little Deadlock game mode, maybe knife round, stuff like that in Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
What kind of game mode would you invent?
I think. Go on.
Oh, I'll go on then.
I think. Go on. I think Bebop Dodgeball. If you get hooked,
Ooh.
you're on the enemy team.
Dude, this is mad. Okay, so we were actually really close to saying the exact same thing at the exact same time.
Wow.
Go on.
Yeah, I was gonna say like Bebop Pudge Wars, which is basically you have a ravine in the middle of the map, like it drops down, you insta die, and like the way it works is you just hook each other. So in Dota it was called Pudge Wars, and basically you would have to hit the hook. If you hit the hook, they fall into the middle of the map and they die. So it's just about who could hit the hooks. But that's cool. I like your idea on it as well. Bebop Dodgeball sounds fun.
Yeah, you'd have to set it so the Bebop could move whilst hooking, or is immune to being hooked whilst he's hooking. So it's a case of like you're on the enemy team, and it's the last guy to be moved across the other side. That'd be cool. I'd enjoy that.
Limerick,
But
make it
it's
happen
funny.
if you're here.
Yeah, it's funny that we did have the exact same idea.
No,
That is
hilarious.
true. That is true. That's literally what I was thinking. Like that would be sick.
You're on the same like wavelength at this point.
That's the duo, the Deadlock duo mentality. We spent too much time in lane. I think it would be fun as
True.
well if they added an Easter egg with Bebop where he does do like some Pudge quotes. You know?
Yeah.
I'd like that if he just starts dropping the fresh meat.
Fresh.
Like that'd be sick. Chin chopper.
So, not your juicy. Nothing will be the Unco pause and owl. Hour-long pause referred to. Tell me more. I want to know more about that, and we'll come back to, because that's what. Do you literally go out and buy a mouse to come back? Like, owl's a big
hour-long
stage.
pause.
That's a big stage to just go and do that. That's crazy. Viscous racetrack. That'd be also really
Yeah,
cool.
wait, hold on. Novell with the viscous racetrack idea. That's so cool. I would personally love that game.
Oh,
If we
like
could all
Mario
viscous-
Kart? but
Yeah, no, imagine it's just
Oh
a
my
closed track.
god!
But you're
Hang on,
viscous as a
I've
ball, and you
just
go through
seen the
track.
future, and the future is goo. Super Monkey Ball Blitz, but it's viscous.
Yes.
Super Goo Ball.
Yes.
Super goo ball.
Super goo ball.
Oh,
My
yeah,
God.
Lamorite's here. Lamorite's here. Bebop Wars. Yes.
Yeah, that's
yes.
what I'm
Bebop
saying. Pudge
Wars.
Wars. Can we make Pudge Wars, Lamourite? Can we make that a
Yeah.
thing? I want Bebop Wars.
Yeah, give us that.
Bebop
or
Wars
Bebop
and viscous
Dodgeball.
cart.
Yeah.
Oh, viscous bumper cart. That would be really fun.
Bumping
Yeah.
into each other.
You just bump into
okay.
each other.
I've had official confirmation from Deadlock Core that game is either going to be a forfeit finish or postponed until tomorrow. Most likely
Okay.
it'll be played tomorrow. However, we still have 2 games to go, and we are going to start racking those up and carry on with the regularly scheduled programming as soon as. So
That makes
we'll
sense.
think about that in the background. Games are coming. Let's continue on with this. This is good. I like this. I do think that these are where Deadlock is really going to blow up, by the way.
Oh,
Even
the
more
community
so.
stuff. Yeah, absolutely, dude.
Yeah, I think it's going to go hard. When you give
Yeah.
those like mod tools to actually make this kind of stuff with a workshop, oh, it'll be so damn good. Like it goes nuts in Dota, but I think it'd be even better in Deadlock.
Lady Geist Golf. Throw bomb with no indicator. Oh, that is good.
That's
I
fun.
like that. I wish they
that's
had
fun.
I wish they had like something like that, but I know something that rolled in. Do you know what I mean? Know what I'm saying? Wish they had a
What do you
character that
mean?
did that. Like, yeah,
You mean like
yeah,
a character
like
that had like roller skates, like
no,
Heelys?
like a ball that they sent out and then the ball rolls, so it could be more like golf. I don't know. I don't know. Where I'm
Oh,
going
like
with this.
bowling. Can we have a bowler hero?
Like bowl. Maybe you bowl. Maybe like scale up the characters and you bowl the viscous.
Oh.
What do you think about that?
Ooh,
Viscous
like a
bowling.
lunge.
Lash
Sure.
puts his hand in Viscous
Yes.
and
yeah.
then throws him down the lane.
That's right. I think
And all the pins are Bebop.
Ben as well is coming up with some good ideas right now. I like the grapple calls from Yamato's. Like you would like set enemy heroes at points,
be
and then like
cool.
you grapple all the way through. If you fail it, you fall down, die.
Dude, this is what I'm saying. Like, I think Deadlock is going to go absolutely ballistic
Like just
when
this
you give
chat
people access
has so
to
many
this
good
stuff.
ideas, dude.
Oh, this is great.
Yeah,
great.
actually, this is where the game shines, I think, and since the beginning as well.
Also,
That's why we fell in love with it, was the community aspect and like how creative it
Lamourite.
can be.
can we mod Viscous, not Viscous, sorry, Bebop, to have Pudge's voice? Is there a way to just replace all the sound effects? Is that a thing? Because I would quite like to be the chin chopper running around throwing out hooks. I think that'd be fun. Yeah. All right. Can we do that?
Yeah.
That'd be good. I'd like that. Pudge Bebop would be mint. I'll record all the voice lines for you. I'll do them again. I'll do them manually.
It'll be OG.
Yeah.
Actually getting a rocket jumping car character.
Damn, that'd
Yeah.
be cool. I'd like that.
Bebop the viscous.
You know what I would
Ball
enjoy?
bop.
I enjoy sleep dagger to the face right now.
True. But I would enjoy God, I'm so tired. I have like what I want to say.
Come on, guys. We can survive the
We
NA
can
show.
do
Come on,
this.
guys.
I would really like to see more, not just character interactions, like in terms of dialogue, but you know what? I really like the Ivy airdrop. I feel like more characters should have, like, you were talking about, like, Viscous and Lash. Like, what if they can do, like, a slingshot duo thing, where, like, he just fires him down lane,
Like
you know?
how,
Like, why don't they interact more?
Like
have,
how
like, ultimates together.
Colossus throws Wolverine like an aggressive bullet, basically. When he picks him up and he flings him like that. A hero that's called, like, Thrower. And he grabs you and he throws you. Actually, that is just Tiny from Dota. Holy shit, I've just thought about it. That's all Tiny does. Tiny becomes this big, craggy rock monster who just flings his teammates around. If you ever get trolled, here's a fun one for you that some people that play Dota will know about. If you're getting trolled in a game of Dota, sometimes you'll have someone that will join and he'll just go mid or Tiny Airways. And if you don't let him play mid, he'll spend the whole game picking you up and throwing you and just going Tiny Airways, Tiny Airways, Tiny Airways. That's a real thing.
I've heard about that. It's very funny. I enjoy it a lot.
It's good. It's a good meme.
No yawning because I will also yawn. Damn, stop it.
Can't be
Don't
yawning,
call
guys.
me
It's
out,
unprofessional.
Black.
It's
I'm
unprofessional.
trying.
There's
I've
no
never
yawning
yawned.
on the stream.
I've never yawned in 10 years of esports broadcasts.
I've seen you yawn.
That's not true.
Actually,
you
no, I
technically
haven't.
Go back, watch
Look,
all the VODs.
no,
I've
no,
never
no.
yawned.
I actually haven't ever seen you yawn. What's going on?
Yeah, there you go. See,
We
Is
know
that like-
someone named Yawn as well.
that's a real thing.
How? Is he,
Why,
are you like? Have you evolved?
Yeah, dude. I'm like a Pokemon that's evolved into very specific traits. You
No,
know?
I just
Don't
mean, like,
yawn on
y-
broadcast.
Like, you know, we're kind of like the horseshoe crab right now. We refuse evolution.
Oh, what? Like,
We're-
if
we're
you
still-
yawn,
we're
someone
still
else
yawning.
has to yawn.
Yeah,
Well,
but
see, that's
you're
the thing.
like-
But
are
I
you
don't
like a
feel like that
mule?
affects me. Yeah, I've never looked at a yawn and
You're a
gone, oh, bloody
psychopath.
hell, I better yawn.
I
you
doubt
know?
that. I think
You're
you
a
just
I'm
think
psychopath.
that.
hands down.
That's just biology, dude.
It ain't, no, it ain't.
It
Because there's some
is.
people
No,
that don't
it
do it.
is.
It's
You
a real
can't
thing.
say I don't
No,
do
no, no, no.
it.
100%. 100%. It's a real thing.
Is
Some
Not
it
everyone
can't
biology
yawn.
to yawn
Not
when
everyone
other
yawns.
people yawn. Let's
It's,
see.
it's real.
Contagious
real.
yawning is real in highly social species,
It's
including
actually
humans.
funny. It's actually funny.
Contagious yawns.
Look at this. I called you psychopath, but people who score higher on the psychopathic personality traits are less likely to yawn in response to seeing or hearing another person yawn.
Well, there you go. I guess
Oh my
you
god,
figured that out.
it makes so much sense.
Yeah.
Psychopath.
Wait, if you're more likely to do it or not to do it?
If you don't do it.
All right. Well, then,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
guess.
yeah.
All right. There we
Yeah.
go. Then I guess we figured it out.
You lack that yawn empathy. You know?
I don't. Yeah. I don't have any yawning empathy.
Well, that's funny.
Well, there we go.
dear me.
What a
I
deep
think-
dark hole we found.
Let me actually find, because I think it is also
Fact
saying
check it.
here that it's a medical thing as well.
So, all right. So I'm either ill or a psychopath. Am I?
Yeah,
enough.
you've got two options. You've got
Fair
two
enough.
options.
Uh,
Oh dear me, that's funny. That's cracked me up.
Jack, how about
Yeah.
this? This will tell you if you're a psychopath or not. Okay. You
Oh,
know
that's
those
not
videos.
doing psychopath.
wait,
test
why
on
is
it.
it- why is
listen,
this the
listen.
film?
Hold
Yeah,
on,
I
hold
get
on. Just hear me out, okay? You know those videos where they pour like molten metal down like anthills and it's really not cool?
Right. Okay. I wonder where
Does
you
that
would
make
go
you
with this.
sad? Like, are you like that's not cool, or does that not affect you at
Well,
all?
it's a bit mean. Like, I'm not.
Right,
It's not.
that's-
like,
it's a bit
you know,
mean.
yeah, it's a bit mean. Like those ants don't.
But do you
know.
feel bad for those ants?
I don't know them personally, but like, yeah, it is kind of like it's bad. Like, I mean, it
This is my
annoys me when you
test.
do it for science, just off the back of like, imagine if it's a documentary and there's some guy who goes, yeah, we've actually discovered a colony of ants that has existed
This
for
is
around a million
millions of
years.
years, yeah.
This is probably the biggest colony of ants I've ever seen, and it's actually really impressive just how deep this goes. So anyway, I've dumped a shit ton of lava down there. Like, that's just mental. What are you doing
I
that for,
know.
bud?
I know. Okay,
Hey,
so
hear me
you're
out, though.
obviously not a psychopath.
Hear me out though.
Yeah.
When they pull the molten iron out, it looks really cool.
No, okay, right.
Yeah,
It's really
it does.
cool, but
Like,
it's
I'll
not,
give you that. It does. Like,
It's
but
not worth the.
you have just massacred
genocide.
like a bajillion generations of ants. And then, like the BBC just goes, Stephen Stevenston from Green Street 42 has discovered the largest colony of ants England has ever seen in a million years. And they're all there like, oh wow, this is great. He's done a great thing, you know. And then they put that up in a zoo. That's what they do. They like take the ant colony that's been melted into lava,
Blank said it
and they
looked
put it in
cool.
a zoo, and that's it.
Yeah. Anyway.
They typically empty the ant hills. How the fuck
No,
are
they
you getting
don't.
those
That's a
ants
lie.
out?
Also,
Don't
that's
you
their
lie to me?
homes.
That's
They
too
do.
many
Don't
ants.
evict them.
And what are they going to
They-
do? Put them in
no,
apartments? They're
No, they
ants,
knock
bud.
on
That's
the
where
door.
they
They're not
live.
gonna rehome
That's
the
where they
ants,
live.
are they?
That's
knock
where
on
they
the
live,
door.
though.
They
Like,
knock
what
on
you,
the
you're
door.
telling me,
Years.
right? This scientist has gone, well, don't worry. What we're going to do is we've recreated your millennia of ant colony that's taken you hundreds of generations to make. We've done it just down the road. We're just going to put you over there so we can take this one. Like, that's bollocks. They're not doing that, are they?
Look, they played an evacuation siren. All the ants, they've evolved to hear that siren and know it's time to leave, or it's a moltening. All right, on the place. You getting a lavering, okay?
Ant lock.
Get
Dump
out.
the lava. That's what they should do, right? They should add a hero to Deadlock
beat
that is an ant. He's a big ant, but he's real strong and real smart. Wouldn't mess with him in lane, would you? When Anthony the ant
Ant
comes
swarm.
after you.
Probably not.
That's what I mean, but-
What I dread the day when ants get big.
They will
They
as well.
won't, will
They
they?
will. No, they will. Because if
When?
it keeps getting hotter, all the
When?
bugs will get bigger.
Yeah.
Wait,
They're
you
gonna
know
have-
what's
They're
actually
gonna
really
have big
scary?
ants, and they have like the big mandibles, and that terrifies me.
Okay,
You ever
I
done a
know-
magnifying glass on an ant? Horrible.
Yeah.
Spooky, yeah, they're spooky.
Demon.
I know we're talking about ants, but another really scary scenario because of rising temperatures is something that Jack told me. Actually, it's about like
mushrooms.
mold. Yeah,
Mold
the
and
mushrooms. How
So
did
here's
you
the
know?
thing. Yeah, because it is quite
Oh,
scary.
it's scary, dude.
So
It's
obviously,
actually
right
terrifying.
now,
It's
right,
the
it's the
Last
fact
of
that
Us
we're
stuff.
like, no, not even that, bro. That's like cordyceps that infects your brain, and like that's real. That does exist, but just on a
Yeah.
smaller scale
But
with
this is
animals and
different.
host parasites. This is the idea that as it stands right now in the current climate of like the world's temperature, and because of resistances to most bacteria, mold and hyper-aggressive mold alongside hyper-aggressive fungus can't
Yeah.
spread or grow on humans outside of a kind of treatable base level. But we could reach a point where the temperature on Earth is so hot that the fungus does spread on humans. And then you just straight getting mushroomed up. And
There's no
everything is going
stopping
to turn
it.
to mold and mushrooms, bro, across
And
the
the
whole
mold
planet.
will just take over, and that's
Imagine
very
that.
real.
I already made
That's
original
scary, innit?
bananas extinct. Is that real?
Yeah, that's why. Right, so do you not know about this? You know when you have
Mold
banana
has
flavored, right?
killed
When you
bananas.
eat something that's banana flavored,
Right.
the reason it tastes like that and it tastes so like, it tastes like banana
Distinctive.
flavoring. Yeah, because those bananas existed, but we based all of our banana flavoring on those, and then they've been wiped out, bud. And all the new bananas are like weak bananas that are like, oh, I'm a banana, but they're nowhere
But
near as
bananas
good.
yeah, that flavor is like from bananas that have gone extinct like 50 years ago.
Yeah, those
Listen to
bananas were
this.
wiped out forever ago.
Listen to this. It's a fungal infection caused by Fusarium oxysporum cubens that infects Cavendish bananas through its root systems, resulting in plant rot and death. The disease is spreading, as predicted. Within the near future, the most widely consumed banana will become extinct.
Yeah.
We're not
Dude,
having-
but
we're not
bananas,
having
are-
Not just
bananas anymore.
bananas.
bananas
as
are going
well.
down. Like the big banana, it's over. It's over for big banana. Come a few years time. Like bananas have been on the decline for years now.
No more
That's
bananas.
Nuts. So banana milkshakes? Is that like the old
Yeah, the
banana or
flavor.
the new banana?
That's yeah. You ever had like banana flavored sweets that would have been around from like the 80s and the 90s, right? The reason why
Yeah.
it's such an exaggerated taste is because that's what bananas used to taste like.
No way. We've lost that.
Yeah, we've lost classic banana.
There's a
We
race
don't
to
have
come
vanilla
up with...
banana anymore.
No, there's a race to come up with a new strain that is fungus resistant. Jeez, what is going on in the banana market?
Yeah.
I love the fact that there's guys out there just striving to save the banana.
To save
Save
the
the
banana.
banana.
You've got to. you
Should we
know?
like start a fundraiser to save the bananas? Like that's
Yeah.
our cause.
We need to
Yeah.
save the bananas. Or save the bees as well. They're grouped in.
Yeah, the bees are
Because
extremely
the bees are
important, but
getting
we all know
owned by
about the bees.
parasites as
Not
well. So we
everyone
should
knows
save
about
all
the
the
bananas.
bees.
It's tradition.
Yeah. We need classic bananas. That's what we need.
Anyone coming
Yeah.
into this chat expecting a tournament is very lost. Right, we're just waiting for any sort of information. Right now, it seems like we might just have to forego
I've
this
been
game
told.
for now.
I've been told that the game that was played twice and crashed twice is being held till tomorrow.
Okay.
There's one more game that we'll cover tonight, which is going to be $6 shrimp versus
One
2 old,
more.
2 frag, and that's being set up, as far as I know. That's being set up. So
And
we'll
that's the
find
final
out.
game of the evening, is it?
Yeah. So this is
Okay.
this is Banana Hour here on Dead Air, brought to
Banana
you by
hour.
the classic banana, also known as what was the original strain of banana called?
Cavendish bananas.
Brought to you by
Cavendish.
Cavendish Bananas.
This talk is bananas. B-A-nanas.
Bananas.
I don't know if I'm allowed to finish that, so I didn't.
Bananas. Yeah, we're not going to get sued. We shouldn't
No,
get sued. You
we
just have to
shouldn't.
do it out of tune to not get DMCA'd. So it'd be like
B-A-
B-A-N-Bananas.
Bananas.
Yeah.
I'm so deep into the banana lore right now. I'm actually
It's
going through.
crazy, right?
I'm like-
Banana
Dude,
podcast.
I'm reading up on like actual papers written by people. I'm
Dang.
reading.
You don't read.
I read so much. Talking about. I'm a big reader.
Mate, I think it's crazy that this happens with
Yeah.
bananas. And I do wonder, you know, with bananas going
I
this
hate
way,
mold, bro. What the hell?
What's next?
Mold sucks.
Yeah, mold's
the
awful.
worst.
I mean, it's good in some ways because you made
Yeah,
penicillin
like cheese.
from mold.
Cheese is yummy.
Not your juice is just coming up with some crazy facts right now as well. Telling me avocados are like part of the black market now. You mean
We don't.
What, like
We don't
raw
talk about the
avocado?
avocado market.
avocado trade market?
Are we going to get in trouble? Is big avocado going to come for us?
We don't talk. We don't like to talk about agriculture on the stream. It's a touchy subject.
Talking about bananas.
Yeah, but that's because big mold ain't going to get you, mate. Big mold ain't got
Big mold is
people
you know,
around the world,
nature,
you know.
but there are
But if
entities.
the
we don't
company,
wanna
you can never
anger.
talk bad about the companies because the companies, they'll get you.
They will.
They'll
the
get
avocado is powerful enough to shut this stream down. Damn.
you. Exactly. Exactly.
Okay. Gang, Windows update is going bad. Why? What's going on, Mostifer?
He's been
Tell us.
updated.
You've been up. I updated on the PC. I don't know if it's a dream or not. Feel like it. No, it was definitely on my
You had
laptop.
a weird dream.
No, it was on the laptop. It was on the laptop. I'm delirious at this point.
I've
But
sent you.
Yeah.
I've sent you a link to the draft, by the way.
the draft's in.
I think the draft could be occurring at some point.
I read that as Dobby, not draft lobby. This is
Dobby?
bad.
Master has given Dobby a sock. Dobby is a free elf.
Master has given Dobby a draft. Oh, perfect. This is so the cool thing about this is I've played one of these guys in game.
Oh.
He annihilated me.
Oh. Wait, really? You're really good.
Oh, very nice.
No.
Mate.
No, I'm not like. I'm only in the top 0.18% according to TrackLot.gg as of September 2nd.
That's crazy. All right. This
yeah,
this
no,
should be a
it's-
good game then.
I played against and with Fat Poofy Cat. He's actually a nice guy. He's very chill. I'm gonna have a look at
Next game
these
is draft.
teams.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the draft to pop up.
$6
I'll send you
shrimp.
guys on your way in just a second as soon as we get the drafts. and
That's all
start
good. Yeah, we
going
probably got a
through
little bit of time on this. It looks like they're ready.
Yeah,
now.
it's all. It's
They're
no
getting
rush.
their ducks in a row. Their bananas flavored.
Yeah.
Oh, Cruz as well. And Lockjaw. Damn, he's a great Yamato. I am sorry.
It's all right, mate.
Banana hour, isn't it?
Banana.
Banana hour would be the.
Dobby will ban people. Dobby. How do people spell Dobby? It's like double
Yeah,
B-Y, right?
Yeah, no, it's D-O-B-B-Y.
That's like Dobby the dolphin.
Yeah. No, I'm convinced people can't spell anything that ends in a Y, right?
I couldn't do that.
Well, I'm convinced people can't spell. Yeah, I mean, yeah, actually, pretty accurate. Yeah. The modern day spelling
I
is
can't
just
spell.
no.
I
Spelling,
think
reading.
and spelling comprehension in general nowadays has just like gone down.
There's like actual studies on that post-COVID, yeah, like the average reading comprehension has fallen off the deep end. Like people can't read anymore, which is mad.
That's sad. I could teach people.
You could teach people.
I'll do some.
I could teach.
I can
these
teach these kids.
kids.
How can they reach these kids?
I would be the Minecraft professor. I'd
there you
teach
go.
the Minecraft class.
Come in
Happy.
and punch the trees, kids.
Push the trees.
Jeremy, not in real life, Jeremy. He's out there
Jeremy,
punching the
TNT's
tree.
off limits.
Right, and now how do you spell tree? T-R-I.
Yeah.
3.
Jeremy.
We
Right.
talked about this.
Matilda, you've built your infinite cobblestone generator wrong again. I'm sorry, sir. I thought it was four blocks.
Now it's a moltening for you. Reading manga doesn't count. What do you mean?
No, dude, to be fair, I will also disagree with this. Reading manga does count. I'm dyslexic, and the only books I could read are manga. And if I couldn't read manga, I couldn't read anything. So reading manga definitely does count as reading books.
Thank
Like,
you.
I read so many books.
Here's my test, everyone in chat. Don't look this up. Don't do a spell check on it. Just in chat right now, try and spell annihilate. This is the only word that trips me up every time.
Annihilate.
I
Is this
think I
right?
spell it right. Yeah, that's the way I would spell it.
Where's like half my letters?
You just wrote Anne Haiti.
Annihilate.
What's happened
Annihilate.
Anne Haiti.
Right.
Okay. 3:30 in the morning and dyslexia not good. And annihilate.
Here's the correct answer. So you've all done very well. This one trips me. I try and spell it like this. Annihilate.
Annihilate.
I feel like that.
It's
that's
better than
burned-
Anihilate.
It's burned
Yeah.
into my brain because of the Call of Duty zombie song, "Beauty of Annihilation." It's just burnt in there.
Yeah.
You never forget it.
Annihilation. Yeah, it's a tough one. Tough one. But yeah, well done. Everyone who got that right. Really proud of you. Really,
That's
really
your
proud
homework
of you.
for the day.
Yeah.
We're not
And
gonna
if you
make
got
you
it
think
wrong-
anymore.
That's your homework.
We're going to be
because
sending you
we're gonna
outside to
test
punch
you.
some trees.
Yeah, we're gonna test you. You're gonna come back, and we're gonna ask you to do it again. So you better be ready for next time. All right? Remember,
And all
guys.
the people who weren't here won't
Well,
know.
exactly.
We'll
Yeah,
be
they're gonna feel
stupid.
like fools. They're gonna feel like fools because you lot will know when we do the next one of these, and we say, "Oh, does anyone in chat know where the original species of banana came from?" You'll all be ready, and then everyone else is gonna be
Cavendish
like,
banana.
"Oh, I wish I knew. I wish I knew." But now you know.
Now
You
you
can use
know.
that. See, that's what we do here at Dead Hour. I feel like we give
We
a lot
teach.
of practical information, yeah, that can be used in pub quizzes around the world.
Yeah.
So
We
yeah, sign up to
educate
your
and
local
are
pub quiz.
educated by the lovely people who chat.
It's like a symbiotic relationship. We learn,
Yeah.
and
You tell us
learn.
about stuff.
We learn.
we
We
tell
laugh.
you about
We
stuff.
love.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Live, laugh, learn, laugh.
Dude, the way that this was written by Odd Brad, they're probably bodies, kids. Now, what do you mean? They are probably struggling. Okay.
Man, this
We
tournament
can
is
help.
crazy.
We
Yeah,
can
this
help.
is a really sick tournament, guys, that we're having right now.
I might
Whoa,
get like
Jack,
a little.
your
I might
whole
get a
browser's
little.
on
Okay.
show.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'm showing the
I was-
veto.
I was gonna say I was getting a little snack, but this is on screen now.
There you go. I've covered blank with it.
Yeah, hide me.
I didn't know where else to
Get
put
right.
it, but there you go.
Just hide me. It's fine. It doesn't matter.
There you go. Now you can see the veto. Enjoy.
Here, Blank, you can talk and I'll pretend like your voice is coming out of my mouth and I'll just move my mouth.
I love bananas. They're the best in the world. Cavendish bananas not existing is the worst thing that ever happened to me.
Yeah, fair play. Well done. Nailed that, mate.
That was great.
I mean, that was good. All right, we've got our bans. We've had our bans. They've got rid of Shiv and they've got rid of Pocket.
Pocket is pretty standard ban every single time. I'm surprised, but I don't think they're that strong, honestly.
People are scared to play Pocket, or play against Pocket, rather.
I know. I think if you go against Pocket and then you've got Pocket and Infernus, that is kind of a terrifying combination, to be fair. You're welcome, Hurricane. We're here, hopefully not all night.
Could I narrate your championship in Portuguese? That's not a question that
You'd
we
have
would be able to
speak
answer.
Deadlock Core. Yeah,
You'd have to
we're
talk to the tournament organizer, which is not
We're
us.
just having a stream.
Yeah.
We're having a stream.
Adjacent stream.
Yeah.
You're right, it's not MS Paint. Kind of crazy.
I know. How have we gone from MS Paint to this? Can we get Leafa back in here?
I did. Leafa's drawing was pretty cracked.
It was beautiful, to be fair.
Yeah.
You were right with the
it.
Fibonacci sequence stuff. Like, it
Right?
was gorgeous.
I thought so. It was pretty on point. It was pretty
Just
on
keep
point.
popping out. Hide me
feel like-
better.
Where do you want me to put it up? I can break that. I can make it small so you're on screen.
No,
Here, you
don't
can put
make
it
it
up.
small.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah,
put
yeah.
me on
It's
screen.
fine. I don't
Don't put
mind.
me on screen.
How about that? Is that better? Alright, I'll zoom in back in for you. So anyway, we've had 2 bans.
That's good, yeah.
And now we've had 2 picks.
2 pick, 1 ban.
That's how it gets done.
Mo and Krill.
Lash,
and Krill.
Lash, and Mo and Krill. Mo and Krill and Lash. And Bebop picked once again. I think, you know what, Jacky?
I think
you did really. I think you did really
was
well on that
right.
tier list, bro. Yeah.
See?
I
No
think
one
you're
believed me.
super.
I think we got it
I did
right.
believe you.
No
I
one
did
believed
believe-
me. Not a single. Sad. Sad.
Sad, really sad.
Yeah.
No, I.
I
did
always,
believe
I
you,
always
bro.
said, he's got the best. He's got the best ultimate. It does the most damage. It does the most damage. He's always bebopping.
Hello, everyone who has just arrived from Moot's stream. This is Deadlock Air covering the other half of the bracket. I think this is our last game of the evening. We will be back. We BB tomorrow with more games. But for now, this is the last game, so feel free to tune in as we finish up our picks and bans and get into the action. So thank you for visiting, and we are Deadlock Air.
I told you.
Dynamo.
Right? Called
Yes,
it.
I know.
Called it.
And I
Called it.
said I said I agreed with you after
well.
you did it. Yeah.
Yeah,
They're out
just
there.
saying.
They're eating our camps. They're eating the mid bar.
Look, he's the best robot. There's no one that even comes close. People often mistake Dynamo for a robot, but he's not. He's just a man trapped in a robot suit.
Bro, your impression is so spot on. How do you do it?
It's kind of on point.
I know, it's crazy.
I don't trust that Bebop Alley cat. I always see him hooking. Sorry, I'll stop. I'll stop with the impression.
No politics.
Sorry,
Can I,
yeah.
can I talk about the picks and bans? Let me talk,
Go
talk
for
about
it,
the
dude.
picks
Right,
and
The,
right.
the
Let's talk about the
faceless voice
game.
of blank. What's happening?
bans. Yes. Well, you put me on the spot now. Anyway, Bebop, Dynamo, and Yamato. Kind of a crazy front line already with
Right.
the Hyper Beam coming through from the backside, as well as Dynamo. Dynamo being picked is sort of huge for $6 shrimp special. I do love me a $6 shrimp special. Very nice. Might regret that in future, but Yamato also being picked up. On the other side of things, Lash, Mo, and Krill, and Kelvin. So honestly, 2 pretty strong compositions, and it's actually really nice that Bebop is now very viable in comp play, because it does open up more compositions, more picks, more different characters that people maybe are more comfortable with.
Right, can I ask something? Sorry.
Yeah, go on.
Not related to the team comp, but more
Okay.
related to, do you think $6 shrimp special means like it's $6 for a special piece of shrimp, or it's $6 for several shrimps and it's a
That
special?
sounds like an American joke that you might know.
I
You're
don't.
telling me a shrimp made this
I feel like
special?
It's true.
$6 shrimp made this special.
Is $6 a lot for shrimp, or is that?
No,
bad?
that's what I'm saying. Like, if it's one shrimp, then yeah. Is it a special
I'd
shrimp?
hope
Who knows?
I'd hope that if I was getting a shrimp special, I'd be getting like shrimp, rice, fried rice, hopefully egg fried rice if you're nice.
Egg fried rice, kind of.
Oh,
sick.
yeah, that'd be good. $6,
that
all
for
you can eat
$6.
shrimp buffet. Yeah,
That
I'd
would be
love
a
that
good
as
deal.
well.
See,
I'd
but
take that.
I'm not a fan of buffets, me. Too many people.
nah.
Breathing.
Oh yeah, true. I usually what
Bit
I like to
much.
do is I will wait until the buffet's a bit more quiet, and then I'll head on over.
Oh.
Yeah, but then
I'll
that
sneak in.
problem is that's like a watering hole type situation. If you were a deer, all the other deers have had their fill of the water. So then you're drinking the water that's been drunk by everyone else. You know, they've breathed all over the food by that point.
Yeah, King's Ocean's
Right.
right. People breathe in regular restaurants too, bro.
No, but the thing
Yeah, they do,
is,
but not near my food.
they don't leave
I keep my
food
food
out
safe.
as well at like room temperature for hours as
I'm
well.
gonna come across and breathe on all your food.
You better not, bud. I'd be fuming.
don't.
I'd walk
I bet
out.
you would.
I'd leave. I'd
I'm-
literally say, I'd go. I'd
Don't
look you in the
breathe on
eye and
my
I'd say, "You're paying
pizza."
for that. I'm leaving." Don't vape on the pizza.
No, don't breathe on the pizza.
I'll vape
Yeah.
on your pizza all our life. Thank you very much.
You vape on my pizza,
It-
bud. I'm sending you
it's
to
a-
prison.
Here's some zero nicotine vape for you.
Sending you to prison.
But yeah,
Le-
especially in America, buffets are kind of unappetizing. To
They're
me
aggro.
as well.
They're full aggro. Yeah.
It's very full on, I will say.
It
No,
sounds
they
great.
are aggro.
Sorry,
like the
but
sound
Blake
of a
wants to talk
buffet.
about
I
the
went
game.
to a buffet once in Florida, and there was a guy outside who ran a golf course, and if you won the golf course, you got a hole in one in the last hole. He let you hold an alligator. So there's a picture of me when I was like 7 holding an alligator.
Didn't you also get to like
is it dead?
pet a penguin?
No, it was
as
alive.
well?
It was just like a baby alligator. It was just sat there like, meh.
I thought you were talking about like a full alligator. That's crazy. I was like,
Yeah. Well, it was
I
it
think
was of the species alligator. It was just small.
I'd kill you.
Yeah.
Let you
Anyway,
guys
picks
pick.
and bands.
I
Yeah.
was right. I was right, Jackie, this time.
This is
Uh,
a scary lineup.
about the
I will
Geist.
say.
Yeah, I think the Geist is really strong. She got some updates. Spirit scaling went up.
Yeah.
Extra damage over on, I think it went from 22% to 26%, or 28. It's late. For on the tier 3 for her Essence Bomb. Mystic Slow as well. She's a nightmare in team fights. Right now, this is a very team fight heavy composition. Essence Bomb onto Dynamo all absolutely slaps late game. And Telekinesis as well. There's a huge amount of lockdown over on the $6 shrimp special. Do you think it's $1 per shrimp for each player?
Well, like
maybe?
you get 6 shrimp.
Oh, that would be
$1
good
per
actually.
Each, maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's probably why. Isn't it?
Yeah, sorry, I derailed again.
No, that makes sense. It's
yeah.
logic.
That'd be
God,
kind
this
of
is
lit.
a horrendous team to go into actually on $6
Yeah.
shrimp. Oh, it's crazy. And this is sort of like this is the tried and true from last patch that really worked well. Is the Lashmo and Krill, Kelvin, Infernus, Haze.
Yeah.
Do we see an Ivy pick? That's the question.
I would call this matchup right now Men in Black because you got old busted and new hotness.
Yeah.
That's the drafts we've gone for. McGinnis, McGee,
No.
If it's too
McGill,
old to,
McGill.
Oh my god.
it actually is McGee.
I can't
What's
believe
happening?
I predicted it.
What's
I asked you
happening?
guys, are we going to see McGinnis? And they would be the ones to do it. And lo and behold, the last game of the day surprised us with this. I wonder how this will go.
Wait,
Why
no. It's Ivy. We've been
No! Why would the biggest blue balls
Ah,
ever?
Well.
I was,
Can't believe
mate,
that. I
for a
was
minute
so
there,
excited.
I was
Look who's right
baffled.
again.
I
Robbed.
was baffled.
We were robbed.
Ivy has tricked us all. That cheeky little gargoyle. Ooh.
To
It
be
was
fair,
me, the gargoyle, all along.
Yeah.
you don't see much
Blank
Ivy in
cast.
high MMR comp either, so it's
Why?
a nice change of pace.
She's
Why
been
did you
getting
bring
more
me-
play today, yeah.
Brought me back in, no warning, and I was snoozing.
That's alright, bro. You're back now.
I'm back now. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Should I let you guys go to the caster desk? I'll switch you over.
We
Yeah.
can. I don't know when the game will be live, but we can.
Oh,
Alright,
no,
I mean,
don't
yeah.
say that.
You tired,
I'm
you
so
mate?
tired.
No.
Sleepy boy.
No.
I thought we were going to see the lady with the turrets, but now there's no turrets, and I'm quite
I'm,
snoozy.
I'm,
my
unexcited now. I'm unexcited.
Round of McGean's in the chat, please, everyone.
Round of
McGean's.
McGean.
McGean.
All right.
McGean.
Everyone who is here, if you are one of the 1,200 people joining us where we are,
Drop a
which is
McGean.
4 a.m., drop a McGean for us and enjoy this last match of the evening.
McGean.
Blank and Jackie will take you into the action. I will return to take you out of the stream after the game and just say goodbye. So I'm not leaving yet, but goodbye for now. Enjoy the game.
Ta-ta for now. TTFN. All right, we'll go over here. And then from here, we'll transition to the game when I see the game is popping. I'll keep an eye on it on my other monitor. Like some sort of game-related snooper, just looking over, going, "Are you starting?"
Yeah, you messaging them every 2 seconds. I am. When game? When game? When
Classic, like Caster, when start game.
Start game.
Caster,
press button,
please.
Start game.
Caster, please, when start game.
I think you know what I'm gonna do after this.
Go on, mate.
I made some banging stew earlier.
Some stew.
Like
Are
some
you a
crazy stew.
Victorian child? What do you mean
That's
you've
right.
made a stew, bud?
I made an awesome stew. Rump steak.
You mean a soup?
No, stew.
You've actually like boiled meat until it's come off the bone and formed into a stew.
Yeah, bro.
What are you doing?
I made a stew. I like a stew.
Why,
In the
though?
September times. Warms the cockles of your heart.
It's still
Very
warm,
nice.
bud. It's still tail end of summer. Like, it's only just become wintry times.
It's quite cold here in the UK. In the Netherlands, I'm sure it's a different story.
It's a bit warmer. It's a bit warmer. Yeah.
My baby's crying. Yeah, I made a stew. I think after this, I'm gonna have some like 4
If he
a.m.
was a
stew.
Victorian child, it'd be porridge. Could you imagine, by the way, like you put down a stream, a Deadlock, in front of a Victorian child, their brain would implode, bud. Like the sheer synapses firing upon seeing like an ivy picking up a dynamo and dropping a black hole into like a team of 6 players, and then a frozen shelter pops up. They'd just be like,
And I was just there going, "I just Def slammed the entire team Dynamo with this singularity," and he's just the
Mate.
Victorian child's like, "Whoa."
you couldn't handle it. You'd be like, what is happening, bud?
You can't have any more porridge, but you can have this.
Yeah. Please, sir, can I have some more? Oliver,
Deadlock.
you go into the Deadlock room. Anything but the Deadlock room, please.
Imagine taking a Victorian peasant child to Tomorrowland. He'd die. I reckon it would fry his tiny mind.
I don't. That's what I mean. Like they fought, but the idea,
Yeah.
like going on a train, like a steam-powered train. I remember they were like, "You better not drink any tea when you're on a train. Due to the sheer velocity that the train will be moving, the tea inside your body could form a water-based bullet and perforate your insides." They were
Is that a real
paranoid.
thing?
Yeah, they thought that like the tea would make
Yeah.
a tea bullet and straight murk 'em from the inside out. So you know what I mean? Imagine them seeing talking voices on a box.
They used to get sick on trains as well, didn't they?
They did.
No,
yeah,
you used to
made
go in that fast.
Made them feel ill because they weren't used to the
Sorry.
speed.
We're sending you to New York with a
Imagine.
cursed apple. Game maybe soon. I don't know.
I think so. I was told they're getting players into the lobby. They're rounding them up.
They're
picking
lassoing them like
putting them
holiday
in. Yeah.
or
straight-
vacation for you guys from North America.
There you go. Yeah.
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 Same thing as the whole eating before swimming. That thing does make sense though. That's bad. You sink.
People did think that would happen, that you just sink instantly.
You do feel bad though. It don't feel good.
It's never affected me. I'm being honest.
Yeah, but you don't yawn either, so
No.
you're like a freak.
I
of
don't
nature.
dream. I don't yawn. I can
Yeah.
swim after I eat.
I'm convinced you're an alien. You're
I might
like
be,
a plant,
yeah. I
like
might
an
be.
alien plant.
I was dropped off years ago to study the human psychological damage of being involved in esports.
Yeah, and you're like, actually, I'm really into esports now. I don't want to go back.
There you go.
Oh my god! I've just noticed. Game.
Yeah.
Game here.
Yeah, it's getting ready, bro. It's starting. It's starting.
Yeah,
it's not
there's a
started
guy
yet,
called-
but it's starting.
There's a guy called Bungus.
Bungus.
Yeah.
That's a good name. Deploy the Bungus.
Yeah, deploy the Bungus. Deploy the BMac. I think that's short for Big Mac.
Big Mac. Yeah, it wouldn't be bad. I will say, for cost efficiency, it's probably better to get yourself 2 cheeseburgers.
Yeah, and just stack them on top of each other. In fact,
Yeah.
I saw you do that one time. I was like, "What did you want from anything from Mackey's?" It was like a long broadcast, and I couldn't be bothered. And so we got Mackey's. Jackie was like, "Can I get 3 double
Was it
cheeseburgers?"
three double
Yeah, you got
cheeseburgers,
3 double
that's the plan.
cheeseburgers.
Yeah.
You squished them all together, and I just had normal quarter pounder.
Yeah.
You know what? It looked mental. But I was so
Proficient, though.
jealous. I
Bloody
was so
works,
jealous.
mate. That's what I mean.
was
It
so
bloody
jealous.
works, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? See,
I was super jealous.
That's that experience. That's that 10 years of esports commentary.
Yeah.
You know how
What
to
if?
survive.
What if I stack the double cheeseburger?
Exactly. 7 a.m. finishes in Leicester,
Yeah.
casting ESL Premiership.
The
Penny
thing
none
is,
your name. I'll stack
you
the
learn-
cheeseburgers.
If you learn anything from Jacky, it's follow your what if moments, because likely they'll lead to greatness, to success.
Give it a go.
If they do
It's
lead
like-
to
it's like that in
failure,
Deadlock, mate.
you've
Yeah.
tried.
Exactly, and then for next time. Life is like a game of snakes and ladders. You would like to find the ladders and avoid the snakes.
Yeah. But you've got to roll that dice.
You do.
You gotta
You
roll
always
that
have
dice
to roll
first.
the dice. You've always got to roll the dice.
That's inspirational, bro. Well
There
done.
you go. That's what I did. It's all right, mate. It's all right. That's what I do. It's what I've been. It's what I've been doing.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think they're nearly ready. I'm watching the chat on the feed. It looks
Chat
like
is
they're,
like-
they're dropping ours. They're dropping ours, so we might be ready.
Yeah, chat is the moment. It's like, we don't know how this works, but we're ready. We're ready.
I think they're struggling at one pause, but they are almost ready.
Yeah.
What the hell is going on here? This is Deadlock Core number 2.
What the bloody hell's going on here then? Eh?
Yeah.
This is Deadlock. Deadlock o'clock.
It is.
This is more like a GDM. Good Deadlock morning. This is a GDM moment. Good Deadlock morning.
Good
But
Deadlock
for
morning. Well,
very
it's 4
very
a.m.
early morning.
Yeah, 4 a.m. here.
Yeah. You wouldn't be wrong, Solarium. But I hope that you've enjoyed your time because you're still here. Looking
Well-
at our silly heads.
It looks like it's going in. I'm going to be real. Let's have a quick sync check. Give me a sync check. You
what do
ready?
you want me to sync
11,
with?
12, 13, 14.
Oh, I'm not even there yet,
15?
bro.
Are you not even there? You're behind me this time.
No, okay, yeah, I tried to preempt it. Carry on.
Okay. 22, 23, 24, 25, 26.
Let's go.
27. You in? You synced up?
Yeah.
All right. Hell yeah. Let's get it, everyone. We're ready to kick things off then. Last game of the night here for the Dead Air coverage of the Deadlock Core number 2 Deadlock tournament. $300 on the line, 16 teams going head to head. It's the last game of the night. Much more to be played out tomorrow, both here on the Dead Air stream and over on Moot Monthly. So let's get into it and see how things are going to go down. BMAC on your screens on the Ivy to kick it off. The McGuinness was a lie, but Ivy's certainly out to play.
I assume that this one would be the one that came through. Pretty standard team comp here. The Lash, Mo and Krill, and Furnace and Hayes, as well as Kelvin and Ivy. Typically used together is the Kelvin and Ivy. Self-stick on the bomb. Don't know if that was intentional. I don't think it was, personally. But like he tried to get on the Kelvin inside the veil, but couldn't quite make it happen. Dynamo playing very far back, but lots of staying in that lane with rejuvenating aura for the Bebop, which is nice. Currently, let's take a look at our solo lanes. We've got a Wraith versus a Lash, as well as a Yamato versus Infernus. Lash here is going to struggle a little bit early game, Jacky, just in terms of the bombardment of cards here coming through. And realistically, Lash wants to stay high enough HP that he can actually gank. Getting over towards Hayes as well as Moncro will be quite nice.
Yeah, you can certainly make his life awkward and consistently harass with the chip damage off the back of the card trip, especially with the sheer amount of ammunition you've got on the Wraith as well. It's a pretty nice lane for you in the head-to-head to at least counter. Obviously, you've got the bigger magazine side as well to make sure you're getting those confirms off. 3-round bursts with Lash's actual left click on the gun as well, so it's slightly harder for him to go head-to-head on the old fight for the deny. So you're pulling further ahead early on the last hits, 1.2k to sub 800 for the Lash. Definitely could be a bit of a talking point to keep our eyes on. Bit of a dive though from the Yamato. And for Infernus, this is rough stuff. You're getting hit hard and heavy. Forced back towards the shop early, 73 HP to his name. So Lucky actually pulls off the escape. Yamato wants to go in for the dive as well. Caught it on the mini-map. You could see she postured for it. Hard commits. You get the opening knock there onto the Infernus and probably a free lane off the back of it. So you can farm on this and get some chip damage off onto the Guardian.
Yeah, indeed. Just a quick check-up here for you guys in chat. Currently, 2 auto-frag is the guys over on Sapphire, blue team, and $6 shrimp special is Amber, yellow team, on the top left there. So 2 auto-frag on the right, $6 shrimp special. on the left.
And the side of shrimp is going well so far. Looks to be delicious for them. Ooh, Ivy
timing
looking
on
for
that.
the getaway, but yeah, kind of nice actually to be able to pull that off with the escape. It's a hell of a dive that you've slipped out of. She is going to posture further back.
Yeah, honestly, this is all Fat Poofy Cat actually plays. He just plays Ivy so much. So it makes sense that he's pulling off some big moves here, which is nice to see. Right now, 15k to 9k. Ooh, I'm sensing a game. I'm sensing another quick one.
Yeah, you're already starting to steamroll in the soul lead, and that's going to give you so much trajectory here to just run away with the flow of the game. It's a bit of a scary early start. Objective-wise, at least, it's not too bad. You're at the 4-minute mark and haven't completely stomped all the lanes in terms of taking control of the objectives and burning your way through the Guardians and really forcing the issue. But you are getting far more power spikes early. You're building that nice lead. You're starting to get yourself some extra AP to play with, get yourself those initial items. Yamato finally makes a killing blow over onto the purple lane Guardian as well. So Park starts to get pushed out. For Infernus, this has been uncomfortable, and it looks to get even worse. Second time he goes down towards Park lane. Not the dream scenario. Hyper Beam gets summoned early as well as you hit the 3k mark on the Bebop, and you just dump that damage. So now you're starting to force issues. These lanes are going to begin to crumble quite quickly.
Yeah, I mean, the Yamato can just switch positions now and start helping the other lanes because he's pushed it so far deep on the Infernus. So just going to tank the tower a little bit, get some more damage in over towards that Guardian. Getting 2 Guardians this early on is huge. Every lane's pushed in. ET takes down kills too much. Dies too much apparently here, in fact. And that should give them another Guardian with the speed at which Wraith can take down towers with full auto, which is just popped here.
Keep the pressure on them. Clear the wave. Make sure you're confirming all of the last hits as well. Card trick being built back up. Steal away the denies on the fadeaway. And call in for a bit of backup. So Paradox on the rotate over. Looking to assist. You wanted to get the knock up off from the Dynamo as well. So Bebop could dump in the damage. Instead, you'll just focus on the wave clear and keep pushing the lane back out. Cheeky peek from the left side through the Veil. Makes it a bit more uncomfortable. Lash try as he might to posture to actually stop them from being able to dive on the Guardian with a double trouble here with Wraith and Paradox both sliding to keep their ammo up for the mass DPS output. That's a confirmed take on the Guardian. Ooh, Paradox will swap straight off the back of it as well. They're going deep.
I mean, Lash is pulled back here. He does just about have the charges of grapple to get away potentially, but a huge amount of damage goes through, down to 100 HP barely. And is able to walk away with that one with his life, but should be another Guardian going down very shortly. Ceres takes another hefty hit. Sleep Dagger only sleeps the channel, but Sleep Dagger no longer cancels channels, so Hyper Beam continues to go through. The Dynamo will just send up behind him. No kinetic pulse needed, but will kinetically take him out just with the pistol in hand.
Man, I told you as well, Bebop, just that sheer damage, you can see just how much burst it is when he turns the corner and dumps it onto the haze. The difference as well of being nearly 3k souls ahead. Wraith gets disarmed from the engage of the Mo and Krill, but so low you're going to look to try and dump damage back and see if you can take him out. Dynamo on the wrap in, pops it for the singularity. He's calling for the backup, but he'll handle it himself. The fist is thrown out, and it's solid cold steel straight to the face of Lash. He's gone. Reposition back into the frozen shelter, so you're caught on the escape. The fight's good for at least a 2 trade back in favor of Kelvin. So a bit of cleanup crew action. He pulls out the frozen mop.
Yeah, bro, you had to kind of pull out a big combo there with the frozen shelter into the bullet dance. You can't get away from that. Fun combo as well that you can pull off with your friends in game. Is the frozen shelter into bullet dance. Bebop fully investing over towards Majestic Leap early on. I can't wait to play Deadlock later and go into about 1,000 Bebops, all playing Spirit build. Here we go. Probably going to unleash it here. A little bit overzealous, I would say. I'm almost convinced that there is a... I don't know. I don't know if it's applying extra damage or what on the 5-meter pulse. I'm not sure.
It's just crazy. It does so much damage right now. The spike on it is absolute insanity. Yeah, it's one for the workshop. Ever since the update, I've been seeing the raw potential of it. That's why I expected a lot of it to be in play today, and we're definitely catching wind of that. And I mean, just brutal as well when you look at the soul lead right now to work with, right? 8-minute mark established on the overall flow of the game, 53k souls to work with. You're really just cleaning up in terms of the pressure that's being applied, further forcing back. You've taken every single Guardian, you've taken 2 Walkers as well, so you've got the extra flex slots to work with. You've only got the 2 inner Walkers that are left, and then the base Guardians. So your opportunities here are getting worse and worse. Lanes are becoming incredibly pushed out, and you're looking to just try and clear that. See if you can reset on the fight somewhat.
Yeah, this is sort of nuts, to be honest with you. I mean, just the way that Paradox as well as Wraith can split push together is sort of crazy. The magazine in Paradox actually hits incredibly hard, and Wraith had farmed up just enough to immediately spec into those Tesla bullets, increasing fire rate and additional damage on the top of it. Very, very nice stuff indeed. But yeah, again, Paradox and Wraith just split pushing. They've got Project Mind. They've got Paradoxical Swap for catches into Telekinesis, as well as Time Wall just to kind of prevent any of that coming through. This Hyper Beam is just off cooldown all the time as well. They can just pressure out players consistently. Wild, man. Wild.
Yeah, it really chunks right now. It feels like it is always off cooldown. It's so brutal how you're just being hit by it again and again and again. Man is whacking you in the face with the gigantic laser pointer. Do not shine that at a plane. It's illegal. Ooh, hook on the lash getaway. Oh, tries to turn, but the map geometry, body blocking it. Almost got a nice flick off there to pull in the lash, and harsh commit onto it would have been even more damage done, and a staggered spawn back on the lash. Instead, he gets a little bit lucky with the clipping, slips out into the night and scurries off to stay alive, wanting to link himself up with a Kelvin. So heavy grouping. Lady Geist is a little bit deep on this. You could have room to engage if you wanted to. You'd want the Krill to instantly get that combo off if you went on it though. Lock her in place and look to dive on from there.
I think, genuinely, not even kidding, I think this is the ADC Yamato build. The old gun Yamato. The mythical creature itself. Early grab on the mid-boss, 40 seconds after it spawned. Straight down. They cannot contest this. Yamato goes for ult, for unstoppable, prevent it from being stunned from the Ivy. He heard nothing.
On the move. He's sneezing. It's all getting a bit hectic. All right, guys with the backstab. Here you go, Kelvin. Good luck with this one, mate. Damage done instantly. Goodbye. So much HP racked off you. Bebop with the instant grab. Going to hook you back in towards the Guardian, so there's no potential for the escape. And if there was any blood in that man's veins, it's frozen over now.
Third Walker on the cards here. They are just pushing them in. There's not much they can do here. 69k to 48k. They can push with impunity as well, purely because they have that Rejuvenator on side. Don't tell me he's going for Paradoxical Swap. I thought he was going to go for it. I mean, he did overshoot it. I think he didn't think he would hit the Kinetic Carbine, honestly.
So everyone cheeked up with a Rejuve, ready for the scrap. Meanwhile, you've got Bebop making the executive's decision to confirm the earn and get the extra soul lead on top of everything you've already established, pushing them up to around the 80k mark. So really starting to feel the burn now. You're uncomfortably far behind in terms of the souls and objective gameplay. Not even a first Guardian has been taken down on the Sapphire side. So you're getting steamrolled here in terms of the damage output. Your base Guardian starting to get battered and bruised as well, with the inner lane side going down here on Greenwich. You're going to lose both of those. There's the reposition round. So Boulevard and Greenwich both getting battered. Call for a little bit of a dive on it. Mo and Krill going to be caught. Knockup's good to at least buy some time, but you burst down instantly. And there goes the Greenwich Guardians. So your base is starting to get ruined.
Yeah, there's just so much space to play around with, and realistically, there's not much coming back from the enemy team. In comes the Hyper Beam, huge amount of damage here. Looks up towards the Lash. This thing just looks awesome to witness in game. I really like what they've done with the Hyper Beam for Bebop. It's so incredibly strong.
Yeah, they made it mad strong, and it's been getting little buffs every patch for a while now. It had the initial AoE that was added to it. Now with the splash damage as well, it chunks heavy. Paul's going to be called for a crash, though. Someone's DC'd, get things fixed, get him back in, and continue the action here. Not looking good when you sum things up, though. Looking at the top and bottom of it. Again, right, on the head count to be the objective play. Not even a single Guardian has been taken. You win lane pretty dominantly. You don't stop pushing from that point forward. Soul lead is vast. You are in base right now, bullying your way through their inner Guardians, bullying your way through their shrines, and just making it incredibly uncomfortable. Yeah, this is shaping up to potentially be a bit of a quicker sub-15-minute game of the night if they can commit to this and look for the finish. You've got everyone still up with the rejuve as well once the Dynamo respawns. Very worst case, you can burn both the shrines, play for a slightly longer game, go back to base, spend the extra souls, look for one clean team fight, and then it's G.
Yeah, I mean, right now, it's just a really tough comp to play against.
Wait, hang on a minute. What's happened to Krill, bud? Look at him. He's fallen. He's muck fallen.
He's gone. He's gone.
Oh, no. Krill.
Maurice.
Maurice, help me. I've slipped. It's all right. He's back on his feet. He's back on his feet.
That's good. Glad to see that. Yeah, you're playing into a comp that desperately wanted to get ahead early. And I think this is the issue a lot of people could fall into, is that this comp, if he doesn't get ahead extremely early on in the game, does not do well. Right? In fact, not even that. It's just a comp that if you get dumpstered on your lanes, you can't find your way back into the game. It's certainly a comp that can still do well if you don't win all of your lanes, but if you lose all of them, you just lack that pressure of just the roam, the Mo and Krill combo, with the airdrop, with Kelvin slowing people down. At this point in time, Kelvin's just there to slow people from chasing you down at the moment, which is the struggle. And again, I'm honestly very certain that $6 Shrimp Special is just going to keep accelerating this game. They're looking to take all of their jungle now before starting to move forward. They're getting that soul lead as quick as possible.
And you're going to hit that pretty quick. This is going to be the 40k soul lead into a good position where you are basically setting yourself up for that final clean fight to finish. You've trounced over their base. You've gone in wearing very muddy shoes. The welcome mat was down, and you've left a lot of stains on the carpet. Now you want to go back in when the fight favors you. Lady Geist with the drain. Oh, mate, Kelvin, lucky to even posture off. But for him, it's a matter of survival and delay. He's got to go the long way home. It's not going to be easy, because if he stung around for too long, he would have been absolutely battered. And this is just looking brutal here. Not even hit the 15-minute mark yet. You've just hit 100k. So just sub 40k soul lead. This is rough.
Yeah, I think at some point we're going to force something. I think with Yamato now just picking up Refresher as well, that's a huge item pickup for the Yamato. Staying in the fight for so long and just being a menace. That's that type of character you really want to shut down. So you see the shadow form come out, you wait out and try and kill her afterwards. But with Refresher, she sort of just becomes more of an obstacle in a fight. And with her being so fed at this point, she also does so much damage. You can't really afford to ignore her. It's really tough. That's my farm now.
I'll be taking this. Share those. Thank you very much.
Be nice.
Ooh, hello. Kelvin with a deep dive. He thought he was safe. You hide on the off angle. He's really committing to get the Guardian. That's all they wanted. They had the internal conversation of, let's just get one Guardian, guys. Let's just get something to work with. So he sacrifices himself. 25 seconds on a respawn. It's not the worst endgame scenario. They're not going to completely dive on you and uppercut you off the back of it. But it's one Guardian. So a very shallow victory. Yamato absolutely cleaves their way through him. Still 10 seconds on the staggered respawn as well. So you don't want to get baited into a fight here. Muddy all the timings off the back of it. Because at this point, as long as they win a bit of a clean fight, that's game off the back of it.
Yeah, basically what you're looking at here is now $6 Shrimp Special just looking to group up and find a pick. I think everyone's now in a state where they're like, yes, I'm ready to team fight. I'm good to go, because effectively they need to have a lead that was long enough that they could win 2 fights in a row. That's the only way with the current death timers that they'll be able to finish off the weakened patron as well as. And there's the hook that they were looking for. Stuck in a corner with the stone form, but the paradoxical swap could come through. Needs to land this one. Oh, it's off.
Oh, mate, that was the DHL on the track and trace. The post has gone missing. No connection there. Off the back of the card trick. Reposition around the top rope, though. Kelvin looking to hit him heavy. See if he can at least delay here as they're posturing for the push. You've got the gun dance ready. Hayes could potentially make a play if she wants to drop it in on him. Paradox with a warp up through the window. Uses the AoE deny. Forces them out of position. You've got the high ground to play with now. Dumping damage back in. Wall goes up. Ivy takes a hefty hit. Dynamo looking to go in, wants to grab them. That's going to be 3 players inside the black hole, eating bullets now as they go down heavy. Mo and Krill getting dumped on as well as the Hyper Beam cleans house. Kelvin is the last one left, and he won't be alive for long. Majestic leap in for the BM. The frozen shelter denies the hook, but you can't deny the game from this point. Patron's going to get sent to the weakened state. 15 seconds on the muddy timer. It's all about the next fight. Game could be over if they fail to delay here.
Bro, the fact that the dynamo into the hyper beam is just so strong, dude, right? You got the singularity into the purple beam just sending down on towards you. Just 20 seconds on this hyper beam as well, and he can hit another one. He's looking for another decent hook. Gets it out the air. Might have stopped the massive death slam from going through. And Project Mind should get the Wraith out of a tough situation. That's unbelievable.
Oh, you've ruined him. You've absolutely ruined him. The chance that the Lash got some nice DPS off from the Death Slam could have been there. But the Bebop hook casts him back down, brings him to reality, and the sad reality of it is the game is done. Clean up, they win the 2 team fights back to back, burn their way through the weakened patron, and they'll walk away with far more than just a $6 shrimp on that one.
That's right, chat. They have been annihilated here in the game. Crazy stuff coming through from $6 shrimp special. Great game to finish the day off, I would say. Honestly, Jacky, really, really fun. Dynamo into Hyper Beam, though. Is it busted? I say yes. Hello?
So I couldn't hear you for a word that you just said, Jacky, but
None
I
of that come
assume
through.
that you said that was
All
a great
right,
game.
that's fine. Yeah, basically I did. I said, wow, there you go. I called it.
You were muted
Bebop
for
sick.
everyone, not even
Oh, well.
just us.
Well, look, sometimes it happens. It's been a late night, all right? It's 4 a.m. in the Netherlands. We're doing what we can. Unlucky. It's like a choose-your-own-adventure game, chat. Just imagine what you think I
Who's
would
muted
say.
this time?
Yeah,
You'll
just
never
apply,
know.
Apply that. Add your own analysis over the top. That works for you. But I was saying, like, Bebop, bud, unbelievable right now. Like, he is mad strong. We kind of predicted it, obviously, going into the tournament today. We were expecting to see a lot more of him. He's just come out swinging. He's come out absolutely swinging. All in all, though, cool stuff, you know. Day 1 in the books.
Yeah, massively. Very fun. Very, very fun. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the games that we got to watch. And I was glad to see that one go all the way the distance. You know, we had one game where we didn't see all of it. We didn't see one game we didn't see it all the way to the end. We did see one game all the way to the end. We saw it
Papa
through.
bless. Yeah,
and thank you, everyone, for sticking with us here to make it to the end game. Because that's where we are now.
We will have more tomorrow, so make sure that you come back to this exact channel. Not at this exact time, maybe a few hours earlier. I think, yeah. But we will have more games tomorrow and finalize the Deadlock Core #2 event. So make sure that you make your way over here again tomorrow again. And we will be here to bring you the action. Myself, Blink, and Jacky will be on the desk one more time to cover the half of the bracket. And thank you again to Moot as well for putting this all together. We are just helping cover it, but we are not the organizers. Thank you to the organizers for putting this together and making this happen at all.
Yeah, it's super sick, right? Obviously, that's the thing, guys. A lot goes into it right now with running Deadlock events.
Yeah.
A lot of back-end stuff with the servers, making it all happen. It has its up and downs, but it's very cool what the Deadlock Core guys are doing. This is the second one of the events they've put on. So, you know, fair play to them. It's not as easy as just pressing a button and it all works. So it's very nice.
It's rough.
It's fun that we could be here to help out as well and cover some of the games on our side. So it's always nice. So make sure you keep updated with their stuff as well. They've got a Discord, Deadlock Core. If you do ! bracket, you can see how the bracket's going. And some of the games tomorrow as well will be streamed over on their side of things, which I believe is Moot Monthly on Twitch, so you can pull that up.
Make sure that you follow us on our socials as well to make sure that you get updates on when we are live. So you don't have to keep track on your own. You know, you just get a little alert. If you join the Discord, it'll tell you when we're live with a tournament. And yeah, thank you all so much to the 1,000 people who are here and who sticked with us throughout the technical difficulties. We really appreciate you staying around till 4 a.m. It's been a trip and a half.
So I think it's only like 10 p.m. in America. In most
wow.
places. So it's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's just very early or late for us, depending on how you look at it. But yeah, good stuff. Well done, everyone. Back tomorrow, more games.
Yeah. We'll get some rest. We'll get the sleep in, and we'll come back stronger, better, just like the servers. It'll be good. It'll be good stuff, and we will have some interesting games coming up as well.
Yeah.
So you won't want to miss those.
Now we'll leave you with an hour of blank, breaking down everything we just saw. That's up to you, bud. You'll be doing an hour of breakdown, right?
Oh, what?
We'll leave you to it.
He's got stew to make. Go make your stew. Go make your stew.
Go have some stew.
Yeah, have your stew.
All right.
Thanks.
So, yeah, this has been Daisy Damp Powers, your host, alongside Blake and Jackie, your casters, and we are Deadlock Air. We'll see you tomorrow with some more games. Wabibi.
Wabibi. See
Wabibi.
I have to wave from this side or it cuts off. Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.